Dan Qingshun's surge of power covered the entire realm as it shook under it. The biting winds brushed past the exalted double dragons, forcing them to become grave as they faced this power. Hundreds of years had passed and Dan Qingshan, of course, had grown in power, so much so that they were having doubts of fighting him together. The people looked tense, and a bit excited even at the screen, showing a scene that could only be described as a prelude to total destruction. 3 Genesis stage experts were about to fight. This was a once-in-a-blue-moon fight. Shang, before we fight, I want to ask you something. Exalted by Mei began. Dan Qingshan grumbled something before finally saying, Say it. After all these years, why did you come for the sword now? Did you meet someone strong, or do you just want to rule someplace? Give me a reason. Exalted He Ran looked straight at him, waiting for an answer as well. Dan Qingshan squinted and said, Must I say it? It's fine either way since you're no longer our disciple. You have no reason to explain yourself to us. Exalted by Mei spoke coldly. Exalted He Ran stared hard at Dan Qingshan. We must have taught you that regardless of what you do, you should always have a reason for doing it, even if it's wrong. That way you at least won't feel lost. As the Exalted spoke, Dan Qingshan felt he was in a particular mood. They were clearly asking Dan Qingshan if he still saw them as masters at his very core. They were testing his intentions for taking the sword and whether he was worthy of inheriting it. Dan Qingshan took a deep breath as he pondered. To be honest, 3 years later, I will have a life and death fight with the old freak from the central area. I'm sure that if I have the help of Western Land's treasure, the Atlas Sword, I will win. Central Area's Sword Star Empire's invincible sword? Exalted by Mei gasped in disbelief. How did you end up messing with him? You're even having a life and death battle? Are you crazy? Exalted He Ran shook all over. His fists clenched tight as he cursed. Rotten brat. You must be so damn cocky to think that being called the best in Western lands means you're the king of the world. You think that that freak is someone you can toy with? Why do you think 4 areas joined hands to resist the central area yet were still at a disadvantage? Dan Qingshan only took a long breath and made up his mind. Exalted by Mei saw his determination and asked, Shang, you're not impulsive and should know when to step back. Why? A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Dan Qingshan held his head high as he sighed. What was it that I told Exalted before I left the Western lands? That I had finally found my path. The two nodded. Peace on this world. Yes, that is my path. That is her path. Dan Qingshan's eyes flashed. It was both of our hopes to create a better world. Ever since she died, I have gone crazy and I have fallen into despair. But then I thought to myself, rather than go mad from the pain and hatred, it'd be better to achieve this dream she wanted to see. That's why, for the past centuries, I have created such a place, a paradise between areas. Alas, nothing good lasts forever. My strength keeps all those petty thieves away, but I have been in constant conflict with the central area's Sword Star Empire's expansion, always wanting to wage war. I used to think that no matter how strong it was, my slice of heaven was insignificant, that they would at least talk with me on account of being a Genesis stage expert. Yet I did not expect that old freak to come straight for me and make a bet. If I lose, my land will be razed to the ground. Hundreds of years. Gone. The Exalted picked up on his problem and said, And the old monster is coming for you still? Ha ha ha, that's right. Masters are the wisest. Dan Qingshan sighed. My place is only the size of a small empire. It has no riches and no grudge with anyone. How could happy normal people incite the wrath of others? How could they get the great Sword Star Empire to come after them? Unless that old bag of bones. Dan Qingshan's voice trailed off, switching to sending words instead. The Exalted sported an astonished look. Dan Qingshan sighed. The old guy has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and now that he came out and is far stronger, he wants to go big. The 4 lands are in danger and I hope masters will be ready. With fortune, I saw that this time's Double Dragon Gathering has some good seeds that might give the Western lands some hope. The Exalted nodded and sighed. But then Exalted He Ran raised an eyebrow. I just don't know if I should give you the sword or not anymore. Ha ha ha, yeah, it's quite the conundrum. Without the sword, I'll lose for sure. But if you do give it to me, maybe it will become the weapon by which the Western lands would run with blood. I'd be just as conflicted by this if I were masters. Dan Xianxia chuckled. Then his power exploded once more. Since that's the case, just like the old agreement, strength will determine the victor. The Exalted nodded and said, "Strength it is!" The two Exalted were showing off their strength as well, their dragon power tracing the lands and skies as it clashed with Dan Xianxia's fierce sword waves. With loud noises, the space began to shake from the impact, about to crack under their power. The audience watched agape. Are these the strongest experts in the world? This is outstanding. If they fight, the world might be ruined. This was what everyone thought. Even if exaggerated, they knew a saying. The top of mortal domain are like gods. Only Zhuofan eased a breath. Fight, don't talk. And don't solve the riddle of the sacred weapon. Though it was too soon to celebrate. It all came down to how they fought, and if they would settle this problem instead. So Zhuofan's eyes were fixed on the fight. Double dragon art, double dragon emergence. The exalted double dragons met their palms and shouted. Black and white powers came out as they spun on each other, just like a yin-yang symbol. The world was filled with a majestic power as it gathered around them in the form of a black and white roaring dragon. They then pushed out their palms and unleashed the dragon upon Dan Xianxia. The mighty force kept pushing him back. Dan Xianxia pointed his finger at the skies and a draconic roar sounded. A dragon revolved high above around his finger, as if it was climbing the heavens. The immense sword energy had reached its peak and gathered on his finger, forming an illusory atlas sword. The huge dragon roamed on this sword as it kept roaring. Under all of this immense power, the skies, the earth, everything was constantly shaking. Dragon-cleaving art. Dan Xianxia shouted and brought his sword down upon the black and white dragon. The explosion from the impact was monumental. The skies dimmed, while the land around the sacred mine was leveled and barren. It went on for hundreds of miles, leaving in its wake an apocalypse. The crowd was overwhelmed. Just one blow from a Genesis stage expert unleashed such deadly power. Zhuofan and Yilin's fight was astonishing in its own right, but not as frightening as this. They still had a way to go before they could burn the world to cinders. Everyone paled after seeing such might for the first time. No wonder Dan Xianxia could come and go in the Western lands 10 secs as he wished. One snap of his fingers can erase a sect. The two great powers clashed and released constant explosions as they were in deadlock. Even so, the powers slowly weakened as time passed. With a crack, Dan Xianxia's sword soon vanished, while the exalted double dragon's black and white dragon crumbled away. Yet just as the attacks collapsed, a trace of power zipped between sides. PFF. A powerful dragon force hit Dan Xianxia in the chest, making him groan and forcing him back as he spat blood. Whoosh! While two sharp sword waves whistled into the exalted. Unable to react, the waves passed through the exalted's shoulders and left two red lines. As masters and disciple fought, it ended up with both sides suffering and neither getting the upper hand. The crowd was astounded. Dan Xianxia was the best in Western lands for a reason. Now, 2 against 1, and against his old masters he still fought to a draw. This, however, left the three feeling complicated. Exalted He Ran glanced at his shoulder and sighed. Shun! Just leave. Old-timer? Exalted Bai Mei looked at them, then at the sacred mine having lost its familiar feel and sighed. Dan Xianxia's eyes shook. He wiped his mouth and looked at the imprint in his chest. He could feel his innards close to boiling as he sighed. He and the exalted would only end up hurting each other. He could not defeat them, thus he could not take the sword. The exalted are still thinking of Western lands' peace. Ha ha ha. Dan Xianxia shook his head, giving a deep bow to the exalted double dragons before vanishing. Seeing him leave, exalted double dragon frowned. Old-timer, will you just let him take the sword? With no trace of it coming from the cave, that means he must have it. He made a big ruckus and called us out just to prove that he could take the sword openly. However, even if he loses, I don't think he'll leave the sword behind. Exalted Ran shook his head and looked at his wound. 2 against 1, yet we're evenly matched. If he had taken out the sword, we'd have lost. Why didn't he? Exalted by May was worried. Old-timer, you're right. We had planned on giving him the sword, but just like he said, that old freak from the central area is on the move. If we don't have the land's treasure, what comes will. So what if we had it, won't the old freak have one as well? Exalted Ran shook his head. When the old freak takes the central area's divine sword over to us, we'll still be of no match. It's better if we give it to Xiang, letting him fight for his beliefs. We'll have no regrets regardless of the outcome, since he's already stronger than us. Exalted by May sighed as he agreed. Yeah. Last time we didn't protect his beliefs and forced him to leave. At least now we can make amends by letting him take the sword. We sealed the entrance at the heaven-reaching pavilion, yet never believed he would come out in the open and take the sword like this. Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with that old freak from the central area anyway? He just took it and left. Exalted by May seemed to have accepted this truth, but then frowned. But how on earth did he sneak in? Did he really slip in under our noses? Ha ha ha. He took the sword, so what difference does it make? Exalted Ran vanished. We need to get in touch with the other 3 lands experts. Get ready for that old freak. Exalted by May raised an eyebrow and nodded, vanishing as well. Unfortunately, neither Dan Qingxin nor Exalted Double Dragons figured out that it was just one giant misunderstanding. The Exalted Double Dragons thought they lost, so they left Dan Qingxin thinking he already had the sword. But Dan Qingxin always thought the Exalted knew he came here, so they took the sword on purpose, keeping it with them. Adding to that the draw, Exalted Ran let him leave, making him think this was their way of driving him away. Since he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't get the sword. That was why he left sadly. Thus, the prized Atlas sword of the Western lands became an enigma. Dan Qingxin thought it was with the Exalted, while the Exalted thought he had it. They were both wrong though, as it was on Zhuofan all along. When the Exalted returned, they had the crowd disperse. Looking back at the screen, Zhuofan sighed. The misunderstanding took hold between them, and I am left getting away with it. Dan Qingxin was still oblivious he'd been made the scapegoat. Nothing but the lack of communication. Zhuofan sighed inside. Even though the 2 sides were master and disciple, since they broke it off, meeting again was a tense experience. The trio had to stick their pride out as well, so of course they ignored the trifles, leaving simple communication out of the equation. It was the perfect setup for a big misunderstanding, what Zhuofan had hoped all along. If Dan Qingxin had heard Exalted Ran's words after he left, he would have asked more about the sword and Zhuofan's plan would have unraveled. While it wouldn't happen on the spot, the doubt in Dan Qingxin would grow and would find him out sooner or later. A shame this expert is too prideful, too nice. Not winning meant he had no right to get the sword. Dan Qingxin thought so and admitted defeat, leaving without a word. Ha ha ha. This way I can move about without a care. Zhuofan snickered inside as he stuck his chin out. The fiends found it odd. What's got you so perky all of a sudden? Being the top middle 3 sect isn't a cause for celebration? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan quirked an eyebrow. Ugh. Fiend Yang looked lost. But Exalted already announced our spot. How come you're happy only now? I just came to. Zhuofan's eyes darted all over as he smiled. Fiend Yang's eye twitched and rolled his eyes. This guy is being weird again. It's been said for an hour now and you're just reacting. There's no way he's happy over that. But if he doesn't want to say it, whatever. The guys shrugged, then shook their heads. Sometimes Steward Zhuo was just plain weird and sometimes mysterious. They helped Zhuofan to get back to his room, planning on leaving once he recovered. They had completed the Double Dragon Gathering mission and would be rewarded once they got back to the sect. The fiends couldn't wait to break the news back home. Zhuofan, get better while I settle the details with others about our bragging speech once we get home. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang closed the door and laughed. Zhuofan merely smiled. The instant he was alone he heard someone, "Kid, You'd best leave as well in a few days. I find it hard to leave you even though we met for a few days. Zhuofan jerked in fright. He wiped his head around to see Dan Qingshen disappointed and drowning his sorrow with wine. Senior, what are you doing back here? Zhuofan's heart skipped a beat and gulped as he forced a smile. He didn't find out anything, right? Zhuofan was worried the old guy might have spotted something that gave him away. Dan Qingshen watched him through drunken eyes and sighed. I failed in the end. The exalted were on guard and took the sword. I could not take it. That can't be. I saw Senior wounding the exalted. Who else in Western lands but Senior is fit to have that sword? He gave him a thumbs up and good flattery while being on guard as to why Dan Qingshen was back here again. Dan Qingshen smiled through hazy eyes as he cursed. Rotten brat, enough of your flattery. A loss or a draw is still a loss, thus not worthy of the sacred sword. This will make matters so much worse in the next fight. Senior has another battle? Zhuofan probed. Dan Qingshen nodded. The strongest in the central area. Invincible sword. Lasting 10 moves would be a feat in itself. Senior is so strong, but can't handle 10 of his moves? Just how strong is he? Zhuofan was astounded. Are the best in Western lands and the best in the central area so far apart? Dan Qingshen sighed and took a large gulp of wine. Kid, you're too green, young and cocky. But remember this, there's always someone stronger out there. What can the best in Western lands amount to when in the central area? He wouldn't even be in the top 10 experts. What? Zhuofan was shocked, not because of Dan Qingshen's disparity compared to the central area, but of the gap between areas. Zhuofan had been a demonic emperor from the sacred domain. There was hardly any expert he hadn't seen. Yet the sharp difference in power on the same continent left him stunned. It was like a 3-year-old holding huge wealth only to have a towering thug for a neighbor. Who'd ever feel safe? He would have been robbed blind ages ago. But why is the central area so strong? Dan Qingshen saw through him and mocked. Of the entire continent, only the central area differs from the other 4. Do you know why? Zhuofan showed he didn't. It's their structure. Dan Qingshen turned serious. The 4 lands are governed by sects, with hundreds of empires serving them. This makes them a loose force, since when it comes to waging war, it's still the empires that are stronger. When did you ever hear sects going to war? Zhuofan nodded as he contemplated. Dan Qingshen continued. Here's where the central area is different. There's an old monster there and a huge empire, Swordstar Empire. Invincible Sword, its ancestor, had founded the empire 10,000 years ago. He is not only strong, but even swallowed all the nations and sects around him until he achieved this form, an area ruled entirely by one empire. An entire area with just one empire? Zhuofan was shocked. Now he knew why the central area was so strong. With just a sole empire, its development was much sharper than many conflicting empires. The fact that it was a single empire was an amazing feat by itself. The other 4 lands weren't like this at all. While all wanted to achieve it, they had no one to take the lead. Take Western lands, for example. Exalted double dragons were tough, but they were just cultivators and lacked vision and a calculating mind. Dan Qingshen gave him a long look and patted his shoulder. Kid, I can tell you are a man of ambition, and even a trace of that old freak's nature. Let your heroes take your turf, but you best hurry it up and get stronger too. Central area is on the move. It will still take some time, but you're way too young. You're just out of time. You mean that the central area's action has nothing to do with me? Zhuofan started. Dan Qingshen smirked. That old freak took thousands of years to get his tiny empire to rule the entire central area. Now he's set his eyes on the world. Everyone is involved in this, you included. Even if you hide, can those girls hide as well? Can their empire, Tianyu, hide? Ha ha ha, the future of Western lands is yours. As a Western lands man, maybe the future will be your opponent's. But now, I hope you'll get ready and not regret what comes. Dan Qingshen stood up and bent his waist, about to leave. I best be going now. I've wasted enough time on a kid. I just hope the Western lands youths will grow. It will be up to fate if you'll get over this calamity. Zhuofan's heart sank. He just wanted to focus on cultivating and get back to sacred domain. But Dan Qingxin just said that chaos would soon envelop the five lands. He didn't care much since he was a lone wolf. No one would find him if he wanted to hide. It was another matter for the Luo clan. It would be hard to not get dragged into this mess. Maybe I should get some things ready, just in case. Then I'll leave in peace. Zhuofan was deep in thought as Dan Qingxin was fading away. Yet he did say one last thing. By the way, kid, you better take care of that girl. Treasure your people. Oh please, I'm a demon. Why would I care about some girl? Knowing who Dan Qingxin was speaking of, Zhuofan blushed. Ha ha ha, what does being demonic or righteous have to do with it? You're just one man. Better not live to regret it later. Dan Qingxin vanished at long last. Zhuofan rolled his eyes, yet he now had more to worry about. It'll be hard to meet again after the Double Dragon gathering. Just that my path. Zhuofan closed his eyes. 3 days later, Zhuofan was in his room cultivating, his wounds halfway to being healed. It was around this time the sect teams were leaving. Demon Soul Sect and Sword God Sect had come to say goodbye to Zhuofan, wishing him a quick recovery. Zhuofan nodded with a smile. It looks to me we're practically relatives with these sections. It'll be up to Kuei Lang and the others now, on how they cherish their allies. He could now return to the Luo clan at ease. Zhuofan, Shuang'er and I are returning to Tianyu. When will you leave? Zhuofan opened his door to find that it was Yongning. Zhuofan frowned. I've yet to recover and I still need around 10 days before I leave at ease. At ease? Who is after you? Yongning started. Zhuofan smiled. I don't know since I've got many enemies. Better to be safe than sorry. The two girls nodded. Zhuofan did gain plenty of enemies this time and should be ready just in case. It wouldn't do to let the enemy make use of his wounded state. Then we will go on ahead. The girls waved with a smile, their eyes shining brightly. Zhuofan found it odd and pondered. Aren't you two girls afraid of going back to Tianyu alone? Why don't you wait a few days and we'll go together? Really? Yongning perked up. Shuang'er pulled her clothes. Then she came to and smiled. It's fine. Going back with Sister Qingqing, we'll be talking about plenty of girl stuff. Like how to figure out your mind, win your favor, A blushing Shuang'er rushed to cover her mouth. Is Mystical Heaven Sect leaving as well? Zhuofan frowned after hearing her. Dan Qingxin's words came to him and so he stood up to leave. The two hurried after him. They soon arrived at Mystical Heaven Sect's place. The disciples were gathered around, ready to leave. Shui Ruohua noticed him and all the girls turned to Chu Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, he's here. Danner got Chu Qingqing's attention. Shaking a little, Chu Qingqing turned around to meet Zhuofan's cold eyes. She smiled and walked closer. How are you feeling? Much better. Why only ask now? Isn't it a little late? Ha ha ha. Doesn't Steward Zhua dislike chatter, always being alone? How come you're blaming me for not seeing you? Chu Qingqing teased. Zhuofan looked deep into Chu Qingqing's eyes. Give me half a year and I'll give you an answer for back then. Zhuofan then left, but Chu Qingqing was stunned. She then smiled, her eyes filled with tears of joy. Turning around, she floated back to her team like a butterfly. The others were stumped at their icy teammate being lively and having a bright smile. What did that guy say? Sister Qingqing, what's wrong? Danner hesitated. Chu Qingqing beamed with joy. He said he'll give me an answer. He finally faltered. The others were lost. What does that mean? That was something only Chu Qingqing knew. It was a question she asked Zhuofan a long time ago. Xianxia looked on with cold eyes and clenched fists. Half a year, is it? Perfect. 10 days later, Zhuofan opened his door to take a deep breath of fresh air. He was in a better mood now that his wounds were healed. What awaited him outside was his team, the 9 disciples and 3 fiends of Demon Scheming Sect. They had always been waiting for Zhuofan to get better and get home. These days, the other sects had already gone, leaving them behind. They came last and now they were leaving last. though the mood was completely different. They were no longer tense, but jubilant. Zhuofan, you're the only one left. Can we go now? Fiend Yang grinned at Zhuofan. I've sent the sect Ascending Jade already, saying that we'll get back in 2 months. But I have yet to give them the good news. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and noticed Fiend Yang's rotten smile. You'll be making them sick with worry. Ha ha ha, that'll make things more interesting. While we risked our lives here, they'd just been casually waiting for the news. That's too easy for them. Fiend Yang winked at Zhuofan. You're going to leave anyway. You should use this chance to get back at those old fools now while you still can. Besides, once we sent them the great news, their towering fury would just fizzle out, right? The others laughed along. Zhuofan shrugged. Fine, I'm leaving anyway, so I'll just take this burden. Take it as my prank. Ha ha ha, wonderful. That's our great steward. Fiend Yang patted his shoulder and the others nodded with soft eyes. They knew their days with Zhuofan were running out. Zhuofan, are you leaving the demon scheming sect? A girl cried out. Zhuofan turned to see Yongning, who suddenly looked at him in shock. Where are you going? You better give us a clear location or we won't be able to find you. Zhuofan's eyes softened. You don't have to look for me. Once I finish reporting to the demon scheming sect, I'll be going home to Tianyu. Really? The girls cheered. Zhuofan nodded. Of course. Why else did you think I asked you to wait? Forget mystical heaven sect and come with us. Once I finish over at the sect, we'll be going home together so you won't meet any trouble on the way. The girls bobbed their heads in elation. With Zhuofan back in the Luo clan, the girls would no longer have to suffer the bitter loneliness of being so far apart. But the fact that Chu Qingqing couldn't come along made them sad. No one else knew Zhuofan better than her. Even though they were love rivals, for her not to be around Zhuofan, they thought it was a great loss. Actually, Chu Qingqing's graceful stance had moved the girls. If they could all go together, it would be so much better. Now, let's set off. Zhuofan shouted, breaking their thoughts. Seeing them all go, the girls caught up. But then Xianxia stalled and her eyes turned black as they reflected the starry sky. Her heart throbbed in her chest and she was gasping for breath. What's wrong, Xianxia? Yongning started in worry. Zhuofan frowned, coming over. What happened? I don't know. My heart suddenly became frantic. I'm better now. Xianxia looked lost as she shook her head. She felt a sudden danger, as if someone was coming for her. But then the feeling went away as quick as it came. Zhuofan looked around the area with a careful gaze before setting his mind at ease. It must be that Xianxia is unwell. Once we return, she'll be getting better. And so, they left the Double Dragon Manor, unaware that Xianxia's frantic heart was an omen of the future. Bam! In a forest, a rock covered in moss was pulverized. The sun's bright rays shone down deep in the dark and humid cave, long hidden from the world. 2 panting figures stood before it in joy. Second Prince, we finally found the Yun clan ancestral home. Ha ha ha. A mere profound heaven expert, wearing all black, looked at the other in glee. Grinning, the youth nodded, clenching the yellow silk tight in his hand. So many years and now we finally found this accursed place. Big brother, imperial father, once I crack the Yun clan ancestral home's secret, I will find the best in western lands and will return the lands to the Yuan clan. I will avenge you, and you, old third, dishonorable pig, your days are at an end. Ha ha ha. The youth cackled like mad, his eyes consumed by hatred. The guy in black sighed, nodding to himself. The lies Crown Prince weaved had the second prince seek revenge rather than instruct us. He was truly wise. Only hatred can make one seek revenge. These men were Crown Prince's men. They had no feud with the imperial family or Yuan Kong. After the Crown Prince's death, all of his loyal men were wanted across the nation. Scurrying like rats for so many years had worn the fight out of them. That went double for those who went with the second prince after the Yun clan ancestral home. After the bitter life they had been through the past years, it proved to be too much for most as they left one by one, leaving him all alone. Even so, even he had to beat a hasty retreat against some of the dangers they faced. Now, thanks to the Crown Prince beguiling Yuan Yong into exacting revenge, with his help, they finally arrived. This was just another proof of how hatred could drive a person to no end. If it was their mission, they would have long abandoned it. Only the second prince persevered, to restore the empire without fail. The guy in black even found himself admiring the second prince, though the clueless royalty was being played like a puppet on a string. Looking ahead, the guy in black took the lead. "Your Highness, I'll be scouting ahead. Stay behind me and be careful." "Thank you, Haiying." Second prince nodded. "Star Reader, the name is lit. Black Hawk." After years of toil, the second prince finally shed his overconfidence as an imperial prince, finally showing respect to the wise. The guy in black was touched. "Your Highness, you're too kind. It's my duty. You're too humble. Haiying, without you, I would have never reached here." Being close all their journey, the second prince sighed. "To find the Yun clan ancestral home, we've been through so much danger, and lost our way more times than I can count. We have even been trapped again and again. In the end, how many died? How many are left? Now I am alone, with you as my sole companion to share life and death with. From now on, you are my brother." The guy in black shook, touched to the core. He never imagined that the second prince they were ordered to use as a pawn would treat him so. He felt ashamed. He wanted to spill the beans about everything and not let his highness suffer for another's revenge. Everyone had a heart, even the crown prince's die-hard followers. Having spent so many years with the second prince, he had a change of heart. He couldn't bear to see his new master being hurt for following this stupid hatred. But that would mean the crown prince's final wish. "Your Highness, actually." Haiying was conflicted, frowning as he wanted to say something. In his moment of carelessness, he stepped onto something and fell. Plop! In the darkness, Haiying suddenly vanished and the second prince cried out, "Haiying!" What followed was him falling as well, and beneath him was nothing but utter blackness, a dark hole swallowing him whole. "Aya!" Two sharp yells broke the silent darkness, yet only their own ears could hear them. Second prince and Haiying then looked around, but beyond the eternal darkness there was only more black. "Haiying, can you fly out?" Second prince asked. He shook his head, filled with dread. "No, this cave is just weird, preventing me, a profound heaven expert, from flying. Yet we're still falling. Just when will we reach the end? We're finished. With such a deep cave. Once we hit the ground, we'll be plastered. My life will return to the heavens." Second prince wailed, filled with resentment. He hadn't gotten revenge yet. How could he die just like that? Haiying sighed, biting back the words that threatened to come out. Though he would die having never fulfilled his revenge, it was a notch better to die for one's ideal. While telling him the truth would mean saying he was a pawn in the hand of a dead crown prince for years. Now that would be even more devastating. Letting him go in peace is better. He's been bitter enough these past years already. Haiying sighed. "Your Highness, you've spared no effort these years. Your Highness and Crown Prince know your devotion and will rest in the underworld." How can he rest? The nation isn't a nation. Yuan clan's lands are in the hands of another and I couldn't do anything. Imperial father, big brother, they'll never know rest. Second prince started shedding tears. "It's because I'm too weak to get back the ancestors' lands. It's I who failed in earning imperial father and big brother's deep love." Second prince sobbed, making Haiying shake his head as he waited to meet his doom. This was the only way to repay his two masters' care. However, there was an odd sound and the two suddenly slowed down before finding themselves afloat in pitch blackness. The two were stunned and looked around. "I am one of the 10 ancient emperors, Emperor Yun's remnant, sent by her to guard my clan. Are you the sons of my clan, coming to pay your respects?" A deafening voice rocked their ears, threatening to blow their eardrums. A white image hundreds of meters wide appeared. He looked like an aged immortal with power and wisdom, He had silvery flowing hair, a white beard, and a deep and profound aura. The entire void was filled with glittering stars the next second, flowing in a mystical pattern. The two stared agape at the display. Who's he? He's like a god walking on this world, holding everything in his palm. He can't just be a damn human. Skipping over Zhuofan. Have they ever seen someone so awesome anywhere on this continent? Even Dan Qingxin couldn't hold a candle to this guy. Yun clan's ancestral home hid such an astonishing expert. I can't frickin' believe it. Emperor Yun frowned. If you are my descendants, you may take refuge with me from any difficulty. If not, trespassers shall be forever buried in my clan's forbidden land to atone for your crimes. What? The two cried out. Only Yun clansmen could come here if they wanted to live. The two were frantic, with the second prince having no shame as he said, Ancestor, I'm from the Yun clan. I'm Yun Yong. He Ying's face twitched and he sighed. This guy changes tunes too fast. He even renounced his name. Then again, being chased for so many years, he lost his arrogance as a prince. All he ever cares about is survival, even using a sharp tongue. Ancestor, I'm also from the Yun clan. I'm Yun Ying. He Ying cupped his hands. Emperor Yun mocked. It doesn't matter if you say you are. I will be the judge of that. Emperor Yun's eyes shot prismatic lights as it scanned the two. Humph, my Yun clan have mystic eyes that can read the heavens. Yours are normal and you think you can pretend to be of my clan. After the scan was over, Emperor Yun snorted. Common fools, die for trespassing in the Yun clan's forbidden grounds. The pitch-black world began to burn, as stars started falling on the two. Thousands of city-wide bright lights were coming down on them at full force. With so many coming to plaster them, there was no way two puny profound heaven experts could take it, not when even ethereal stage experts would have a hard time. The two panicked in fear. Fortunately, the thick and impenetrable skinned second prince grew over these torturous years and search for revenge was finally put to good use. Wait, we are just Yun clan's average clansmen. Only the clan head has awakened those eyes. Humph, wrong. Not just the Yun clan head is able to awaken them. Only a Yun clansman who does is a true Yun clansman. Emperor Yun spat. My blood allows the awakening of a single person in every generation of my clan. That is my successor. Everyone else, even if from the Yun clan, is a stranger. Don't you know that only the clan head can come here? Even as Yun clansmen, you only came to your deaths. Emperor Yun finished just as the incoming starfall was about to pulverize the two home invaders. Second prince gnashed his teeth and his eyes flashed. He took out Yun Xuanji's eye and said, We've come out of clan head's final wish. This is our proof. Whoosh! The stars halted and soon vanished. He Ying closed his eyes and shivered. Second prince's hands shook as well, waiting to be erased from this world. However, death did not come. He watched as a pair of eyes stared down at the orb in his hand. It's the mystic eye of my Yun clan, but since it's just proof, I can only agree to one request. One. Startled, the two were jubilant. They turned it all around. Emperor Yun switched from being their greatest enemy to their strongest backer. That was just too sudden. Didn't he doubt where this eye came from? Though it worked in their favor. Why look for some Dan Qingxin when we have this guy to raise the world? So the second prince bowed and whined. Ancestor, my empire has been taken by an evil spawn. I hope Ancestor will set things right. Help you restore the nation? Emperor Yun quirked an eyebrow. Second prince bobbed his head and the emperor shook his. Denied. Why? Didn't you say you'll agree to one request? With your power, this will be as easy as breathing. Second prince complained. Emperor Yun said, I told you. I am Emperor Yun's remnant left by her to protect our clan and show it the path forward. I cannot leave, thus, I cannot help you. What can you do then? Second prince was annoyed and shouted. He Ying jerked and hurriedly pulled his hand. Master, don't get carried away. He can't leave, but we're here stuck with him. He's the boss and you better not anger him. It'll be so easy to kill us like squashing bugs. Second prince finally came to his senses and cupped his hands. Forgive me, ancestor. I got carried away. I just want to know how you could help us. Read the heavens and show you the way. Ask your questions and I shall answer all I can. Emperor Yun's heavy words fell. He Ying's eyes lit up and held his hand out, pointing with a trembling finger at the second prince's ring. Catching his drift, the second prince showed a painting, the lands of our nation. Second prince shouted, Ancestor, please tell me where the best in western lands, Xianxia, is. Can I find him? Emperor Yun's eyes shifted and became like the starry sky. The stars around him were on the move as well, releasing their aura and making the two home invaders step back in fright. Xianxia is in the central area. You will find him in the imperial capital of the Swordstar Empire. He will fulfill your wish. The stars halted and silence once again reigned after Emperor Yun spoke gravely. But there was now doubt in his eyes, something the two below were blind to. Second prince cheered. Ancestor, is it true? Don't call me ancestor. I have read the heavens and know you're not Yun clansman. I also know everything that your clan did. But I am but Emperor Yun's remnant and have to follow the rules. Since you brought the Yun clan's mystic eye, I have shown you the way. Emperor Yun's flat tone came. Second prince's heart sank, and he was getting nervous. He only breathed easier seeing him still calm. Since he was a remnant, he had no feelings. If Emperor Yun was here, he'd be watching their entrails dripping down the walls after swatting them for trying to con him. Not that his little mind could figure that one out, thinking this big shot was nagging. So he bowed and braced himself. Senior, when will I be able to meet Xianxia? That's your second question that I won't answer. You better leave. Eyeing them with a flat look, Emperor Yun flicked his wrist. A gale formed and the two were blown away and were now kissing the ground in the most unpleasant way. When they finally woke up, they were shocked. Before them was a lofty mountain, with a peak hiding behind the clouds and snow high on its sides. He cried, Your Highness, how did we get here? How are we at the foot of the mountain? We've been climbing for 3 whole years. Second prince sighed. 3 years of toil as we worked our way through dangers and lost trails. 1,000 died, 1,000 left, leaving only us to carry on. I can't believe that Emperor Yun would take us back down with a flick of his wrist. He's beyond monstrous. He Ying nodded, never imagining one of the 4 pillars had such a freakish backer. If this freak could move, the world would be his oyster. Sparing one last long look at the snowy peak, He Ying sighed. So many years, so many deaths. All but for a few words from an old man. This result? Ha ha ha. That's more than enough. We now have a way to get revenge. Second prince shouted as he strutted towards the central area. As the Yun clan's ancestor, his prediction must be right. We finally found Xianxia and a way to regain our nation. Zhuofan, Luo clan, and the old third. You will all pay for stealing our land. Ha ha ha. Second prince could practically see the glory of victory and taste it. He Ying stared at him and followed in silence. Never mind. If revenge is all that's driving him, let him have it. Maybe when he sits on the throne, it won't be too late to tell him. Maybe he'll thank the crown prince then for this revenge. That was how these 2 loners walked forward to restore their nation. Unaware as they left that Emperor Yun was still hovering in that black space. The doubt in his eyes only increasing. That's odd. His goal is to get revenge on the Luo clan, Zhuofan and his third brother. But the Luo clan and his brother's destiny are clear. Only Zhuofan's fate is unreadable. Can it be that he lives outside fate? That will make him a huge variable. Emperor Yun sighed and vanished, letting the darkness consume everything in this domain. 2 months later, Zhuofan's team was back before their sect at long last. Xia Wuyue and the elders were waiting for ages. Ha ha ha, Wuyue. What a grand welcome I see. Fiend Yang laughed, as if basking in their adoration. Yet Xia Wuyue glared back instead. He flashed in his face and stomped. Bam! The resounding boom sent Fiend Yang flying like a cannonball. The ball of flesh sped through the air and smacked into a cliff, leaving a man-shaped hole in it. The disciples ready to celebrate with their elders stood stock still. Did we do something wrong? Why is the sect leader so pissed? Giving them a glare, he was filled with bloodthirst watching the cliff tumble down. Fiend Yang came out of the rubble, barking. For God's sake, are you a sect leader or a lunatic? We've risked our lives in the Double Dragon manor for the sect's glory, and this how you repay me? What did I ever do to you? You got the nerve to ask? Xianxia snorted. 2 months ago you sent me a sending jade, telling me that you'll be back in 2 months, not giving me any details as to what happened. You got some nerve, making me unable to sit still all this time. You damn fatso deserve more than just a light kick. The others chuckled. Ah, so that's why it's because of the sending jade that sect leader is pissed. He should know what happened at the Double Dragon gathering yet was kept in suspense all this time. Fiend Yang grinned. Oh, did I forget to mention it? Bullshit. How can you forget something so big? Even if you forget to write your will, you can never forget this. Xianxia snorted. Talk. Did we lose so much that we got last place in the lower 3 sects? Is that why you didn't say anything? PFF. Yu Ling and the others giggled. They couldn't believe their sect leader had so little faith in them. He's sure to get the shock of his life. The disciples snickered. Fiend Yang was also grinning, though he was still mincing words. What do you think, Wuxia? Think your ass. Xianxia glared, then turned to Zhuofan. But the guy walked into the sect with some 2 girls. Shouting for 2 laborers, Zhuofan pointed at the girls and said, Settle them in. Yes, Steward Zhua. The 2 bowed. Zhuofan was yet to rule over the demon-scheming sect, but his word was law in the labor office, above even the elders. The laborers got down to following his orders despite there being a throng of elders and venerables around, even the sect leader on top. Xianxia was outraged. Zhuofan? Who said you can bring some foreign girls into the sect? That's against the rules. Just coming and going. Didn't you agree to let him go after all the fighting? Fiend Yang held his shoulder and smiled. Besides, the kid got most of the credit at Double Dragon Gathering. Letting him do whatever before leaving ain't much. Xianxia was now interested and turned to face him. How did it go? What do you think? Fiend Yang quirked an eyebrow, starting the posturing all over again. Xianxia's face twitched and he clenched his fists as a scorching fire burned in his heart. A volcano ready to pop. Xianxia squinted and the anger in his eyes burned hotter. Fatty Yang. Better give me that explanation right now or so help me. I'll make you suffer if you keep showing off, regardless of our friendship. Easy, easy. I'll tell you for sure. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang smiled and whispered in Xianxia's ear. Actually What? Xianxia was bug-eyed. Say that again. Ha ha ha. I knew you'd make that face. No one would believe our ever-cold demon-scheming sect leader Xia lost his cool. Laughing it up, Fiend Yang turned to the oldies, shouting. I'm saying that at the Double Dragon Gathering. We became the top middle 3 sect and brought home 10,000 sacred stones. Are you for real? The oldies were frozen in place, sporting a dumb and incredulous look as they looked at the disciples. The demon-scheming sect was but a lower 3 sect. How the hell did it get to being the top middle 3 sect? This is insane. Venerable Sure, the leader of the intersex oldies, was just as stumped. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought this time's team would come back with any success. Yet they didn't feel like celebrating, feeling downcast instead. The Double Dragon Gathering team was made of elite labor office's disciples. It had nothing to do with the inner sect. That meant the labor office would become more valuable and more important now. He bet Xianxia would soon use this credit to announce the labor office would receive all resources while his inner sect would crumble. Venerable Sure. One elder spoke with worry. Venerable Sure said nothing as his eyes flashed with a calculative glimmer. No matter, there's fortune in disaster. We still have to play along. However, I must say that Zhuofan is incredible. If he weren't the sect leader's man, I would actually admire him, ha ha ha. Glancing at the calm Zhuofan, Venerable Shi had a crafty smile. The others looked lost. Why is Venerable Shi praising the enemy when the sect leader is about to throw the inner sect to the curb? Xiaoyue was out of it for a couple of minutes after Fiend Yang's news. When he came to at long last, he glared and smiled as he grabbed his fat arm. Fatty Yang, is that true? You're not fooling around, are you? Who would joke about something so huge? Fiend Yang grinned as he cursed. Besides, your bug-eyed look at our strong disciples isn't becoming of a top middle 3 sect. Fiend Yang came to the disciples and put on a smug look. As if they got so strong all because of his dedicated training. Fiend Yin and Fiend Gue shook their heads. Kuei Lang's sides stuck out their chests, of course, releasing their aura and pride. The others' faces twitched. They could not believe it as they watched the returned disciples with eyes as wide as saucers. They didn't look at it at first, but now they saw it. Just how long has it been? These little guys' strength is unrecognizable. Except for 3 in the 6th layer radiant stage, the other 9 were in the ethereal stage. Just what the hell brought on this miracle? Venerable Qi and Bai were ecstatic. 4 of those 6 were related to them. Bai Lian and Qi Changlong were their grandchildren, while Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were their disciples. In one move, they had 4 extra ethereal stage experts under them. That was sure to make them look good as hell. They were also qualified to work for his faction, consolidating their position. The labor office's oldies looked at these bright disciples with beaming smiles. Only the inner sect faction stood there glum from envy and embarrassment. This kind of credit never happened before, yet it didn't have a damn thing to do with them. What none noticed was a pair of eyes from Venerable Shi's faction that never looked away from Gue Hu. It was Grand Elder. I was right in making you enter the labor office. You're now far sharper than before. Grand Elder smiled in pride. Hold on. Let's all calm down first. As the crowd became noisier, Fiend Yang started shouting. Everyone settled down and spoke seriously. People, our success at the Double Dragon Gathering, the great improvement of our disciples, are all due to one man. Labor Office's steward, Zhuofan. Roar. The oldies went wild again, looking at Zhuofan in veneration. Even the angry Xiaoyue was now filled with joy. He made the best move of his life when he got this kid to the sect. For thousands of years and tens of sect leaders, finally, in his lifetime, the demon scheming sect had become the head middle 3 sect. This merit was monumental. Even the ever-cold Xiaoyue started smiling. Although, in the middle of their excitement, Fiend Yang's tune changed. You should also know that desperate times call for desperate measures. These kids got to improve so much so fast through many deadly perils. Those that hadn't succeeded, well, you can tell what happened to them. Ugh. The rest now realized Fiend Yang's words. To get these guys to grow up fast, Zhuofan used life and death to train them. Brave the danger and one would become a worldly expert. Fail and you'd be nothing but bones on the road. But weren't those casualties the babies of some oldies? This hatred was falling right on Zhuofan. Fiend Yang said this to show Zhuofan's feats. Without him training the other disciples, they wouldn't have gotten their flashy new rank. So he was also telling the oldies not to look for revenge. Your disciples died for the sect. However, while they got his meaning, some were still hit hard by the loss of their precious disciples. Xiaoyue turned heavy and said, before setting off, I had appointed Zhuofan as my representative, bearing my power. His word was my word. If you're looking for revenge, blame me. I have said it already, Double Dragon Gathering is of grave importance to the sect, not a place where you can butt in to gain some perks. They deserved their fate. But since the success has been so amazing, I'll be generous even to them for all their efforts. Sect leader is brilliant. Fiend Yang shouted and clapped. The oldies' grief had now become a sacrifice to the sect. Though all here knew even alive, those disciples couldn't do a thing at the gathering. Xiaoyue said this to be fair. As for being generous, how could one be to a dead guy? That benefit would be given to their masters, no? That is, a token to soothe their hard feelings. The oldies were silent. Wasn't it obvious for one to give his life to the sect? So they bowed in respect. Sect leader is brilliant. Zhuofan's pesky troubles were now washed away by Fiend Yang's timely intervention. It was the least he could do for Zhuofan. He knew the grudges of demonic cultivators. Once he left the sect, he had no one to protect him from those oldies' revenge. So simmering down those flames of hatred before he left was perfect. Zhuofan got his meaning but didn't care. He only chuckled at Fiend Yang, as thanks for his efforts. Less trouble is always better. We'll be holding a sect celebration for having become a middle 3 sect. Even the top one. We'll hold a feast for 3 days straight. Xianxia saw that all was settled and got excited as he laughed. The rest cheered. I told you when we fought the head of the 9 sects, Ultimate Clarity sect, there were many dangers. Besides the best talent in Western lands, Xianxia, there was also that freak Yi Lin. TCH, that power was really scary. Even Zhuofan was tense. At that time I was the most in danger as I told them how to face such a monster. In the main hall, all the elders and venerables attended. Wine flowed freely in these 3 days and everyone had red faces and hazy looks. Except for the disciples who went on this trip, who were standing at the same table as them, the other disciples were feasting outside the main hall. Fiend Yang finally got to make use of his winding and drawn-out silver tongue as he retold the events of Double Dragon Gathering. The others were amazed. Hold on, Fiend Yang, you've said it 5 times already, but didn't you always say that Steward Zhua earned the greatest credit? Why does it sound like he didn't do anything while all the glory was thanks to your brilliant leadership? Is that how you got to the top middle 3 sect? And did Steward Zhua really beat Yi Lin according to your plan? Yep. Steward Zhua has the greatest credit. But that is one of a fighter. While I paved their way to success outside the ring with my plans and cunning, ha ha ha. Fiend Yang's eyes darted all over, still talking big. The disciples snickered, but remained silent. Fiend Yang sure likes to brag. I must admit, he even got them all looking amazed by his speech. Among the avid listeners, some were highly skeptical. How come we never noticed Fiend Yang likes to blow his horn? So they looked to another. Steward Zhua, is what the fatso said true? Ugh. Zhuofan turned to see Fiend Yang giving him signals galore while pleading and shaking his head. Zhuofan ignored his nonsense. Sure is. Under Fiend Yang's bright leadership, we finally earned our spot as top middle 3 sect. We wouldn't have made it half as far without him. The rest gave the fatty an incredulous look. This guy's actually that good. He actually got to conduct all the fights. Fiend Yang stuck out his chin in pride. I'm the real hero here. Only the disciples shook their heads and sighed, while the 2 girls sitting across from Zhuofan were giggling to themselves. They've seen Shameless, but not to this level, showing off before the whole crowd. But since Zhuofan didn't care, the girls, outsiders, didn't poke holes in the fatty's theatrics. Did Elder Yuan return yet? Zhuofan asked Kuei Lang. Ever since he came back 3 days ago, he couldn't wait to find Elder Yuan to talk to him about the heart. He really needed an answer to his questions, because Chu Qingcheng was waiting for his response in the Mystical Heaven sect. Yet there was no sign of Elder Yuan around. Some laborers said he's out on sect business. He'd be back in months or maybe years. Zhuofan shook his head. Years? He could only wait for a couple of months. If he didn't get an answer, he couldn't give her a reply. He didn't know if Elder Yuan would even answer him. But he was the only one he knew that could. Cupping his hands, Kuei Lang spoke. Steward Zhua, I just heard that Elder Yuan still isn't back. It's fine. While I wait for Elder Yuan, I'll have a talk with Xianxia. Zhuofan sighed and walked out. Seeing him leave, they knew he was going to the sect leader for his freedom. They all sighed. Only the girls were cheerful, eager to have Zhuofan back. Yoning was crafty in this. Now she would take the credit before Luo Yunchang that she got Zhuofan home. We'll see if Miss Luo will be able to compete with me. Knock. Zhuofan went to sect leader's home and saw Xianxia smiling. He looked at the green storage ring with a lost gaze, sometimes chuckling. He woke up when he heard the knocking. Xianxia was startled to see Zhuofan outside his door and frowned. Zhuofan? You've done great in the Double Dragon gathering. What are you doing here instead of celebrating? Visiting a miser. He took a seat before him like he owned the place, and Zhuo Fan pointed at the ring. 10,000 sacred stones has you looking so dumb? Xia Wuwei was ticked off. Just 10,000? Ha ha ha. You're talking as if you got more. Just 2,000. You heard that. Fiend Yang likes to talk too much, so I had Fiend Yin report instead. Xia Wuwei sighed and nodded. You're really something, kid. To get even the exalted to look at you. Even making a special rank just for you and getting 2,000 sacred stones. Even if I don't officially make you the next sect leader successor, the entire sect would not sit still until they know it's you who will be sitting in my chair. Xia Wuwei stared hard at Zhuo Fan, but he had no reaction. Xia Wuwei, we talked about this. After the Double Dragon gathering, our deal is done. Going home. Xia Wuwei's brow shook, his heart unsettled as he showed a sneaky smile. To what? The Luo clan? You mean to tell me demon scheming sect can't compare to a measly mortal clan? Ha ha ha, having come back with so much merit, you will be the next sect leader after me. With the sacred stones, in a century, we'll become a true middle three sect. A tiny mortal clan would mean even less then. You will be king here. Now you're telling me being stuck as a butler for the Luo clan is way better. Zhuo Fan gave him a long look. Where I like to go is my business. No one can change that. You better not break your word. Sect leader Xia. Xia Wuwei said nothing, but his sharp eyes stabbed into him like daggers. But then he shrugged. Actually, letting you stay was thinking of your future. After being on Double Dragon Manor's list, you'd be going even higher. You might even be at the top of the Western lands. But since you're set on leaving, I won't stop you. Xia Wuwei waved him off, looking disappointed as he sighed. People always work to better themselves. Yet I never saw someone so complacent like you. Zhuo Fan, you'll be sure to regret it. That's none of your concern. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes and walked out. Just as he left, Xia Wuwei muttered to himself. Ha ha ha. He left at last. The sect isn't big enough for the both of us. Sigh. Zhuo Fan, if you had shown the slightest interest in my position, Xia Wuwei's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Back at the feast, Zhuo Fan looked at the girls. Get ready. We'll leave right after the feast. So soon. Kuei Lang and the others were stunned. Zhuo Fan nodded. Xia Wuwei was good at covering up his intent, but he was more than familiar with that kind of baiting. He was paying attention to every last word Xia Wuwei said and every meaning they had told him to leave, to not aim for the sect leader's position. He believed that if he showed the slightest interest in the chair, Xia Wuwei would have went for the kill. He didn't know Xia Wuwei's cultivation, and since this was the demon scheming sect, Xia Wuwei ruled. Once a fight broke out, Zhuo Fan was at a disadvantage, so he honored his own word and left. As for Elder Yuan, Zhuo Fan frowned. Kuei Lang, though I'm leaving and no longer of the demon scheming sect, I hope you can do something for me. Just say the word, Steward Zhuo. Kuei Lang cupped his hands. When Elder Yuan returns, stall him, then send me a jade slip. I'll be here before you know it. No problem, Steward Zhuo. Kuei Lang nodded. Zhuo Fan stood up and left with the girls. But just then, a laborer rushed into the main hall. Halt, this is the Elder's feast. Disciples can't enter. One attendant barred his way. The guy shouted, I've come to give a message to Steward Zhuo. Elder Yuan is back. Zhuo Fan shook and frowned. Then he brightened up. Just in time. Elder Yuan. Shouts were heard in the rundown area of the labor office as Zhuo Fan rushed to a shabby door. The door opened with a creak as a familiar figure greeted him. Elder Yuan sighed and patted his chest. Oh, so it's Steward Zhuo. What's got you so anxious? You're scaring this old man. I thought I missed giving out Wang Irma's pill. It's not that I didn't want to give him, but he did a poor job on his errands and the executive punished him. Elder Yuan. Zhuo Fan cut him off and rolled his eyes. Elder Yuan scratched his head. Oh, right, Steward Zhuo is a man of ambition and has no time for trifles. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard that Steward Zhuo earned great credit in the Double Dragon gathering. You should be out there celebrating and not run here. Elder Yuan, I'm leaving. Shuofan interrupted him off again. Startled, Elder Yuan said, Leaving? Where? Home. Shuofan sighed. I already talked with Xiaoyue. I have done my part and the demon scheming sect is now a middle 3 sect. He also let me go. Is that so? Elder Yuan closed his eyes and sighed in disappointment. He still... Elder Yuan, I hope to say my goodbye to you before I leave. You are the only one I respect in this sect, and the only one that understands me. Shuofan looked at Elder Yuan's dark face and sighed. Also, I wanted to ask you an important question. I fear that only you can give me a good answer. Elder Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. He was no longer sad and was back to his kind self. Tell me then, if I can help Steward Zhua, then it's my honor. Elder Yuan is too nice. Shuofan bowed slightly, and was a bit tense as he began. Elder Yuan, can demonic cultivators know love? Elder Yuan was stumped for a second. Why love? You mean familial, friendship, or... The last one, Shuofan blushed. Elder Yuan shook his head. A love between a man and a woman is of course not possible. It's very dangerous. Why else do you think the demon scheming sect forbids it? I see. Shuofan felt disappointed and sighed. But then hope rekindled in his eyes. But someone said that how can you be emotionless if you never knew emotion? You must feel it before you can squash it. Who told you that? Dan Qingxin. Ha ha ha. So it was him. Elder Yuan shook his head. He is the best in Western lands. But he is a righteous cultivator, unable to comprehend our demonic heart. Shuofan's heart sank because Elder Yuan had clearly shot down this theory. It would seem that his final answer to Chu Qingqing would be a negative one. But the old man laughed before he got too disappointed. The expert was right though. No wonder he is the best in Western lands. He's gone far. Shuofan's face twitched. After being thrown in despair, he was brought back up. Elder Yuan, can you not toy with me? I'm serious here. Ha ha ha. But I'm not. It's you who toys with yourself. Since you already have your answer within you, why ask me? Elder Yuan teased. Steward Zhua, do you want me to say that there's no harm to your demonic path by feeling love? Shuofan tensed and bowed. Elder Yuan is wise. My heart is treacherous and I ask Elder Yuan to be the judge. An outside perspective sees much more. If this love will harm my path, then I will squash it. Elder Yuan's mocked. Shuofan hesitated but nodded. Elder Yuan sighed. If some youngster came at me with this question, I'd have answered on the spot that love is taboo for demonic cultivators. Touching it will mean endless pain and torture from which one can't escape. The demonic path is cruel and emotionless, and any feelings are its bane. But to you, Steward Zhua, I offer you one piece of advice. Let yourself go and accept it. Why? Shuofan was stunned. Elder Yuan shook his head. Because you're already caught in its grip. Instead of breaking it, take it all if you don't want to have a heart demon. Shuofan's brow shook in shock. Do you know why we, demonic cultivators, warn never to feel love? Elder Yuan asked Shuofan. Shuofan shook his head. Lost. Ha ha ha. I don't know either. But after years of pondering, I think I have an inkling. It's not that demonic cultivators can't feel love, but it's better reserved for those advanced players to tackle. Eh? Shuofan was stumped. Elder Yuan continued. At the birth of the world, the righteous and demonic paths came to be. As the human heart has desire, it leads to two different ways to cultivate. The righteous path abolishes desire, to be one with the world, unshackled by any greed. While the demonic path is the opposite, experiencing endless desire through which to break the mortal coil and reach the Tao. In other words, righteous means to be above everything, while demonic implies sinking into it. This shows that the paths are neither good nor evil, but once you enter them, it's easy for desires to be born and end up at their mercy. This is a demon. By overcoming it, you reach Tao. So the demonic path means passing through the demon state to reach Tao. What we want to do in the end is to attain Tao. Because it's easy to be constantly tempted along our cultivation journey, we end up being demonic and earn such a bad name. But all those that achieved success in the demonic path are not demons, and certainly won't be like those 4 scheming demons, pillaging and killing at a whim. Because they had gone beyond in their path and have come closer to Tao. Zhuofan nodded as he understood it. He used to think the demonic path implied selfishness, but now he saw it was just prejudice. By becoming a demon and rising above greed could one reach the Tao. Zhuofan finally saw the path wide open before him. As for love, it's nothing by itself, but it's the most tempting desire from which escape is nigh impossible. Many demonic cultivators have been unable to distinguish love from desire and sink further and further, moving away from the Tao. That is why demonic cultivators are so ruthless when it comes to love, not getting anywhere near it. This is because it's hard for anyone to come back from it. To righteous cultivators, this is easier. They walk the path of abandoning all desire, neutralizing the desire and keeping them safe. Elder Yuan continued, but you must understand, nothing ventured, nothing gained. The world is cruel but also fair. The demonic path is filled with more pain than the righteous path, so when all these trials are overcome, the demonic cultivator would attain a higher level than a righteous cultivator. Zhuofan nodded. In other words, love isn't scary, as long as I don't let it take me. Ha ha ha, that's besides the point right now, since you're already in it. Elder Yuan pointed at his heart. Do you know what a demonic cultivator's greatest heart demon is? Regret. Since you're already taken by love, if you don't settle it, it will turn into regret and will be much worse. As to how you are to escape the maelstrom of love, that will be up to you alone. That's why I said that it is for advanced players only. A child has no place toying with it. But I believe you're the exception. I hope that even if you are taken over by love, you will be able to see your path, and not be like Dan Qingxin, almost collapsing because of it, consumed by revenge. Though he's also amazing, getting back on his path in the end. Ha ha ha. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan nodded and bowed. Thank you for everything, Elder Yuan. I know what to do now. I can finally give her an answer. I feel so much better. Ha ha ha. I'm only speaking what your heart tells you. It might not be the truth. While there's a demonic and righteous path, the world has thousands of other trails. Who is to say that yours is the right one? That's why it's all up to you to do what you feel is right. Elder Yuan spoke heavily. Steward Zhua, your heart already had an answer but was conflicted under the traditional beliefs. That's why you came to me. But the closer you are to Tao, the fewer people there are understanding it. There will come a time when no one can explain it to you. You will only have yourself to believe in. My past experiences might not be the right path. You will know it when you walk your own road. Star-led, Zhuofan bowed again and said, I will take it to heart. Zhuofan left afterward. His next goal was mystical heaven sect. Seeing his light steps, Elder Yuan nodded and sighed. The child has his own road. But why do you keep losing yours, Wu? Master, is it really impossible? Damn miscreant. Have you already forgotten that pain? Didn't that girl hurt you enough? No matter how much merit you've done for the sect, rules are rules. Sect leader won't budge in this matter, so just give it a rest. And don't even think about going to him with this, or you'll only make it worse. That time, even I can't save you. Zhuofan's heart was free, unshackled and light. He felt so carefree as he walked, eager to get to the mystical heaven sect. But then his ear picked up 2 familiar voices that caught his attention, Venerable Qi and Kuei Lang. Even puzzled, Zhuofan would hardly ever butt in someone's problems. But today he was in such a good mood, he walked right over. What's wrong? Why are master and disciple arguing? Oh, Steward Zhua. Kuei Lang immediately bowed and Venerable Qi nodded in respect. This brat only knows how to cause trouble. He got a bit of merit and it got to his head. He even forgot the last transgression that got him kicked into the labor office. Kuei Lang looked ashamed and lowered his head. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Just what happened? Can I hear it? Kuei Lang hesitated before giving Zhuofan a glance. Steward Zhua, You know already? It's my girl. Oh, because of you she's been detained in the mystical heaven sect? That's why Xianxia threatened you in the Double Dragon gathering, Zhuofan exclaimed. Venerable Qi's eyelid twitched and he glared at Kuei Lang. You actually gave up for an enemy in the Double Dragon gathering? This is absurd. If the sect leader finds out, you'd be lucky to keep your life. Sigh. Damn vixens. Venerable Qi stomped in anger. Zhuofan waved his hand with a smile. Venerable Qi, there's no need for anger. Only the three of us know this. Besides, I'm also about to leave anyway. Thank you so much, Steward Zhua. Venerable Qi gave a deep bow then glared at Kuei Lang, making him feel even more guilty. However, he still clung to one last thread of hope. Didn't we earn a great merit? Sect leader is cheerful as well. I think using this chance to ask him to use the demon scheming sect's glorious name to ask the mystical heaven sect to get my girl back. Bullshit. Venerable Qi snapped. The demon scheming sect is against fraternizing. And you even expect he'd lower himself to the mystical heaven sect for a mere disciple like you? We'd be lucky if the mystical heaven sect wouldn't take advantage of our weakness and just let her go. But even so, our sect would have lost its name because of it. Venerable Qi's torrent of words smashed into Kuei Lang's ears, causing him to lose hope. And yet, he still looked at Zhuofan with a fixed gaze. His master couldn't help him. So now it was up to Zhuofan if he was willing to pass it on to the sect leader. Even if a mere disciple, Zhuofan was the sect leader's confidant. Having gotten such a glorious win at the Double Dragon gathering, putting the sect in the top middle three sects, the sect leader might hear him out when not even elders or venerables could get his ear. Zhuofan frowned, rubbing his chin. Your master's right. Let it go or you'll only make it worse. Xianxia doesn't care about anyone. He won't help you at all. In fact, he would fly into a rage and punish you. You're better off not mentioning it. Venerable Qi nodded like it was obvious, glaring at his disciple. See that, even Steward Zhua said it. Kuei Lang's face fell in despair. Although, Zhuofan switched topics with a crafty smile. Getting someone out isn't necessarily done using the sect's name. I'm just about to go to Mystical Heaven sect and fetch someone. You can just come along. Ugh. The two gave him dumb looks. Then Venerable Qi gasped, Steward Zhua. Ha ha ha. If I won't do it, who else will? Zhuofan smiled as he looked above. I've been absorbed with the demonic path for years and have discovered many truths. That should make me a somewhat advanced player. No matter how deep you sink into the sea of desire, I shall not fear, ha ha ha. The two looked lost at him. Zhuofan turned to Kuei Lang and said, What are you staring at? Come on, Mystical Heaven sect had been a lower three sect for all these years and shouldn't have many sacred stones. I'll use the 2000 on me to smash their face in and get those girls. One for you and one for me. Zhuofan started walking towards the gate. Kuei Lang came out of it at some point and rushed after him. Steward Zhua, why you're really going to give your sacred stones for my girl? Of course. Sacred stones are just invaluable things compared to people. Steward Zhua, you're truly kind. I'll never forget this for as long as I live. No matter what happens, I will do anything you ask. Lighten up. We're just two guys bearing the same trouble. Though there may be a use of you yet. Who knows? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan and Kuei Lang chuckled in the distance, leaving Venerable Qi dumbstruck. 2,000 sacred stones over 2 girls? This is such a waste. Their sect had at most 1,000 of those glittering baubles that had to last the sect for centuries. Yet now, this Steward Zhua was going to squander twice that on some broads. Venerable Qi looked ahead as his face twitched and heart bled. No matter how loaded you are, you can't just throw it all away. Sigh. How can a nouveau riche understand the pain of poverty? Venerable Qi shook his head, unable to make sense of Zhuofan's actions, but also envious and admired him. Zhuofan was spending so much for his girl and was going to do the same for Kuei Lang. Such a nice boss was a rarity in this world. It's Kuei Lang's fortune to land such a boss. While there's Xianxia, was stingy to the core, fighting for every scrap. He had no idea, though, that those 2,000 rocks were a drop in a bucket for Zhuofan while a life fortune to Xiaoyue. Putting them side by side, one could see how one spent. Zhuofan, can we go now? At the demon scheming sect's entrance, Shuang'er and Yongning were waiting for him. Yongning asked, Brother Kuei Lang, you're coming along? Kuei Lang had a bright smile, but it was Zhuofan who said, No, he will only accompany us to Mystical Heaven Sect. Mystical Heaven Sect? We're going to get Qingcheng and then go home together. Zhuofan had a wide smile on his face. The girl's heart skipped a beat, but then smiled. Shuang'er found Zhuofan's look even more enchanting. No wonder I found your attitude off. You're no longer as depressed as before. So you have your answer for Sister Qingcheng. I've dragged out this question for far too long. Zhuofan sighed. The girls nodded, finally able to rest their intentions and be happy for him. The four were now on the road to Mystical Heaven Sect. Since Zhuofan said he'd answer Chu Qingcheng half a year later, they were in no rush. In fact, Zhuofan was actually dragging his feet, as if nervous. This question had been on hold for almost a decade. How would he answer? How would she react? How would I react? These were all pressing questions to Zhuofan. Suddenly, Zhuofan felt as if he was like a tense bride before her wedding. The girls giggled. The high and mighty steward Zhuobox when it comes to talking about relationships. The team had gone like this for a month, yet they were only a third of the way to Mystical Heaven Sect. Even Shuang'er was starting to dislike this and pouted. We're not here to sightsee. If we go any slower, you'll miss your due date with Sister Qingcheng. Really? Zhuofan let out a dry laugh. But how am I to answer her? All these years I've been so cold. Whoosh! A red figure came smashing down 100 meters from them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The group was stunned to see Mystical Heaven Sect's Danner, Chu Qingcheng's junior sister. As he was going to Chu Qingcheng, Zhuofan had to mind her junior sister. No? So he rushed over to help her up. Danner, what's wrong? What happened? Zhuofan. Danner looked in joy, then said, Why, you have to save Sister Qingcheng. What happened to Qingcheng? Zhuofan hurriedly shook Danner's frail body. Panting, Danner teared up. And Sister Ruohua, Qinger, they. Zhuofan hardened. I don't care about them. Tell me now, what happened to Qingcheng? Zhuofan was sweating as he stared down Danner until she was scared. Steward Zhua, let her speak. You're scaring the poor child. Kuei Lang spoke and said to Danner, Little girl, tell us what happened. We'll definitely help. Danner looked at them and finally said, sect leader wanted us 5 sisters to cure the young master's illness. What? Zhuofan's face fell and gnashed his teeth. I knew the punk was born a cripple with lacking elements, but now I see even his brain is screwed on wrong. He dares to touch my girl. Sensing the seething hatred seeping from Zhuofan, Danner was in shock from fear. Yet for some reason, his towering bloodthirst gave her a sense of safety. Kuei Lang patted Zhuofan's shoulder to cool him down. Just what happened exactly? Please tell us everything so we can save them. Well. Double Dragon Gathering nodded and began. After the Double Dragon Gathering, we got back to the sect. The day barely ended and some elders came to us in the dead of night to seal some of my sister's cultivation, then put them in a room with the sect leader and the young master. That was when we knew that the 4-element cycle array was all to heal the young master's illness for lacking elements. The only reason we went to Double Dragon Gathering was to test the limits of the 4-element cycle array, whether it fit the bill. Only in a life and death battle would the power of this array be brought out. The elder found it eligible, so they took our sisters to cure the young master. Shuang'er hurriedly asked, Cure how? The 4-element cycle array relies on maidens with elemental constitutions to draw out their power and purify the young master's body to rebuild his elemental balance. Finally, Danner blushed as she spoke in a lower tone. Using a maiden's blood to draw out the 5 elements and completely cure the young master. Bam! Zhuofan's hand pulverized a rock nearby. In other words, the perverted young master wants Qingcheng's body? Not just that. Wiping her tears, Danner sobbed. It would be fine if it were just curing young master since we were dedicated to this and we've also seen young master grow up. Bearing some sacrifices to save him was acceptable to us, but I never thought. What? They all asked. Danner's sobbing grew louder. Young master actually sucked out all of Sister Qing'er's spirit and soul. He was so scary. Qing'er became a dried husk and even sect leader looked shocked. This is a demonic art of stealing Yin to further Yang. The punk has turned demonic. Shuafan's brow shook, his teeth clenched. I fear that ever since that little town he's been like this. Ever since Yenmo drew him to the demonic path. But Yenmo is a demonic cultivator and he's used in this matter. Unlike Xianxia, who has no restraint being so new to it all. So that's why. It's all Yenmo's fault. Shut it. Seeing Danner sobbing, Shuafan glared at her. The righteous path means to be above everything, to be an ascetic. One shouldn't fall prey to the demonic nature so easily. Yet desire has taken hold of his heart and it was just a matter of time before he fell. Yenmo was only a trigger. It was his twisted heart who was tested in the end. And it was found lacking. Now whose fault was it? Danner's heart shook and closed her eyes in silence. Shuafan frowned and sighed. How are the girls? And how did you get out? Sister Qingcheng seemed to have seen this coming and was prepared. She held a poison pill in her mouth. The moment they force her, she would take it. She said she had an agreement with you 6 months later. If you weren't there after this time, she would do what the sect leader asked. If you arrived and gave her an answer, she would be able to rest in peace. And she's also protecting the others. Danner sobbed. Then we had our cultivation sealed, but we could still move. Sister Qingcheng seemed prepared since one day she took us to the permafrost cave. There was Senior Sister Han chennying in a wall there, and she broke through it to unseal our cultivation. We killed our way out afterward, but the elders blocked us. Only I managed to escape while the others got caught. What? Chennying? Kuei Lang cried out. Danner looked at him and nodded. Sect leader Chennying was the previous wielder of permafrost. She should have been one of the girls in the 4-element cycle array, but after hearing of her sect rule violation 2 decades ago, for colluding with demonic cultivators, she was cast out. Why else would the sect throw away such a rare water constitution like hers? In the end, the sect leader had looked high and low for a replacement, thus coming with Sister Qingcheng. Chennying. Kuei Lang's eyebrow shook. How is she? Danner shook her head. I don't know. After I got away, they were caught. But I believe Sister Chennying knew what was going on, so that must be why Sister Qingcheng was prepared. After all, Sister Qingcheng had been in contact with Sister Chennying ever since she came to the sect and inherited permafrost. Closing his eyes, Kuei Lang shook all over, gnashing his teeth and showing his deep worry. Pa! Shuafan slammed his heavy hand on his shoulder. Kuei Lang started and looked at Shuafan's dark and scary face. Is Han chennying your girl? Shuafan squinted. Don't worry. Qingcheng is smart. Since she can save one person, she can save many. In any case, without your girl, I would now probably be late to the rescue. I alone have no chance of getting 2 girls out. But now, since there's still time before the appointment, it's enough to send a team in and take down Mystical Heaven Sect. Kuei Lang shuddered and looked at Shuafan in amazement. Danner was also shaken up. Mystical Heaven Sect was one of the 9 sects in Western lands. While conflicts between them existed, an all-out war was out of the question, not when it would draw Double Dragon Manor's attention. No one was about to take such a blame, yet Shuafan, in a fit of anger, didn't care about these things. Even if the consequences would be dire, that would be then. If he did not do this, he would regret it for as long as he lived. Shuafan was seeping with bloodthirst, shocking everyone around him. Danner was even more dazzled by his aura. This guy's insane, but also a mover and a shaker. Whoosh! 2 elderly in white flashed before the group in the 4th layer of ethereal stage. It's Elder Li and Elder Chong. Danner cried out in fear. The elders showed mocking smiles. Seeing Kuei Lang was the strongest at 2nd layer of ethereal stage, they thought they were easy pickings. Danner, you dumb girl, Did you really think you could escape mystical heaven sect? Bam! One elder looked at her with contempt. Yet he did not finish as the sky was filled with blood. Gone was his presence, as was his irritating voice. In his place was a huge scarlet dragon, Zhuofan's almighty scarlet dragon king. Its sharp claw clenched the tenderized flesh, spreading the bloody smell as it squirted what blood it had left. On that dragon was Zhuofan and his cold, dead eyes. In a singular strike he wiped a fourth-layer ethereal stage expert off the face of this world, destroyed in body and soul. The other elder was close to having a mental breakdown. Danner was standing there in shock at Zhuofan's action. She knew Zhuofan was strong, but she didn't think he would let anger take him to the point he would not let the others even speak. It only showed how much Chu Qingqing's plight grated on his nerves. Heaven Dragon Soul, Almighty Scarlet Dragon King? The elder looked on in shock, shaking all over. Why, you're the one young master talked about. The freak at the Double Dragon Gathering? Demon scheming sex Zhuofan. Smirking, Zhuofan mocked. Right in one guess, though I have no prize for you. Bam! With another loud noise, the almighty Scarlet Dragon King's other claw slammed down, crushing him before he even got a chance to wail. His guts and everything sprayed all over the place. Whoosh! With the two pursuing mystical heavens sect elders dealt with, Zhuofan took back his soul and used a sacred stone to set up an instant concealing array around the group. In a blink, all of them vanished from sight. You guys wait here and don't move. I'm going back to the sect for help. Zhuofan gave them a quick look then left. Kuei Lang suddenly said, Steward Zhua, sect leader will never agree to go to war with mystical heaven sect. It's of no consequence. I will bring our people. Squinting, his eyes flashed. Zhuofan's heart had a plan in motion as he flew for the demon scheming sect. Kuei Lang, I'll leave the girls in your care. Don't worry, Steward Zhua. I will do my duty. Kuei Lang cupped his hands, sighing inside. Steward Zhua, please find a way to get Miss Chu and my girl. It's all up to you now. Whoosh. Half a month later, Zhuofan was back in demon scheming sect. With a sign, the space warped to show an entrance. Halt! Who goes there? One disciple popped before Zhuofan, but upon recognition, he jerked back and apologized. Ah, Steward Zhua is back. Forgive my rudeness. It's fine. Zhuofan waved him off. The disciple scratched his head. Thank you, Steward Zhua. That brat kept saying Steward Zhua has left the sect and won't be coming back. It made me so sad these past 2 weeks. Aren't you back now? Ha ha ha. You really missed me? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. The disciple instantly nodded. Of course. It's all thanks to Steward Zhua that we, laborers, no longer live as cattle. You brought us hope for tomorrow. Although now it's different and I don't have the strength to enter Steward Zhua's elite labor office. At the very least I have a future now. I will definitely join next year. Ha ha ha. Good for you. Zhuofan patted his shoulder with a smile. How many others share your thoughts? Startled, the disciple was still honest. Steward Zhua, all of the labor office is immensely grateful for all that you've done for us. All those inner and outer disciples that entered elite labor have gained a lot from it. I believe that most disciples and elders hold Steward Zhua in favor for doing so much for the sect. There's still some left? They're likely inner sect elders trustees. They must be hating your guts. Ha ha ha. The two burst out laughing. Zhuofan nodded and turned serious. Then, how many of you are willing to help me with something? Steward Zhua, you need but say it and we'll brave any dangers. The guy cupped his hands. Good. Is sect leader around? Zhuofan nodded and plodded as he walked for the inner sect. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua. This is because of your feats. The guy sighed. Sect leader has been very busy lately and has no time to stay at the sect. Ever since you shone at the Double Dragon Gathering, many empires want to throw their lot with us. They even want us to move in with them, something only the superior 3 sects can do. Sect leader has been so happy these days, always moving from one empire to another for talks. Zhuofan shook and turned his head back with a devious smile. So sect leader isn't home? That is the case. The disciple gave a numb nod. Grinning wider, Zhuofan laughed. Perfect. This makes it easier. Zhuofan strutted forward for the inner gate, leaving the disciple scratching his head. Steward Zhua is acting strange. Dang. A bell toll was heard throughout the sect. All elders and venerables jerked at the sound, rushing for the main hall. For God's sake, who the hell is the fool to mess with the bell and call for a meeting? The Double Dragon gathering is over and it's only been 2 days since last time. What's so important this time? One elder grumbled as he dragged himself over to the hall. A venerable came to him and mocked. Are you stupid? The sect leader isn't around. Only the high venerable has the right to toll. But he has always been a simple man and never used the bell. Though there is one with the nerve to do it. Venerable sure? The elder's mouth twitched. Their inner faction had been losing all the time. We, from the elite labor, are twice as many as them. Yet he still has the never to make a fuss? Is he after a power play now that sect leader isn't here? The venerable shrugged. Who knows? Ha ha ha. One thing's for sure, he doesn't have the strength. All oldies were going towards the main hall filled with doubt. Venerable Sure frowned in his home. Next to him was his prized disciple, Wuxia. Wuxia, did you make contact with him? Venerable Sure muttered. Wuxia spoke in earnest. Master, they have all agreed and await something to happen here. What can happen when they all run off? Venerable Sure mocked. It looks like there are still people out there unconcerned by fame and fortune, shirking off their merits. Zhuofan, that's mighty noble of you, leaving after your big win. Do you not care about your career? Or is it that you sensed the danger around you and made the logical choice? Venerable Sure's eyes shone as he sighed. He had been waiting for the moment to act for so long it made him depressed. Wuxia was also helpless. Zhuofan has always been unexpected and unpredictable. Dang. The clear sound of a bell echoed out in the courtyard. Venerable Sure raised an eyebrow and looked at the inner sect with a frown. That twerp Xiaowu isn't home, so who dare toll the main hall's bell instead of me? Venerable Sure's eyes shone. Maybe this is the chance we've all been waiting for. The two rushed over. In the main hall there was now a sea of people. All elders and venerables had gathered, all looking stumped at the man in center. He tolled the bell. Elders and venerables of demon scheming sect, have all of you come? Zhuofan looked at them with a cold eye. Ugh. They all started, with venerable by looking at Zhuofan curiously. Steward Zhua, what is this? Only the sect leader and high venerable can toll the inner sect bell. Though they had been some using it without permission in the past, you're still a disciple. If you need us to do something, you could have just asked and not made a scene. Hee hee. Venerable Bai, who are you talking about here? One elder of Venerable Sure's faction barked. High Venerable hardly interferes in sect matters and goes where he wants. For Venerable Sure to come forward is only natural. What's wrong in him tolling the bell? Isn't it above his status still? What's hard to understand? He schemes for power. Venerable Bai mocked. The other elder was enraged. Zhuofan held out a bright badge, with Xia written on it. Is this authority enough? Sect leader's badge. The oldies shook and bowed. Greetings, sect leader. Zhuofan was akin to Xiaowu holding that badge. Since Xiaowu wasn't home, it left Zhuofan room to weasel in. Elders and venerables of the demon scheming sect must obey sect leader's orders. They all bowed and none dared refute him. Zhuofan shouted, Demon scheming sect's elders and venerables will now listen to my commands, or they will be punished by sect rules. Yes, sir. The crowd bowed again. The entire sect is to come with me to mystical heaven sect. What? They all looked at him in shock. He wanted everyone to go to mystical heaven sect. What for? That would leave their sect empty and would cause God knew what by going into another sect's turf. Everyone was hesitating. Is this sect leader's true intention? Even Venerable Qi and Bai, people on Zhuofan's side, were looking lost. Only one person looked joyfully at Zhuofan on the highest chair, Venerable Shi. Hee Zhuofan, you're back at last. The bigger the noise you make, the better. Allow this old man to lend you a hand as well. Venerable Shi grinned like a winner. What's going on here? Who tolled the bell? Acting like he just showed up, Venerable Shi looked tense as he walked in front. Seeing his elders were also here, one came before him and pointed at Zhuofan. Venerable Shi. Zhuofan holds the sect leader badge and rang the bell, convening this meeting. Now he wants everyone in the sect to march for Mystical Heaven sect. What? Venerable Shi looked deeply at Zhuofan, then at the badge. Zhuofan gave him a cold look. He knew that Venerable Shi was the boss of the inner sect. Even though Xiaoyue was the sect leader, he was still being contradicted in cases, which made it even harder just by having his badge. In this case, if he was blocked, he would just have to set Venerable Shi as an example for the rest of them. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst while the oldies looked at his defiant gaze with mockery. You're just a mere disciple with a bit of merit to your name. Even if you're sect leader's right hand, not even sect leader himself would be able to do what he wanted if Venerable Shi was against it. Wanting to use some piece of wood to cower us? You don't know the power of the inner sect by the looks of it. Venerable Qi and the others from the labor office watched while calculating gains and losses. If Zhuofan was going against Venerable Shi, they would side with him. Although Zhuofan's order was casual, it had deep implications and should be treated with care. But he had sect leader's badge and was also labor office's representative. Be it in a vie for power in an empire or the clashes between sects, it always came down to following the one that adhered to their goals. Zhuofan was the rock of the labor office, so no matter how ridiculous his request was, they would back him up. This was a fight for interests. The hall was split in two groups on the spot, glaring at each other as they were on the brink of war, plunging the sect into a bitter fight. However, Venerable Shi's action left everyone shocked. Both factions stared at him in stupefaction. Bowing before the badge, Venerable Shi spoke with utmost respect. Greetings, sect leader, I obey your order. Venerable Shi. His faction looked at him lost, the same for labor office's side. What's with Venerable Shi all of a sudden? Why did he cave so soon when he always fought tooth and nail with sect leader? Is Zhuofan's aura so grand that it shook him? Everyone's mind was thrown for a loop at the sudden development. Glaring at them, Venerable Shi spoke earnestly. Impudent! Zhuofan carries sect leader's badge, which makes him the highest power beneath sect leader. His words are sect leaders. How dare you defy his orders? We won't. They all hung their head. Zhuofan and Venerable Qi's side were filled with doubt. Did he wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning? Ignoring their puzzled gazes, Venerable Shi smiled. Ha ha ha. Since this is sect leader's will, we can only follow it. Only we can't leave the sect empty. May I leave a few inner sect elders and disciple to defend it? Steward Zhua. Eyeing him, Zhuofan nodded. He didn't want to take them in the first place, only labor office's elders, or if they came as well, it might spell trouble at the worst moment. Though Venerable Shi's attitude was very peculiar, queer in fact. Why is he helping me for a change? Frowning, Zhuofan looked dead in the weasel's eyes, pondering and finally letting it go. Time was no longer a luxury right now. All right, we'll do as Venerable Shi said. The inner sect elders and venerables shall stay behind while labor offices will follow me. Zhuofan nodded and boomed. Everyone nodded and bowed in response. Venerable Qi's team had their doubts, but now, to support Zhuofan, they kept silent. Since even Venerable Shi, who was always against us, didn't make a fuss, why should we? So, Zhuofan led the oldies group as they walked out of the main hall with great fanfare. Soon, the entire sect was in a clamor as the disciples gathered to set off. Watching the lively scene, Venerable Shi had a nasty smile. An elder next to him frowned. Venerable Shi, why would you allow such a serious action? It's because it's so serious that we must let the kid do it. I can't let him run off again without stirring things. Ha ha ha. Venerable Shi stroked his beard. his eyes glinting. Getting rid of him alone isn't enough. We must remove the elite labor office down to the root as well. Or they would just rise again and we'll regret it. Now that he's asking for it, we should further his manic plans and let him destroy himself. The others frowned, with only Grand Elder able to see the wisdom in it and shaking his head. The kid has done it this time. Demon scheming sect's disciples had their orders and soon gathered. Kuei Gang and Yuer were obviously there, since they were the closest to Zhuofan. Soon there were tens of thousands of disciples at the ready. Zhuofan looked around before setting off with all of them. The entire demon scheming sect was now empty and eerily silent, with only 100 elders holding down the fort. 2 weeks later, Kuei Gang and the girls were tense, waiting for news from Zhuofan. Seeing how another month passed, the four were tense about Chu Qingcheng and the others' fate, as well as if Zhuofan would be able to bring any help. Rumble. The sky darkened and thunder rolled. The black clouds loomed overhead, reflecting the downcast mood they felt inside. It was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Looking above, those were not clouds but a sea of people that came right for them. The one leading them was none other than Zhuofan. Kuei Lang cried out, "Heavens above, Steward Zhua got the entire sect to come? Why are there so many people here to get our girls? How high could Zhuofan even be in the demon scheming sect? Your sect leader is willing to fight mystical heaven sect all because he asked." Demon scheming sect looked stunned. The other two girls were excited. Across all Western lands, only one man had such a charisma to get so many people to move. Zhuofan. Not that others lacked the power, but none were crazy enough to go to such lengths as attacking a sect for a girl. None but Zhuofan. Whoosh! Zhuofan led the descent. Kuei Lang's group rushed over with gratitude. "Steward Zhua, your name is so widespread and heavy that sect leader gave you such force. I am in awe of being able to follow someone like you." Zhuofan, however, made a gesture for him to keep silent. "Keep it down. This isn't Xie Wuyue's doing. Luckily, he was away and I could bring so many." Kuei Lang's scalp was numb. "Also, these guys don't know why I've brought them yet. So don't say anything and leave the explaining to me." Zhuofan grinned at the four. Yet they were all shell-shocked. Kuei Lang was even shaking all over. "Steward Zhua, you didn't tell them anything and still brought them? When they find out we're gonna save our girls, won't they turn on us?" Kuei Lang felt like crying. "I can even see my master over there." His master was against being with Han Qianying, and he was wondering just how pissed off he'd be once he found out he was here just to save her. Zhuofan patted his shoulder. "Do you want to save her?" "I do." "How much?" "With every fiber of my being." Kuei Lang spoke heavily. Zhuofan nodded and smiled. "Then leave it all to me." With a wise look in his eyes, Zhuofan turned to the elders and released his mighty aura. Seeing him so high and mighty, Kuei Lang finally realized that he was unlike any of them. They were still hesitating even if they wanted to do this, while Zhuofan was a man of action and determination. That was why he, as a mere disciple, led most of the demon scheming sect's elders and venerables. Cough. Clearing his throat, Zhuofan looked at the elders and venerables, his face hard and dead serious. "People, we'll stop here for now. I have to make you understand why we're going to Mystical Heaven Sect. Everyone get ready and prepare for action." They all frowned at how he spoke. They already found the fact he got all the experts from the sect strange. But Zhuofan's hard look seemed to show this matter had far more implications than he let on. They all looked at him, tension clear in their expressions. "We're going to Mystical Heaven Sect too." Zhuofan squinted and shouted, "Attack! To teach them a lesson." "What?" They cried out instantly at such a preposterous idea. Venerable Bai even refuted, "Steward Zhua, to that's going over the line. The 9 sect scuffles are minor. But to attack a sect like this without justification is criminal. The Double Dragon Manor will definitely intervene at some point and will punish us. None of us can take such blame. Not even sect leader." Zhuofan scratched his nose. Justification? Did grabbing girls sounded better? Who the hell would risk their lives then? Steward Zhua, is this really sect leader's intent? Venerable Qi looked at Kuei Lang and figured something out. If sect leader has no real reason, it's best we go back. It's not too late. If we go now, none of us can take on such a heavy responsibility for what may come. Venerable Qi looked long at Zhua Fan as he advised. He was reminding Steward Zhua, a mere girl ain't worth going crazy over. We can still turn back. Let's pretend that nothing happened before we lose more than we can afford. Venerable Qi didn't expose Zhua Fan's intent as a huge gesture of respect, but would Zhua Fan balk so easily? Zhua Fan huffed and glared at them all. Do you know why I never stated the reason back in the sect? It's because I feared Venerable Shi's lies would block the attack on Mystical Heaven sect. Why? Because if they lost this battle, they would lose everything. We, however, aren't afraid, because we came from nothing and everything will be earned after. It's never in the now. They all shook and looked on with serious faces. The laborers were even echoing him. Many things had happened in the Double Dragon gathering, but I did not let the three venerables speak of them, out of fear that you would be impulsive. With a drawn-out sigh, Zhua Fan continued with a crestfallen tone. Actually, our achievements could have been higher, but because of Mystical Heaven sect schemes, we suffered in singles, losing our chance to be a superior 3 sect. That really happened. The oldies whispered among each other in anger. Zhua Fan eyed Fiend Yang, shouting, Venerable Fiend Yang, isn't that so? Why yes. Startled, Fiend Yang bobbed his head. Though Zhua Fan had deliberated with the team on this matter before, to report only the good news for a greater achievement. Yet Zhua Fan had now used it as an excuse to get Chu Qingqing. He was going to do anything to instill hatred into these people and save his girl. Fiend Yang had no clue about this, so he just agreed. With a dark look, Zhua Fan gnashed his teeth. Sect leader was enraged when he heard the dire consequences. Mystical Heaven sect is a lower 3 sect like we used to be. Now that we're about to be a real middle 3 sect, are we about to stand their humiliation? That's why sect leader sent me a month earlier to return the favor, to show off our sect's power. Having seen Steward Zhua's light, they now knew he didn't leave for the secular world as it was said, but because of sect leader's order. But just as I got to Mystical Heaven sect, something grave happened. Zhua Fan's tone shifted. They want to combine with Heaven Trailing sect. This will raise them above the middle 3 sect's power just so they would suppress us from the shadows. Hearing this news, I rushed to report to sect leader. In this time, there were even 2 elders who came to silence me. But of course I killed them instead. What? The oldies exploded in rage. Mystical Heaven sect was too damn presumptuous. Leaving Double Dragon Gathering's schemes behind, sending elders to kill our greatest contributor must be punished. Do they think Demon Scheming sect can be messed with? Seeing their anger, Zhua Fan grinned on the inside. Sect leader was also furious hearing of this and wanted to deal with them personally. But you all know sect leader is holding talks with all kinds of empires. If we get pushed back because of 2 sects, it will affect our name. That's why sect leader had me make the first move. Since we can't win Heaven Trailing sect, that doesn't mean we can't touch its little bro. So sect leader gave me his badge, leaving me in charge. Even if Double Dragon Manor would punish us, we have to fight for our name. We are a middle 3 sect now, not something a lower 3 sect can mess with. This fight will establish us among the middle 3 sections. As long as Mystical Heaven sect isn't destroyed, what's so grave about some punishment? I would even return the 2,000 sacred stones if I had to, just to preserve our name in the Western lands. Steward Zhua is truly honorable. If you do it, how can't we? Let's mess him up. The crowd cheered with a roar, ready to go kill their way into Mystical Heaven sect. Kuei Lang had a dumb look on his face. Steward Zhua's wild boasting had the sect's elders thirsting for battle. Now even if sect leader shows up, they won't stop either. Just how did these shrewd old guys end up taken in by Zhua Fan's words so easily? That was because Zhua Fan had preyed on their minds. To get someone to give their life for you, benefits were a must. Pillaging Mystical Heaven sect. On the other hand, there was also a need for a reason. Sect leader's order was the perfect excuse. While also making him the scapegoat, Zhuofan even said he would return his sacred stones if he had to. It showed he'd take the blame as well. And finally, focusing their anger on a common enemy, getting everyone roaring to go. Everything went as Zhuofan wanted it to. He got every oldie on board, even if they had some doubts. Because Zhuofan had smoothened over their worries already. Now all they had to do was follow Zhuofan into battle and get those girls back. Who? Zhuofan eased a breath and sported a strange grin. Danner was stumped. This big talker actually got this motley crew to save someone. Even I would have believed him if I didn't know something about this. Ha ha ha. Venerable Qi shook his head. Fiend Yang's brow shook. Wasn't that badge used to be the leader in the Double Dragon Gathering? How did it become Wuyue's proof to attack Mystical Heaven Sect? Fiend Yang was perplexed. The disciples who went to Double Dragon Gathering were also aware of the gaps in that glorious speech. But they were on Zhuofan's side. The previously puzzled demon scheming sex crowd was now united under a single thought: to kill. All that was left was to get to Mystical Heaven Sect. Seeing as he could not stop Zhuofan, Venerable Qi proposed a valid point. Steward Zhua, Mystical Heaven Sect is mostly the same size as us, but we are now going without everyone and are about to attack their home ground. It'll be hard to beat them behind their array. The people stopped being noisy and frowned. True. Zhuofan's brow shook and grinned. He turned around to look at a black cloud coming over, led by a familiar figure. Brother Zhua, we've come to help? Who? The demon scheming sex people looked up to see the sky covered by a throng of men as they flew over. In the lead was a man in his 20s, filled with vigor and regal. Zhuofan's features softened as he smiled. You've grown, Yunhai. Brothers have come to answer the call. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and laughed. Ha ha ha. Now we have enough men. My 2 armies will join forces and win. Whoosh. Just like pitch-black rain, they all landed like a downpour behind Luo Yunhai. He came before Zhuofan in excitement. Brother Zhua, it's been ages. How have you been? All right. Zhuofan grinned and patted his shoulder. I'm relieved you've now grown into your role as clan head. You must be skilled now in leading the Luo clan. Luo Yunhai shook his head. It's all because Brother Zhua set the stage. With the 3 stewards minding everything, even as a clan head, I didn't have much worry. Ha ha ha. A clan head's greatest ability is to manage his people. If you'd micromanage everything in the clan, then you wouldn't be a clan head. A smile was splayed on Zhuofan's face. Those 3 are called the wisest 3 in Tianyu. It's clearly not for nothing. With them by your side, I had no worries. Luo Yunhai was worried though. But Big Brother Zhua, I always hoped you'd come back. I've always kept the Grand Steward spot empty for you. Even Steward Zhuge won't touch it. As for the other 2, you got their positions set. When will you be coming back? I'll be a steward again when I return? Zhuofan grinned at him. I'm currently soaring through the ranks, yet to come back down. Startled, Luo Yunhai blinked at Zhuofan. There's another empty seat as well, my cis-husband. You could always, forget it. It's better to be a steward. Zhuofan shook his head. I already have a wife. I sent a jade slip over to call for help just to save her then go back to the Luo clan. Truly. Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Just then, a rough voice sounded from behind. Steward Zhua, you're coming back at last? We've waited ages for this. Zhuofan looked up to see a very familiar face. His number 1 aide, Li Jingtian. He was already in the 6th layer of ethereal stage, bursting with power and might. His grand aura even forced the weaker cultivators back. Next to him was Qiu Yanhai Shueqingjian, the 2 sages and tens of others in the ethereal stage. While foreign to him, they all held Zhuofan in high regard. Elder Li, everyone, long time no see. I'm indebted to you for this. Zhuofan cupped his hand before them. Returning the gesture, they said, Steward Zhua, it's our duty. Thank you all. Let's rush to Mystical Heaven Sect. Zhuofan cupped his hands again and shouted. The Luo clan bowed and took to the skies. Till the end! The demon-scheming sex crowd was in shock at such display. These guys only had around 40 ethereal stage experts. Yet Zhuofan only told them to fight and they obeyed. No questions asked, not caring about their safety. The demon-scheming sect had many reservations in this battle, yet they looked at Zhuofan's serious face with a lost look then sighed. They are Steward Zhuo's clansmen, of course they trust him. They didn't even ask for a reason to fight, only for Zhuofan to tell them to. It went to show just how highly he was seen among them. No wonder Steward Zhuo abandoned demon-scheming sex prospects to return home. This clan was worth it. Fiend Yang and Venerable Qi sighed. Dad. A childish voice came from the skies once more. The people looked up to see a red glow flash before them, taking the shape of a 7-year-old. Only this kid could fly, and from the faint aura he gave, he was definitely in the ethereal stage. All of Demon Scheming Sect was shocked. How did this kid train? This is ludicrous. Only Zhuofan and Luo clan knew that he was Tianyu's #1 freak, invincible scamp Gu Santong. No matter how freaky and tough Zhuofan was, he fell in second place. Not that it mattered when they were practically related. Dad! Gu Santong landed right in Zhuofan's arms, cheering. Zhuofan smiled. Kid, you came at last. I thought the old guy wouldn't let you. As if, even if Uncle said no, I'd just sneak out to help my old man. Gu Santong was so glad he was holding Zhuofan in a tight and long hug. Zhuofan was also happy to see him. However, the demon scheming sect was dumbstruck. A freak like Zhuofan had a 7-year-old in the ethereal stage. His entire family is made of freaks. They could only sigh and shake their heads. Eh? Gu Santong pointed at the two sages. Why aren't you two dead yet? Last time you had me trapped real tight. Now you dare show your faces again before me? Let me just send you off then. Permanently. Gu Santong was about to jump out of Zhuofan's arms and straight at the two. The sages tensed and fell back. Young Sanzi, they're with me. I also helped you by teaching them a lesson. It's all in the past now. Zhuofan grabbed Gu Santong and explained. Startled, Gu Santong turned to him, and only after a while did he nod. How smart of you. You're only alive for being on Dad's side, humph. Snickering, Gu Santong raised his tiny fist at the two and the sage's side. Young lord, it's you who always messed with us. You're just as unreasonable as your old man. Scratch that, you're worse. The sages felt helpless before the duo bearing the same insufferable attitude. That's enough catching up. Let's see how we're going to attack Mystical Heaven Sect. After pleasantries, Zhuofan turned serious. Yunhai, how many did you bring? Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. The 4 tigers of Tianyu are defending the border. Elder Yen is handling alchemy, while the stewards handle the internal affairs. Except for them, Luo Alliance's entire power is now present. We have 50 ethereal stage experts, 5,000 in the radiant stage, and 100,000 large flying tiger army. Demon scheming sects oldies clicked their tongues. For a mere clan to gather such force sure is a rarity. As our agent in Tianyu, he really is amazing. Then we will make up for each side's gaps. Next will be crushing their home advantage. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and waved at the 2 armies to come and hear his plan. They all lit up and looked at him in stunned silence. 2 months later, in a dark room in Mystical Heaven Sect, the sound of the door unlocking was heard as the heavy iron door creaked open. A savage face was revealed, yet he wore the lavish clothes of a gentleman, Xianxia. In this dark place sat 3 girls, Chu Qingcheng, Shui Ruohua, and a woman in her 30s, of soft skin and black eyebrows. Despite being pale, she kept her grace. Senior Sister Chenying, is this really necessary? Xianxia bore a twisted smile as he mocked. Your confinement will soon end. 20 years have passed, yet you still cling to this. You're unmarried, so I don't need you. Why must you cause such a scene? Glancing at him with a cold look, she spoke. Xiaoyu, I've watched you grow and thought you'd be different from your father. I was wrong. Your demons are worse than your father's. Your father loves his son dearly. Which is yours? My father. The sect leader is your master, no? The way you talk is like you don't see him like that anymore. Xianxia huffed and turned to Chu Qingqing's flawless beauty with intoxication. Everything I do is for love. Junior sister Qingqing. Half a year is almost up and he still hasn't showed up. You better hold your end. Don't worry, I won't suck you dry. I know restraint. I wish to grow old with you. Chu Qingqing's brow rose and she spoke flatly. He will come. Since he said he'll be here in 6 months, then he will be here. If he won't show, it's because you stopped him. I will always hold on until he comes before me. Humph. A demonic cultivator entering a righteous sect? Demon? Ha ha ha. Who is the real demon here? I wonder. Han Qianying mocked. Xianxia was furious and clenched his fists, but he controlled himself. Then, a frantic disciple rushed over to report, Young master. There's someone outside the sect asking for you. He said he's Zhuo Fan from Demon Scheming Sect. Zhuo Fan. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. This manic demon dares to knock on mystical heaven sect's door? The girls were startled and Chu Qingqing was smiling. Looking at her, Han Qianying smiled. Junior sister, your guy ain't bad. Just the fact he faces mystical heaven sect alone shows he's worth it. But I'm not content. I want to see him and hear his answer. Smiling, Chu Qingqing sighed. Shui Ruohua looked on in envy. Junior sister, a man that cares for you will be with you forever. I believe his answer will be the one you wanted. Enough. Xianxia snorted. Demonic cultivators are cruel. How can a damn demonic cultivator be fit to stand next to junior sister Qingqing? His flowery speech has duped her. I will never let her be deceived by such a shameless fiend. Shui Ruohua sighed. Junior brother? How did you turn out like this? So petty and greedy. You weren't like that before. I changed, you say? It's you who changed. You've always been cold like ice and against demonic cultivators. While now you let yourself be taken by the demonic path. Xianxia's eyes turned bloodshot from anger. Even if you changed, it doesn't matter. I refuse to let Qingqing sink any lower. Han Qianying watched his crazed attitude and sighed to Shui Ruohua. Junior sister, let it go. He's been taken by his demons. He's even worse than a demonic cultivator. He won't wake up. His father must know this as well, yet what does he do? He still caters to his crazed son's whims yet says he purges demons? His son wouldn't have ended up like this if he hadn't pampered him to this extent. Sigh, his father has been overcome by his demon as well, or he wouldn't have dragged junior sister Qingqing into this. Mystical heaven sect has long since stopped being righteous. Shui Ruohua's heart was crushed and she sighed. Mystical heaven sect was where she grew up, always being righteous as it was. But at some point, she noticed that it had turned rotten. Its glory, hiding a deep shadow more dreadful than a demonic sect. Her sadness only deepened. Xianxia mocked. Junior sister Qingqing, you really think I'll let Zhuo Fan go since he came alone to mystical heaven sect? Or what, you'll detain him? Someone so important to demon scheming sect? Chu Qingqing sneered. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. There are plenty of ways to keep him here. Don't underestimate me, junior sister. You can't beat him and I advise you not to taunt him, lest you want your life to be over. Chu Qingqing spoke. Xianxia's heart shook. Then he was enraged. Her cold attitude showed how little she cared about him. He clenched his fists and came to a decision. Junior sister, you'll see. I will make him crawl like a dog before me. We'll see who's the final winner. Guard. Yes, young master. One disciple bowed. Did Zhuo Fan come alone? Is there anyone with him? Xianxia squinted. The disciple reported, Young master, there is one man with him, one called Kuei Lang. Kuei Lang? Isn't that senior sister Qianying's close friend? Ha ha ha. Xianxia snickered at her. Senior sister Qianying, you were just praising Qingqing's yearning, but yours isn't any humbler. Because of his love for you, Kuei Lang had abandoned his match with me in the Double Dragon gathering, risking his sex punishment. How else would we get to beat demon scheming sect in singles? Now that he came waltzing in here like an ignorant fool, I bet senior sister must be wanting to see him too. Han Qianying shook. Xianxia snickered. Don't worry. I'll make sure to leave his corpse for senior sister to bury. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed as he left. The iron door closed shut behind him. Han Qianying clenched her fists, her heart a mess of joy and sorrow. Then she started blaming Kuei Lang. This foolish man, coming to mystical heaven sect. But I'm relieved that he still remembers me after all these years. I didn't suffer 20 years in vain. Chu Qingcheng smiled at her. Senior sister, rest easy. With Zhuofan around, he will be fine. That guy of yours is that amazing? Can he stand tall before mystical heaven sect? Han Qianying asked curiously. She admired Zhuofan's courage, but she was still skeptical about his power. Mystical heaven sect was a sect after all, and he'd be trapped in its array once inside. How was he to protect Kuei Lang when he had to worry about himself first? She knew Zhuofan was revered in demon scheming sect, but Xianxia had become obsessed and would not care if the sects became enemies. Young master must be planning to get rid of them at all costs. Who will save them then? Chu Qingcheng smiled to ease her worries. I know Zhuofan better than anyone, so relax. He never was one to lose out. I have never seen him lose in any of his fights. I believe he came prepared this time as well. Chu Qingcheng's face was one of absolute trust. Han Qianying watched, stunned. Shui Ruohua nodded as well. Senior sister, I've seen Zhuofan as well. He's not normal. Kuei Lang should be safe with him. Han Qianying looked at them and took a deep breath to calm her heart. All she could do was pray that this unknown and mysterious Zhuofan would be capable of a miracle to keep both of them safe. Outside of mystical heaven sect, an opening popped into thin air, followed by a disciple coming out and welcoming Zhuofan and Kuei Lang. Honored guests, sect leader welcomes you in his hall. The disciple was in the profound heaven stage. He bowed and spoke amiably. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Mystical heaven sect wants to play around, huh? This is clearly a trap. Not that they were scared, since they came willingly into the tiger's den. The two cupped their hands and Zhuofan spoke, Thank you for leading us. The disciple bowed again and took them in. Steward Zhua, they didn't attack outside because they want to get rid of all traces on the inside. They don't want to take any chances. Kuei Lang sent to Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled and nodded, sending back, That's for sure. They went for the girls and know why I'm here. Since they welcome us in, it shows they want to kill us outright, not caring about the demon scheming sect. Then we don't need to hold back at all. But before we start, we must make sure the girls are safe. We can't have them using them as hostages. Kuei Lang's eyes flashed. They soon arrived at the flashy main hall. The disciple led Zhuofan and Kuei Lang inside. But on the main seat they saw an old man that was barely skin and bones with a hard look and dignified aura. The disciple bowed. Greetings, sect leader. The honored guests have arrived. Leave us. Sect leader Xian spoke and the disciple left. Sect leader Xian looked Zhuofan in the eye. It is you, Zhuofan. Does sect leader Xian know me? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Sect leader Xian nodded. 10 years ago, in Tianyu Empire, I chose Chu Qingcheng to prepare for Double Dragon Gathering, while Xie Wuyue chose you. I thought I had him pay a heavy price for you, but I was astonished to find out how much you shone in the Double Dragon Gathering. Your name shook the western lands. I can see that sect leader Xie's eyes were sharper than mine. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian is too kind. Zhuofan smiled. This old bag of bones. What's with that heavy look? What Double Dragon Gathering preparations? You clearly took her for your son. You think I don't know? Hypocrite. Zhuofan and Kuei Lang despised him on the inside. Sect leader Xian's face was flat as he said, I can't help but wonder, what has brought you to my sect? Can it be that sect leader hasn't heard? Zhuofan raised a taunting eyebrow. Qingcheng and I come from Tianyu and have known each other since. I owed her a clear answer since then and never got to give it yet. At the Double Dragon gathering, I came upon a realization, so I had told her that I would give her an answer half a year later. Now I have come to fulfill that promise. Sect leader Xian squinted and turned colder on the spot. Is it love? Oh, sect leader Xian is so wise to see it. Shuafan nodded with a smile. Kuei Lang at the side had to hide his chuckling. Bam! Sect leader Xian slammed the armrest in anger and jumped to his feet. Shuafan, you're a demon-scheming sect disciple. If you're here on sect matters, I'm most open for discussions, but my sect has rules too. My disciples are forbidden from being friendly with demonic cultivators, especially about fraternizing. For you to mention this to me, are you perhaps doing it to mock my sect rules? Men, seize them. Yes. Sect leader Xian issued his order and the main hall was flooded with people from everywhere. All profound heaven disciples. Shuafan sneered. Did this guy not hear about my feats at Double Dragon Gathering? When even ethereal stage experts were no match for him, what was he doing throwing small fries at him? Since so many came at a mere shout, it was obvious this was premeditated. This wasn't to capture them, but to force them to strike first. Sect leader Xian knew killing demon-scheming sect's best disciple just from a mere offense was the worst way to do it. He had to get this disciple to make the first move, by killing mystical heaven sect's people and sealing his fate. The fact one killed their men, even in their own home, was inexcusable, making it so killing him in turn was totally justified. Not even Double Dragon Manor might get involved. This sly dog wants us killed. Shuafan squinted and just stood there. Kuei Lang looked calm as well, giving Shuafan a look of admiration. It's all going as Steward Zhua predicted. This old coot really wants to make us start killing. First is to lure us into a crime, then use experts to purge us for the demons we are. Thank God Steward Zhua saw it coming or we'd have started killing. Not so fast. Shuafan shouted. Sect leader Xian, you knew long ago why we're here. Why all the theatrics? Let's be blunt about it and talk business. Sect leader Xian watched the two as the tide of people only surrounded them. He knew his plan fell through and waved. All of you leave. The disciples started, then receded as the tide, gone in a blink and leaving the three alone once more. You're worthy of your reputation in Tianyu Empire, to have your name echoing far and wide after Double Dragon Gathering as well. Steward Zhua sure is something. Steward Zhua nodded. If anyone else would have come to me with this, I'd hardly care. But Steward Zhua, since it's you, I'm a little intrigued. What kind of business are you talking about? Zhuafan smiled. Sect leader Xian, Mystical Heaven Sect has lost in the Double Dragon Gathering and hardly got anything. Ha ha ha, not that much. It's pretty much the same as always. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Sect leader Xian noticed something. Zhuafan, where are you going with this? Nowhere, really, only considering Sect leader Xian's position. Demon Scheming Sect and Mystical Heaven Sect have always been at odds. Demon Scheming Sect now has 10,000 sacred stones to grow. Mystical Heaven Sect only got 200. 100 years from now, Demon Scheming Sect will soar while Mystical Heaven Sect will be stuck. Even if there were more Double Dragon gatherings, do you really believe you have the power to turn it around? What are the odds of something like Demon Scheming Sect's sudden rise happening again? At that time, who knows what our sect leader would do? Zhuafan had an evil smile on his face as he looked at Kuei Lang. Getting a little bit of kick out of it, right? Ha ha ha. Steward Zhua, you have a much too kind opinion of our sect leader. When the time comes, he won't stop there. He'll make sure none of those that offended him will ever return. Right, it's you who's been in the sect for longer and got his temper. Ha ha ha. Zhuafan patted Kuei Lang's shoulder. Kuei Lang laughed as well. Sect leader Xian's cheek twitched. Zhuafan, just say what you want. Let's make a deal. His face back to being serious, Zhuafan began. You know what I want. I got 2,000 sacred stones from the Double Dragon Gathering, almost the same amount the last spot in Middle 3 sects got. If you have them and grow up fast, in the next Double Dragon Gathering you won't fall so far behind of Demon Scheming Sect. Sect leader Xian's eyes lit up. He probed, You mean you're willing to give me 2,000 sacred stones? It's not give, but trade. Zhuofan squinted. We only want Chu Qingcheng and Han Qianying. Then these sacred stones are yours to do what you please with them. Quite the bargain. Sect leader Xian frowned. His heart filled stirred by all kinds of feelings, even as his face looked stone cold. You want me to give my disciples to 2 demonic cultivators just for that? What do you take me? Businessman. Zhuofan cut him off with a smile. You made a deal with Qingcheng the first time. Now I am the one making a deal with you. You had Qingcheng come to your sect for Double Dragon Gathering. Now it's over and you didn't get to win much either. And now that I come to you with a losing deal on my part, you're not going to take it? Sect leader Xian's beard shook as he frowned. Using disciples in a deal is not the righteous path. But seeing how you're so willing, then of the 2, just one. It's either both or the deal is off. We'll just leave and won't even take them. Demonic cultivators are cruel at the core and we want the 2 just so we can ease our regrets. But if the price is too high, we'd rather not take it. Breaking emotions is a road we all must take. Zhuofan's eyes flashed, giving sect leader Xian no chance to haggle. Sect leader Xian knows that I only have 2,000 sacred stones on me. I also only want the 2 girls. From the start, our chips were called, and this deal can only have 2 outcomes. Please, enough with the games, sect leader Xian. You're looking down on our sincerity. Amazing! Sect leader Xian was dumbstruck, but then he sighed. Men, bring Qingcheng and Qianying. Yes. One disciple outside the doors shouted and rushed to comply. Zhuofan and Kuei Lang nodded and grinned. It all went perfectly so far. The old coot was taken in by the sacred stones. Easing a breath, sect leader Xian felt stuck. He discovered that ever since Zhuofan showed up, everything went his way. Being led around like this left him feeling most unsettled. Not even when talking with Xiaoyue would he lose so much ground. Sect leader Xian was glum inside, so he said, Zhuofan, does Xiaoyue know you're giving up 2,000 sacred stones for 2 girls? If sect leader knew, would we have reached here? Zhuofan smiled. We all know using resources on the enemy isn't good for the sect, but demonic cultivators are selfish. For our girls, we sometimes have no choice but to ignore the sect. Sect leader Xian nodded. Just like I thought. Xiaoyue has no clue about this. That's good. They came by themselves. That means they don't have demon scheming sect backing them. Even if I take the stones, then I can... Sect leader Xian's eyes flashed with bloodthirst as he made a sinister grin. Xian Xiaoyu just came out of that room and was about to go to main hall, to prance around as Zhuofan was at his death door. Yet he saw a disciple rushing to where the girls were held and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Young master. The guy bowed. Young master. I am obeying sect leader's order, taking Chu Qingcheng and Han Qianying to the main hall. What? Xian Xiaoyu looked at the main hall in shock. Father, what the hell are you doing? What happened to the 2 from the demon scheming sect? Are they dead yet? Feeling restless for some reason, Xian Xiaoyu grabbed the disciple's shoulder as he asked. The disciple was slightly scared, holding in the pain coming from his shoulder as he faltered. They and sect leader were at odds at first. Sect leader gave the order to kill them. But then what? Xian Xiaoyu stared fixedly at him. Gulping, the guy hesitated. Then sect leader had us leave. They talked some more, seemingly reaching a conclusion. Then sect leader had me bring the ladies. Beat it! Xian Xiaoyu roared, pushing him. His cheek twitched, his eyes exploding with fury. Reaching a conclusion? What the hell is that old coot doing? Didn't I tell him Zhuofan must be killed? Why are they just chatting? The disciple slowly got back to his feet, not even looking the angry young master in the eye. Young master, if that is all. I have to pass the order. Hold it. Xian Xiaoyu barked and the guy almost cried in fear. He didn't know how he was supposed to face such a crazed young master. He feared the young master would explode and kill him. Ever since Double Dragon Gathering, the young master was unnatural, his mood volatile. Many junior brothers were killed at the slightest whim. It would not be much if this was a demonic sect. But we're a righteous sect here. How can you kill left and right? But since he was sect leader's son, everyone had no choice but to bear it. The guy spoke on the verge of crying. Young master, how may I help you? I'm coming with you. I want to see what game Zhuofan is playing to unsettle the old man. Xianxia clenched his fists as his face twisted in rage. 15 minutes later, the heavy iron door opened with a creak. Xianxia and the disciple were back inside. Chu Qingqing mocked. Back already? Xianxia was vexed. He didn't answer. The disciple walked up. By sect leader's order, senior sisters Qingqing and Qianying, please come to the main hall. Why should we? Chu Qingqing asked back. The disciple shook his head. I don't know. After sect leader talked with the two disciples from demon scheming sect, he told me to get Pa. Before he finished, the disciple was met with disaster in the form of a hard slap. It hit his cheek with so much force, he was bleeding from the mouth and collapsed. You're supposed to relay the order, not run your mouth. Xianxia glared. The disciple was overcome with injustice, but did not voice a word. The girls were overjoyed. Zhuofan got sect leader Xian to get them out. Han Qianying was startled as she muttered in disbelief. The crude Kuei Lang knows how to negotiate? It has to be Zhuofan. Qingqing, your man is really something to make sect leader yield. Chu Qingqing smiled. Her pride in Zhuofan could not be explained with mere words. Xianxia was annoyed at their faces and was about to blow a gasket. Don't get too happy. You might be going to main hall just to see Zhuofan begging on his knees for my dad's mercy. Give it up. Xianxia snapped. Men, take them. Yes. Someone came over to escort them. Wait. They turned to Shui Ruohua. Can I come to the main hall to see as well? Shui Ruohua spoke. Xianxia squinted then nodded with a mocking smile. Sure. Senior sister Ruohua, you've always looked after me before, but since the punk showed up, you've changed. Were you entranced by him as well? Then I'll bring you along as well, to see who the real winner is between us. Xianxia flicked his hand and another person came to Shui Ruohua to take her. Flushing red, Shui Ruohua glanced at Chu Qingqing, but what she got in reply was a curious look. She had to lower her beet-red face, unable to look straight at her. Xianxia and the three girls strutted over to the main hall. Qianying. Seeing the girls, the restless Kuei Lang rushed to his feet and went to the girl he hadn't seen in 20 years to grab her soft face. Han Qianying shook, her own hands gently tracing the aged face as she spoke tenderly. It's been so long, Kuei Lang. Yeah, the child is all grown up. Kuei Lang nodded, choked with emotion. Zhuofan smiled. Then he looked at Chu Qingqing yet in no rush to go to her. He just gracefully put down the teacup and simply walked to her. I've come to take you. Hold on. Zhuofan didn't get to reach her as Chu Qingqing stopped him. You came to take me? That's it? Why? Everyone started not understanding her. Shui Ruohua was the most confused. Didn't she always want to see Zhuofan? Why refuse now? Zhuofan chuckled. Yeah, I didn't come just to take you. I want to give you a 10 years late answer. Chu Qingqing's eyes shook as she smiled. Do you still remember the question? Of course I do. Zhuofan took a deep breath as he began. I remember you asking me in Drifting Flower City whether I had any reason to stay for longer. Chu Qingqing nodded. And I recall you telling me no. I lied and for that I even coughed blood. The reason for the blood you saw. Zhuofan's eyes glistened with tears, as if recalling that feeling. Now I want to answer you once more. In the Drifting Flower City, the only reason I had for wanting to stay was to spend my life in that rundown house. Because there I lived with the person I never wanted to leave. Chu Qingqing's mouth shook then widened in a mesmerizing smile. Is this just another lie? Who knows? You'll have the rest of your life to see. Zhuofan smiled as he opened his arms. Are you willing to live your life by this demon's side? To verify this answer? Chu Qingqing giggled. Brazen demon. I will watch you all my life to see if you lied. If I find out you did, humph. Chu Qingcheng stomped her feet, then rushed for Zhuofan to hold him in a fierce hug. She closed her eyes and listened to his heart as she muttered, "From now on, I will always listen to this sound, to know you. I couldn't be happier." He wrapped his hands around her waist as tenderness was evoked on his features. He took a deep breath, feeling like the whole world was at peace. Or maybe that he possessed the entire world. Shui Ruohua watched stunned and sighed in disappointment, yet wished them well. Kuei Lang was also smiling, happy for him. Only Shen Xiaoyu was fuming mad, ready to spew fire like a volcano. "Vile demon. I'm not giving junior sister Qingcheng to you. Father, what is this? Why are you giving them to these demons? If word got out, who would respect mystical heaven sect again? What about me and my illness?" Shen Xiaoyu turned to sect leader Shen, who started pointing out the reasons to not do this. "By giving Chu Qingcheng to Zhuofan, how am I supposed to repair my elemental imbalance? I still need her virginity. She can only be my woman." Sect leader Shen knew all of this but remained undeterred, because he wanted both his son alive and those stones. Sect leader Shen spoke, "Zhuofan, you already have what you wanted. Are you going to honor your promise?" "What promise? When did I promise you anything?" Zhuofan mocked, going back on his word on the spot. Sect leader Shen roared, "Zhuofan, you dare toy with me? Don't forget, you're in mystical heaven sect now. And I got what I wanted anyway. Ha ha ha." Zhuofan's eyes glinted, his smile devilish. Sect leader Shen's face fell as he barked, "I knew demonic cultivators aren't to be trusted, but I never believed you had the nerve to go back on your word right in my sect." "Go back on my word? Ha ha ha. Sect leader Shen, you're blowing things out of proportion." Zhuofan sneered, "Speaking of trust, there's nothing of the sort between us. Let's be honest here. Did you really go that far, all the way to Tianyu to get Qingcheng, just for double dragon gathering? Wasn't it to save your poor excuse of a son?" Sect leader Shen shook as he spoke. "Where did you hear that? Pa." Zhuofan snapped his fingers, and in a flash of blue, the Danner everyone knew appeared. "Danner!" the girls cried. Danner was shocked to appear here, but was happy to go to them. "Sister Ruohua, Qingcheng, I told Zhuofan everything. He'll take us out." The girls smiled in joy. Sect leader Shen knew Zhuofan knew everything and no longer faked. He stood up, unleashing all his power and his bloodlust. He clearly wanted to rob Zhuofan. Zhuofan sneered, "Sect leader Shen, it was you who showed no trust in us. Our deal was never going to work. But now I will give you one last chance. 2,000 sacred stones for Qingcheng and Han Qianying. You now have a choice to make between the future of the sect and your son's life." The people started and turned to sect leader Shen to wait for his answer. The girls now understood how Zhuofan convinced their sect leader to get them here. 2,000 sacred stones were very enticing for a sect. No wonder even the sect leader, who was always thinking about his son, was enticed. But when Zhuofan only mentioned Chu Qingcheng and Han Qianying, Shui Ruohua was crushed. How did he forget about her? Shen Xiaoyu stared at his father, soaked in sweat, and waiting for his decision. Couldn't be that his dad was going to forsake him for 2,000 sacred stones, right? "Zhuofan." Sect leader Shen squinted as he spoke. "I want the fish and I also want the bear paw. How will you settle it?" Zhuofan stared hard at him. "Isn't it giving up the fish for the bear paw?" Star reader Mencius sang. "The meaning is you have to sacrifice something in order to gain something." For the entire story, https://ethicsofsuicide lib.edu/selections/Mencius. Wrong, it's eating the paw and taking the fish. That's how you have them both. Sect leader Shen's aura exploded as his bloodthirst spiked, making everyone shiver. The power of an 8th layer ethereal stage expert caused these radiant stage cultivators to feel like they were under a mountain, suffocating under its pressure. Shen Xiaoyu was overjoyed. He got his dad's intention to get both Chu Qingcheng and the stones. That meant killing the two. His joy was short-lived, however, as a scarlet fist slammed into his chest. He couldn't even react as the power went through his chest like a sword. He sprayed out blood from his mouth as he was sent flying, making a 3-meter large hole in the wall. The bright sunlight shone from the outside, on his bloody figure and glinting off the golden scales of his armor, now dented. Shuddering, Xianxia looked at his original spot with hatred. Zijua Fan. TCH, a 9th grade spiritual armor. It must be your lucky day to survive a blow from me, Zhua Fan said in disdain. Sect leader Xian went pale. A 30-meter long red spear appeared behind him and pierced at Zhua Fan's small build as he roared. Zhua Fan, you harmed my son. Die! At the incoming immense power bearing down on them, Han Qianying paled and wanted to warn Zhua Fan, but Kuei Lang stopped her with a smile. Han Qianying was puzzled. Zhua Fan looked to be in the radiant stage. Fighting sect leader in his crazed state was a death sentence. However, Kuei Lang showed not an ounce of worry. Do they all believe Zhua Fan can live after sect leader's soul attack? She had no way of knowing. All the people here had seen Zhua Fan's might, and they knew it was out of this world. Sect leader Xian, you're using power to have your way. Since you wanted this, then I won't hold back. Ha ha ha. Zhua Fan snorted and looked at the long spear. He squinted and a dragon roar echoed out as an astonishing light came from his body. Bam! The loud bang grated the other's ears, the flood of power sweeping everything and making the main hall erupt, its pieces falling everywhere. The mighty force made the whole sect quake. The elders and venerable were startled and rushed over, while the clueless disciples just watched the main hall in stupefaction. What's going on over there? The ground kept shaking as dust engulfed the skies, covering the bright sun above. The girls held their ears, shaking with the earth as they tried to hold on. When the dust settled, Han Qianying watched in shock. To that, Qianying, that is the proof Steward Zhua is the best disciple in Western lands. A heaven dragon soul like exalted double dragons. The large scarlet dragon flicked to its tail and wrapped the spear tight. Could not budge an inch. Zhua Fan sneered at the spear, hardly caring about it. Kuei Lang etched in pride, as he made the introductions to his woman, as if the soul was his to begin with. Stumped, Han Qianying now came to and sighed. Junior sister, your man is just like you said. It's my first time seeing a disciple stopping sect leaders and raged blow. Chu Qingqing smiled in pride. Kuei Lang was also smug. Qianying Steward Zhua isn't just a disciple. In the Double Dragon Gathering his strength has got nothing to do with you. Don't talk like his glory is yours. Han Qianying cast her elegant eyes on him and shook her head. You haven't changed after all these years. You still like to brag, I see. Kuei Lang gave a bashful smile, looking at Han Qianying with joy and bliss. Sect leader Xian watched Zhua Fan's dragon and was shocked. He heard the disciples that came back that Zhua Fan was tough, but not by this much. He was at the 8th layer ethereal stage, yet Zhua Fan was only in the 4th layer radiant stage. The gap was more than 10 layers. Even with the heaven dragon soul, there was a limit to how much one could bridge it. Yet his ever-trusted long spear could not even touch Zhua Fan, trapped by that scarlet dragon. It was so strong it even overwhelmed an expert like him. Zhua Fan saw through his shock. Sect leader Xian, I might be of lower cultivation, but my soul formed when I entered the radiant stage. In other words, my soul is like a 4th layer ethereal stage soul. Not to mention it's the strongest there is, the heaven dragon soul. You'll have to try harder if you want to take my life. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian was outraged, his fists clenched. This is a blatant taunt. Never in his life had he been taunted by such a young radiant stage expert. What made it worse was that the taunt was irrefutable. Looking at the trapped long spear, sect leader Xian grew angrier. On his turf, he was the one that looked bad. His son was smashed, and he couldn't do anything about it. He felt he had no face left. Whoosh. Sect leader Xian shook and recalled the long spear. His eyes were fixed on Zhua Fan, glinting coldly. Zhua Fan, you really are the best disciple you showed at Double Dragon Gathering. But don't think for a second you can go where you want in Western lands. You're not the best yet. Here is the mystical heaven sect, not your backyard. Sect leader Xian roared and tens of figures littered the sky. Whoosh. One after the other, ethereal stage experts gathered around them, numbering more than 60. Their huge auras turned into a cage, trapping all of them in the middle. Their hearts sinking, the girls looked at the savage faces they each had and shook. These were the highest powers of the sect. Alone, Zhuofan could beat them, but not like this. The girls were worried for Zhuofan, but he and Kuei Lang were calm as ever. Not even Danner twitched, as if it was all in the plan. Danner sneered at those elders even, rolling her eyes. Ganging on? We'll show you the real meaning soon enough. Zhuofan, there's nowhere for you to run. Seeing that help was here, Xianxia regained his ego. Struggling to get to his feet from the heavy wound, he cackled, "Ha ha ha, weren't you tough? Let's see how tough you are in my home. Men, finish him." Xianxia ordered, and the elders were about to act. But sect leader Xian held them back. Ignoring his clueless son, sect leader Xian eyed Zhuofan. "Hand over the stones and I'll let you go." "Father!" Xianxia cried out, but sect leader Xian waved him off. With an evil grin plastered on his face, Zhuofan said, "Sect leader Xian, you take me for a 3-year-old? If word got out that mystical heaven sect not only wanted to kill me from the start but now wants to rob a mere disciple of his sacred stones, the whole Western lands will look down on you. Would you actually allow that to happen? Ha ha ha, in the end you'll still use power to have your way. I'm no fool, so please don't insult my intelligence. No one would believe you. Zhuofan, your biggest flaw is that you're too clever. It would have been so much better if you just died without knowing so much." Sect leader Xian's brow shook. "Since you already guessed it, then no more mincing words. I'll just have to search your corpse for my prize. Are you sure you'll find them? Ha ha ha, even if I don't it won't matter. In the end, an astute man like you won't ever leave this place alive." Sect leader Xian shouted. "Everyone attack! Kill him at all costs." The others roared and converged on Zhuofan, unleashing their souls and surrounding the almighty Scarlet Dragon King. The thick bloodthirst had even almighty Scarlet Dragon King shaking. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and waved. "Sect leader Xian and the mighty mystical heaven sect is ganging up on someone. If only the world knew." "You're wrong. No one will know with you dead." Sect leader Xian had a nasty smirk on his face. "Western lands will soon find out the best talent in Western lands. Zhuofan invaded mystical heaven sect in his madness to violate and kill a female disciple, causing havoc through our sect. The elders fought to contain you, but the demon was berserk and had no choice but to put him down. Not even Xie Wue can question that." The others were shocked. Sect leader Xian wanted to kill them at all costs, then make up some excuse. Seeing the elders closing in, they turned serious, with the girls ready to die in this. Only Zhuofan took it in stride. "Nice speech, but what about this take? The best talent in Western lands, the distinguished and carefree Zhuofan, was the victim of a most nefarious ploy. The mystical heaven sect planned on robbing him of the 2,000 sacred stones and even killing him for them. However, the sect elders came to the rescue, carving a path of blood. Zhuofan's ring flashed and 50 demon scheming sect elders came out, displaying their souls with a bang as they met the mystical heaven sect's strike. The elders returned to Zhuofan's side with a heavy face as they watched the enemy warily, while mystical heaven sect's elders were stunned to see 50 more people coming out of nowhere. "What? This kid's ring can hold people?" Xianxiao's eyes shook as he cried out. Sect leader Xian shook his head. "At most, his ring can only hold these many. Calm down." Sect leader Xian mocked Zhuofan. "Your version isn't bad, but a shame it's not going to happen. This is the mystical heaven sect. I have all the men and power I need while you only have 50 people. What's 50 more corpses anyway?" Sect leader Xian shouted. "Inner elders and venerables, hear my order." At his summons, the sky was soon filled with people flying over one after the other. There were hundreds of them. "Zhuofan, Today you'll be buried along with these people. Sect leader Xian smirked with pride. Xianxia was overjoyed. Yet against the triple-doubled layers surrounding him, Zhuofan and the new demon-scheming sect elders on the scene were unperturbed. They had it all planned out. Laughing at the sky, Zhuofan lifted his ring, his eyes shining. Sect leader Xian, you think only you can call people out? Ha ha ha, this might be your turf, but not even you'd expect with my cautious nature. How can I come without assurances? Just to die. Sect leader Xian shook, his heart uneasy. Then he looked dumbfounded as the rest of the elders at what happened. Brothers have come to answer the call. Zhuofan's thunder ring flashed blue. Lights started coming out of it and an aura covered the skies. The pressure of the mystical heaven sex group was now dispelled in an instant. When the light show finished, what came out was a shocking scene. Even sect leader Xian was stunned and watched Agape, the enemy attack. In an instant, none could believe their eyes. It was not much of an exaggeration to say the whole sect was stunned. They were under attack. This cry had spread throughout the mystical heaven sect. Many disciples stood stunned at the news. Where? How are we attacked with such a clear blue sky? Besides, isn't the array on? Where are the attacks? They were still oblivious that while an attack at night was a night raid, one in broad daylight was called an enemy attack. In this situation, however, the critical point here was who the enemy was, and whether it could threaten them. Zhuofan and Kuei Lang were looked down upon by sect leader Xian. Zhuofan called 50 helpers, yet sect leader Xian still did not call out. But now, he shouted this and proved they had the power to threaten the sect. And this power was now within their prized array defending the sect. They were in their home. This attack out of the blue was just too inconceivable for the disciples to understand and prepare against accordingly. This was a concealed danger for the future. How is this possible? Xianxia looked dumbstruck at the army. Where did they come from? And so many. How can he hold so many people in his ring? The girls were looking shocked as well. The once clear sky was now covered by a sea of people, in the tens of thousands. It was literally an army. How can this be? A mere storage ring held an army on standby? Everyone gasped at Zhuofan and at his ring. Where did this guy get that kind of treasure? That's too outrageous. Didn't that mean he could strike anyone with an army whenever, wherever? This is freaking unheard of. How would they know that Kunping reforged the ring into a sacred ring? Its space was not only huge, it could even hold a nation. This was not the point though. The crux here was Zhuofan got the army and hundreds of ethereal stage experts from demon scheming sect to easily slip past mystical heaven sect's array. Next was obvious. A huge war on the sect's lands. Now, only strength would be the judge as to who would win. In this war, mystical heaven sect's fate was at stake. Would it perish? Aha, quite possibly. Venerable Qi, Venerable Bai, you will take the right flank and stop the enemy. Elder Qiu, Sister Shui, you take the left flank. Elder Li, you will take the remaining ethereal stage experts and carve a path through the middle. The disciples are to go with the Flying Tiger army on a killing spree. Get the treasury and cut off their reinforcements. The army just showed up and Luo Yunhai started giving orders, just like how a real marshal would. The men roared and went to execute. The mystical heaven sect oldies were still slow on the uptake when the demon scheming sect's force came at them with the intent to kill. Now they had to react. However, demon scheming sect's force had Luo Yunhai preparing them till now, teaching them formation. The sheer display had struck fear into the mystical heaven sect, caught unprepared as they were, and it made them frantic in their response. In a single fight, a commander had little importance, while in a group, that was where he showcased his ability, taking initiative on the battlefield through strategy and awareness. In a split second, the battle turned out to be an enactment of the strategy Luo Yunhai and Zhuofan devised early on, taking the higher ground. They were the ones surrounded by hundreds of elders, yet now the left and right sides were freed, while in center, Elder Li's force was having an easy time clearing a path. Luo Yunhai then took Flying Tiger army, the Radiant Stage and Profound Heaven Demon Scheming Sect disciples as he shot forth, ignoring the Ethereal Stage experts' fights so as to not suffer needless losses. Their targets? Mystical Heaven Sect disciples. They aimed to kill them and take the treasury's arms and pills to cripple the enemy's backup. Although the reinforcements were close, knowing that it was taken out so fast it would strike a blow at the ethereal stage experts' morale, sapping them of the will to fight. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yunhai is becoming more and more outstanding. He doesn't cower even when ordering ethereal stage experts. He's just like me back in the day. There's the Luo clan as well? Looking at the familiar faces, Chu Qingcheng was startled. Zhuo Fan nodded. Yep. They heard the great steward Zhuo's madam was taken and came in full force to help me. Ha ha ha. Well, even though it's been so long since I left the Luo clan, they still hold me in high regard. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. But what about the demon scheming sect? How did you get the sect leader to give you so much power? Han Qianying asked in shock. She had grown in the sect and knew of its might. But why would demon scheming sect's sect leader spare nothing in saving Zhuo Fan's wife? She just couldn't figure it out. Was Zhuo Fan so important to the sect leader, much more than the sect? Zhuo Fan and Kuei Lang looked at each other and chuckled. Well, we'll talk later. Now, we need to finish what we started. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone and stared at sect leader Xian. Grinning, he shouted, Sect leader Xian, it seems to me, my version isn't far from becoming a reality. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian's face twitched. Watching the frantic battlefield, he grew startled and angry, clenching his fists as he shook all over. Zhuo Fan's sudden attack was out of his predictions, and that had him scared, to the point it even made room for panic to set in. But he was a sect leader after all. He took a couple of deep breaths to calm down. Mystical heaven sect. Fight. Beat back the invaders. Toll the bell. Ack. Yet not far from the main hall, howls came as it started burning. Sect leader Xian cried, That's the treasury. They're stealing our arms and cutting off our supplies. Damn it. They were ready for it from the start. That's why they started this war? Said a venerable with a long beard who was standing next to sect leader Xian. He started cursing. But how the hell did these outsiders know where our treasury was? Who the hell told them? Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth and held a girl in his bloodshot eyes. Danner, you damn traitor. You even told everything to your enemies. You're giving mystical heaven sect no chance of survival. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken you in. Well. Shaking, Danner looked scared as she hid behind Chu Qingcheng. But she soon got over her fear and stuck out her nose. Master, didn't you take me in for your own devices? Enough of your noble act. Stop trying to look benevolent. As Zhuo Fan said, we each take what we need, regardless of the other. You want our lives and I'm supposed to just give it? No way. Shaking all over, sect leader Xian was fuming mad as he barked. Filthy traitor. You've been lied to by that demon punk. I'll make sure to get rid of you for this betrayal. Sect leader Xian pointed and the long spear soul shot straight for Danner. Ack! Danner once again ducked behind Chu Qingcheng. Then, the dragon roared once more, and Zhuo Fan's almighty Scarlet Dragon King blocked the girls. It flicked its tail and slammed the long spear. From the immense power surge that was released, many ethereal stage experts that were fighting were blown away as the long spear was beaten back. Almighty Scarlet Dragon King also had a scale on its tail destroyed from the clash. This was a draw. Sect leader Xian, the lass is my wife's little sister, which makes her my little sister. Are you looking down on me so much by targeting her? Zhuo Fan walked on the Scarlet Dragon and mocked sect leader Xian. Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth as he spat. Zhuo Fan, you've brought all of them here to ruin my sect. I won't let you off for this. Tsh, you're talking as if you would have if I was alone, hypocrite. Zhuo Fan sneered. No matter what, today I vowed to accomplish 3 things. 1. To answer my wife's 10-year-long question. 2. To take her from this place she gave herself for my sake. And 3. Humph. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with bloodlust. To get rid of any that dare threaten my wife. That's why your death is at hand. So you will never touch her again. Zhuo Fan roared as the Scarlet Dragon shot for sect leader Xian. Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth and charged as well. The huge long spear and the mighty scarlet dragon clashed in a mighty display of force. The power surge made the fights around look like a children's scuffle, forcing the ethereal stage experts to back away before they could resume the fight. Demon scheming sex oldies saw for the first time Zhuofan's soul, and were shocked by its power. Looking at the two fight, that was not between a disciple and a sect leader, but between two sect leaders. Every elder and venerable sighed, then nodded. At some point it seemed Zhuofan wielded the power of a sect leader. Sect leader will help you, the two venerables next to sect leader Xian shouted. But a black shadow appeared in front of them, Li Jingtian. Li Jingtian gave them a cold look. Sorry, I hope you won't disturb Steward Zhuo's fight. You'll be fighting me. The two mocked. You're only in the 6th layer while we are in the 7th layer ethereal stage. You hope to take us all by yourself? Fool. Ha ha ha, idiots, we are Steward Zhuo's people. How can our cultivation be normal? Li Jingtian sneered. Only dumb homegrown cultivators would ever think that. The two were outraged. Humph, you'll know soon enough, old man. Behold the power of mystical heaven sects double axe exterminators. The two shook and a huge axe as well as battle axe appeared behind them. Their power was so mighty it felt like they would rip space as they hacked at Li Jingtian. Ha ha ha, our double axe souls are famous throughout Western lands for their sharpness. Even a domain soul will have a hole ripped in it. Your death is certain with your weak cultivation. Sorry to disappoint you then. Li Jingtian's eyes flashed and grinned at the incoming axes. Then, a malevolent aura exploded from him. Soul variant, Necro Dragon Claws. Roar. A roar shook the skies as a pitch-black dragon enveloped Li Jingtian. The two dragon claws oozed sinister power as it grabbed the axes. The two mocked. Fool. That's no heavenly dragon soul. There's no way that it can, crack. The two shook and their eyes bugged out, dying like that. As for the axes, they were torn to pieces, dissipating in the wind. On Li Jingtian's black dragon claws, there was even a faint black glow. I'm no heaven nor earth dragon soul. But that doesn't mean I'm going to lose to some overconfident fools. Li Jingtian's eyes shone and he left, leaving the surrounding elders to gape in shock. Did he come from the secular world? For him to be tied to Zhuofan, he must be something else. Stop those damn brats from getting to the treasury. Under Luo Yunhai's leadership, Flying Tiger Army and Demon Scheming Sects disciples quickly got away from ethereal stage experts' fights and charged straight for mystical heaven sects' critical areas. Sect leader Xian wasn't the only one able to see their plan. Many other elders were concerned about this as well. At the shout of one man, many others got away from their opponents and went after Luo Yunhai. A great pressure was instantly upon them from behind, and even though most were blocked by Demon Scheming Sect elders, there were still 6 that got through. Under those mighty auras, Luo Yunhai frowned, his scalp tingling. They were all mere radiant stage and profound heaven disciples. Going against an ethereal stage expert was suicide. Even with thousands of people on his side, it would still end up with their cruel demise. They had no way of stopping those ethereal stage expert souls with their puny divine sense. They would be mowed down like grass. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 very familiar figures appeared next to Luo Yunhai, Yuer and Kuei Gang. Looking tensely at him, Kuei Gang hurried. Luo clan head, what do we do? Master told us to listen to your every order. Your brother Zhuo's disciples? He actually took disciples? He always refused when asked. Even Elder Yen was only imparted skill and never taken as a disciple. You? Luo Yunhai shook from the shock. Then nodded. I see. No wonder Brother Zhuo picked you two to come here among the thousands of disciples of the Demon Scheming Sect. You're on our side. Kuei Gang nodded. Yes, Master said we always listen to him, and while Demon Scheming Sect disciples will obey an outsider's order, that won't go on for long. So he let us to be the middlemen. In any case, we're also Demon Scheming Sect disciples. They trust us more. If you have any orders, tell us and we'll make sure these disciples will follow your lead. Then take all of them and attack the treasury. Luo Yunhai shouted, then flew behind. Startled, Kuei Gang quickly grabbed Luo Yunhai, who wanted to leave. Wait, what are you doing? We're attacking the treasury. But what about you? I'm going to stop the ethereal stage experts on our backs and buy you time. Luo Yunhai flew again. The two were stunned. Kuei Gang held much tighter now as he grew nervous. You're looking to die? They're ethereal stage experts. No matter how many people you have, they'll end up dead, all of them. And I am a soldier at heart. A soldier does not fear death on the battlefield. In any case, this way we'll reach our goal. Luo Yunhai grinned. Kuei Gang was stumped, then gnashed his teeth. Master had us obey your orders. You're the commander here. How can we let you be in danger? I'll go. Demon scheming sect disciples. Listen up. Pa. However, he didn't finish as Luo Yunhai grabbed his shoulder. Since your brother was disciple, with the Luo clan here, how can I let you face danger? Moreover, Brother Zhua told me that in this war you must be safe. Later, he'll be giving you a great surprise. But you... Kuei Gang's eyes shook. Luo Yunhai waved his hand. This is the way of the Luo clan, of righteousness and loyalty, a teaching passed down through generations. As the clan head, I have to uphold it. Brother Zhua did so much for us, so I won't ever let his disciples be at risk. Moreover, you said it yourself. Your master told you to obey my orders. Then listen to my command. Luo Yunhai flicked his sleeve and got away from them, flying behind to welcome the 6 ethereal stage experts. Flying Tiger Army with me. Focus your divine sense. Breaking formation. Yes. The Flying Tiger Army converged and charged at the enemy with Luo Yunhai. They all knew what awaited them. But life meant nothing before a soldier's duty to obey. This was the Luo clan style, combined with the original Luo clan's literary reputation of being righteous and loyal, Zhuofan's bold and fearless nature, as well as Dugu Army's inviolable orders. It became just like an impressive army. Seeing this fearless and brave army, Kuei Gang and Yuer were stunned. Then they sighed. No wonder Master always wanted to go back. This clan cares so much for him. For our lives, as mere Master's disciples, this clan head is willing to pay with his. This is crazy? Idiocy? Or is it true righteousness? Ha ha ha. I never imagined a demonic cultivator like Master's home would be the most righteous clan. Kuei Gang sighed. But this righteous clan is not as loathsome as the other righteous sections. Yuer, let's go. Kuei Gang wanted to take Yuer to attack the treasury, but he found that she just stared at Luo Yunhai. Still, Yuer's eyes grew hazy. Kuei Gang, you listen to Luo clan head. I have another task. Yunhai shot for Luo Yunhai at full speed, leaving Kuei Gang stumped. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, Demon scheming sect disciples, follow me to raid their treasury. Don't squander Luo clan head's sacrifice. Yes. With a roar, the disciples looked at Luo Yunhai, touched by his actions, before going on to do their part. Behind them, Luo Yunhai took the 100,000 Flying Tiger Army to pose as a shield for their backs. They had no chance in stopping the ethereal stage experts, but their dauntless aura gave a feeling of security. No wonder Steward Zhua came from the Luo clan. All of them are amazing. Whoosh. The 6 ethereal stage experts were now upon the army. Luo Yunhai shouted, Charge! The Flying Tiger Army obeyed without question. Hee ignorant fools. Radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators dare block our way. They sneered and mocked Luo Yunhai and the Flying Tiger Army. The elder with the long beard flicked his hand and a lightning arrow 100 meters long shot like lightning for them. Soul variant, heaven-breaking arrow. Who? A huge pressure, one bearing death, descended upon the army. They found it hard to breathe, their mind in pain. Yet not even this could stop Luo Yunhai as he shouted. Focus all your divine sense before us. We're 100,000 men. Yes. The men shouted once more, and with a strong wind, the divine sense gathered as it stuck together into a wall before the incoming arrow. The divine sense just kept getting stronger and stronger. However, the bearded old man mocked. What can the divine sense of radiant stage cultivators do? It's no match for an ethereal stage expert's condensed soul. Quantity can't beat quality. Humph. A bunch of rats are looking to die, so have at it. The other 5 ethereal stage experts laughed loudly, not in a hurry to join, and instead enjoyed seeing these ants getting squashed. Whoosh! With a thunderclap, the lightning arrow struck the divine sense wall hard. It breached it without delay and went for the army unimpeded. PFF. The men all spewed blood, feeling their heads splitting apart from the pain. The few profound heaven cultivators in the Flying Tiger army had it worse. Their eyes lost their light and died on the spot, leaving their empty shells of a hard body to fall to the ground. Next came the fall of 1,000 bodies as they died from the attack. Luo Yunhai was in pain with every thump. The Flying Tiger army was made of war puppets Zhuofan refined, and would not even be called humans, having only a divine sense. But these people were Luo clan's guards. Brothers Luo Yunhai had spent years by their side. He saw them as family. Watching so many fall to their deaths tore Luo Yunhai apart. But he bore through the pain and held on. This was the Luo clan's military style. Remembering the martyrs was done after the war. Now they had one mission to charge. The brutal lightning arrow had not slowed at all, as if to prove to Luo Yunhai and his men that all their efforts were for naught. A fool's errand. The ethereal stage experts sneered, but then their smiles fell. Luo Yunhai and the Flying Tiger army wore the same hard faces as they faced this deadly adversity. It was as if they did not know the meaning of weakness. Even the 6 ethereal stage experts began to show admiration. How long has it been since they last saw such determination? But you still have to die. The bearded elder's eyes flashed with bloodthirst and sent the lightning arrow flying even faster with a flick of the wrist. It was in front of Luo Yunhai in a blink. The burning lightning was so powerful he felt pain before it struck. Damn it! It's faster than predicted. Luo Yunhai squinted at the incoming lightning arrow and gnashed his teeth as he shouted. Even if I die, you are to hold them back down to the last man. Yes, sir. The Flying Tiger army roared in unison. The 6 ethereal stage experts' hearts shook at their devotion, touched by their devotion. They were amazed there were people in this world with such commitment, facing death regardless of what happened to them, all to complete their mission. Thank God they're only in the radiant stage and profound heaven stage and can't harm us. Letting them grow would bring about a calamity. Such dreadful power made them wonder just where they came from. The demon scheming sect had no way of having such loyal disciples, that was for sure. The 5 ethereal stage experts were puzzled and sighed, but most of all they were afraid, while the bearded elder was more determined than ever to end them. They all must die. Crack. The lightning arrow crackled as it ripped through the air, ready to annihilate the entire Flying Tiger army. Luo Yunhai clenched his teeth with a frown. His biggest worry was not his death, but that he bought enough time for Kuei Gang's team to complete their raid. Luo clan head. Focus all of your men's divine sense on me. A soft voice echoed, that of a girl in white as she landed before them. She parted her red lips and spat out an azure flaming bead. Luo Yunhai's eyes widened on seeing Zhuofan's disciple. Yuer, Flying Tiger army, focus all your divine sense on this lady, who... In an instant, the huge wall of divine sense that everyone formed was now flooding Yuer's body. The soldiers acting without an ounce of hesitation. Shaking, Yuer was shocked as the power flooded her. It was even too much to handle as she had to cough up blood. She never imagined Luo clansmen would be so quick and direct. They gave her everything without the slightest hesitation. They were not even familiar. Even if they were on the same side, not hesitating to give her everything while risking their lives was never seen anywhere. Yet now, the Luo clan's army did it just like that. Smiling, Yuer's heart turned soft. She grew up in the demon scheming sect where everyone was out to get everyone. The only one she could trust was her sister. Now that she was being trusted by strangers moved her, almost forgetting her plan. Soon though, she came to and used all that power to focus on the azure flame bead. The bead shone brightly and the azure flame roared stronger and stronger, into a firewall that safeguarded everyone. Just in time to welcome the lightning. Boom! The fierce explosion resulting from the impact caused a violent firestorm. While the lightning arrow's power passed the firewall and struck Yuer, she cried out and spat blood as she was flung in the air. The lightning arrow was, in the end, also affected by the azure flame, shuddering and turning black. The bearded elder felt pain shoot through his mind, threatening to split his head open. As for the lightning arrow, it was slowly coming back to him. The azure flame bead fell to the ground as it used up all its power. The azure flame on it turned into a mote, threatened to be extinguished. 100,000 divine senses were focused, and through the azure flame, they stopped an ethereal stage expert soul's attack. It only worked to prove the disparity in strength between radiant stage and ethereal stage. Luo Yunhai rushed to Yuer. Seeing her white as paper, he was worried. "Miss, how are you? Why did you come? I thought I told you to go with the demon-scheming sect disciples and take their treasury." Yuer took a deep breath and looked at him through half-lidded eyes. "Why did you give me all your divine sense without hesitation? If I didn't block it, you'd be all dead." What's the point of saying that now? Your brother Zhua's disciple. You're one of us. Since you came and decided to take that soul attack, no matter if it worked or not, we must show our trust by giving you all our strength." Luo Yunhai spoke naturally. Then he looked at the bead. "Reality proved you did block it." Staring hard at him, Yunhai chuckled. "I planned on blocking twice, but you guys just had to give me all of your divine sense and force me to be injured from the overflow, wasting some of it. Now I only blocked once." "What?" Startled, Luo Yunhai made a weird face. "You mean to tell me it's my fault? You should have said how much divine sense you needed." Yuer shook her head. "It's the first time we met. It's even while we're at death's door. How should I know you would give your life in some stranger's hands without hesitation? I said I wanted all your divine sense, expecting to get a mere third at the most. If I said half, I might have gotten a tenth. But who knew you'd be so trusting?" Luo Yunhai shook and gave her a long look. Despite looking downcast, he saw an odd sense of glee on her. He knew why and sighed. "I see you don't trust anyone. But rest assured, we Luo clan completely trust our allies." Luo Yunhai stood up and once again faced the 5 ethereal stage experts with his army. "Miss, thank you for your help, but you're hurt now and can't take another strike. You'd best leave from here. We will stop them down to the last man." Yuer looked at him and struggled to stand, walking next to him. "Master gave us a mission. No matter what happens, you must live. I will protect you till my last breath." She flicked her hand and the azure flame bead landed in her palm. Yuer stepped up before Luo Yunhai and the bead once again was ignited. Ignoring her frail body and the blood flowing from her mouth, Yuer shouted, "Give me all of your divine sense. I can take another one." Luo Yunhai's eyes shook and he held out his hand. "Give me the bead. You can barely stand." "No, it's my mission." Yuer turned her head around. Luo Yunhai sighed, then turned serious. "I'll be ashamed to face Brother Zhua after this, but I must tell you, for Brother Zhua, the end justifies the means. He only cares about his goals. To him, my life is so much more precious than anyone else here, even more than his own disciple. All are worthy sacrifices. That's why you don't have—" "Why did you tell me then?" Yunhai raised an eyebrow. "It's your honor for Master to sacrifice everyone for your life." Luo Yunhai shook his head. "Brother Zhua is just protecting me, but I don't want to do this. I don't want to live when others die. I know that Brother Zhua raised the Luo clan by himself, but he didn't force me to walk his path. That is why, as the Luo clan head, I hope to bear the lives of all my clansmen and not have them shielding me. I want true righteousness and loyalty, the path of kingship. So you don't have to admire. Then don't say it." Yuer smiled, her eyes flashing. "You want to protect everyone, but you can't stop others from protecting you. It no longer has anything to do with the mission." Luo Yunhai shook as he looked at Yuer. I'll use the bead master gave me to block again. No matter how it ends, with your life or death, I will do all I can. Smiling, Yuer said, and this is my will as thanks for your trust. Yuer showed a rare bright smile. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. The bearded elder wounded by the azure flame finally recovered and spat. Curse you! Mere ants dared to harm my soul? I'll make mincemeat out of you. Hey, Elder Su! You can't even handle a few radiant stage cultivators yet still act tough? One mocked. Why not let me handle the brats for you? Lest you want to get hurt again and make you look bad, ha ha ha. The person flicked his hand and a sharp long sword hovered in the air. Its might bore down harder than the lightning arrow. The army's heads started hurting even before it struck. Luo Yunhai and Yuer were shocked, their faces sinking. Yuer held the azure flame bead tight in her shaking hand. Not even the azure flame bead can stop such power. Nation-crushing sword. With a flash of contempt in his eyes, the person flicked his hand and the long sword fell from the heavens above. The powerful pressure slapped into the soldiers, halting their breaths. In addition to the pressure, the sharp sword also had a piercing soul power that caused their head to hurt as it burrowed into their minds. Luo Yunhai's expression turned heavy, and he looked at the shaking Yuer in front of him. He came next to her and snatched the azure flame bead, then shouted, Soldiers, give me all your divine sense. Yes. Flying Tiger Army shouted in response as everyone powered their power like a tornado into Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai shivered, almost unable to take it all as blood seeped from his mouth. But he didn't care, focusing all the power into the bead. The azure flame once again exploded, releasing a large fire snake. Yuer cried out, What are you doing? Give it back now. Ha ha ha. It's too late. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Miss, I now control the bead and only I can maintain its power. If you take it, then the defense will fail and I'll suffer its backlash, dropping dead. Your brother's was disciple, so I don't think you're going to make such a rash decision. Yuer's heart tightened, giving up soon after. She should have been the one defending him, but now... Luo Yunhai chuckled. Miss, hurry up and leave. If I die, then just tell Brother Zhua it has nothing to do with you. There is no way I can hide behind a woman's skirt in the face of danger. I am the Luo clan head. Luo Yunhai shouted and focused all his energy. The azure flame on the bead went crazy as it flooded out of it. The Flying Tiger Army was also standing at the ready to face their enemy. Yuer was stunned, and then added her own soul power to Luo Yunhai. Miss, Luo Yunhai started. With your wounds, how can you do such a thing? Just leave this place while you can. Yuer frowned as she turned stubborn. Master gave me that bead and there's no way I'm leaving here without it. We'll stop the soul attack, then you'll return it. Luo Yunhai looked at her deeply, then shook his head with a sigh. Cocky much? You actually want to stop my dipper sword soul? The person snickered at them. I'm unlike that Elder Su, in the third layer, nor is my soul weaker. You have no chance of blocking it with your cultivation. The person shouted and the sword soul increased its plunge. The heavy pressure increased even more, making the earth crack under their feet and kicking up a cloud of dust. The azure flames were shaking before it struck, about to crumble at any second and making Luo Yunhai and the army cough blood. The azure flame snake was also weaker. The person had a sadistic smile as he watched them suffer. His power was far stronger than the previous one. They may be 100,000, but it was not enough to even take one of his attacks. They were going to perish without a doubt. Shaking his head, Luo Yunhai turned to Yuer. Miss, it seems you lost your chance to leave. We shall die together. Is dying alongside me not fitting for clan head? Yuer cocked an eyebrow. Luo Yunhai chuckled. No, this may be the only upside in our demise. Yuer grinned and closed her eyes as she waited for the sword to drop. The terrible pressure had sapped most of the azure flame's power. The glinting sword edge came closer and closer, ready to crush this 100,000 army. Yuer! Yuling cried out, wanting to help, but she still had an opponent to deal first. All she could do was watch her baby sister die. The other demon scheming sect experts were tangled in their own battles and could not give aid either. The disaster seemed imminent. Zhuofan, who fought sect leader Xian, had no intention of helping either. Though he could do it in an instant, he did not. He wanted to see after all these years if the elders and venerables he arranged would jump to the rescue. If they proved unable, he would give them a thorough lesson back home. If they proved unwilling, a house cleanup is in order. Luo clan head. Did you know? I've always been someone's burden. Unable to die even when I wanted to. Then I met Master and my life finally changed. Though there hasn't been much to change my mind. But now, I want to live on, just when I'm about to die. Yue no longer looked at the sword and closed her eyes as she felt death creeping in. Is it karma? Or providence? Luo Yunhai gave her a deep look and held her hand. Death may come at any time. All that matters is that you make it worth it. Though now, in the face of death, I don't think it's that bad. PFF. Yue giggled, no longer afraid of what was to come. Face twitching, the elder of the sword soul was annoyed. For God's sake, if there's one thing I hate most, it's seeing couples getting all lovey-dovey before death. Stop ignoring me. He made a sign and the sword soul sped up, its sharpness making their heads hurt. Their time of death was swiftly approaching. However, a burning light flashed and a scorching ball of fire appeared before the two, striking the heavy sword soul. Boom! The long sword and the fireball separated, but their power swept the area, making the weaker ethereal stage experts falter back. Whoosh! The long sword returned to the person's side and caused him to shiver as blood spilled from his mouth. He stared back in anger. Hi, it seems to me the Luo clan got itself a madam. That's a cause for celebration. Ha. An elegant figure in white floated down before the army. Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Sister Xue Qingjian looked rather pale at this moment, her breathing ragged, yet she still put on a smile. Qiu Yanhai coughed, wiping the blood and walked next to her. Clan head, we came to help Steward Zhua, so could you possibly keep your mind on track? Old Qiu, that's my line. A mocking voice came from the side. Li Jingtian. In the Luo clan, you're one of the few couples back home. True. Indeed. On the other side were heaven and earth sages, expressing their approval of Li Jingtian's words. Seeing everyone here, Luo Yunhai was overjoyed. Yue was stunned. She knew ethereal stage battles were savage, so how did they finish their fights so fast? But looking at them closer, they could see blood. Luo Yunhai's brow shook. Elderly, how could you? Looking at the blood on him, Li Jingtian chuckled. It's nothing. This is just the price for cutting the fighting short. What? Luo Yunhai looked at the 5 of them and saw each bearing a wound, some even a dozen, but they did not care. This made him tear up. He knew they risked their own lives by forgoing their battles to save him. This great favor filled him with gratitude. Zhuofan grinned. Heaven, earth, water, fire, and madness, the 5 high venerables he got for the Luo clan didn't let him down. Whoosh! 24 more ethereal stage experts showed up on the 6th side. They were now 30 ethereal stage experts. 8 were in the 6th layer, 10 in the 5th, and the rest were in the 4th and 3rd layer. While on Luo Yunhai's side, only Li Jingtian and the sages were in the 6th with the power couple in the 5th. The Luo clan was at a clear disadvantage. Mystical Heaven Sect's 30 ethereal stage experts had them surrounded with a look of scorn. Where's the fire? Ha, you ran all the way over here, just to save some radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators? Now you're in an even worse state, with them as your shackles that seal your fate. An elder with a large mustache laughed. The 5 did not care. Li Jingtian turned to Luo Yunhai. Clan head, take Flying Tiger Army away. We'll stop them from coming after you. 5 stopping 30? Yue cried. No way. They have experts stronger than you. Qiu Yanhai mocked. Lass, don't lump us with your rowdy demon scheming sect elders. Our words to clan head are just like in the military. We do what we say. We won't let one of them slip past us, or my head is on the line. Yue looked at him hard. Are the Luo clan's rules that strict? 5 holding back 30 was pushing it beyond their limits. It was simply 1 to 6. And now they add another harsher condition, to not let anyone slip by. Luo Yunhai nodded heavily. Then I'll leave it to venerables. We'll go join the demon scheming sect at the treasury. Luo Yunhai pulled Yue's soft hand and flew away. Flying Tiger Army with me? Yes, sir. The soldiers shouted and converged, following Luo Yunhai outside of ethereal stage experts range. Yue was frantic, watching the 5 in worry. Why, you truly believe they can fight 1 on 6? Ha ha ha. Don't worry. They are the strongest Force brothers left for the Luo clan. They're Luo clan guardians, keeping their word. If they said it's all right, then it's all in their hands. Luo Yunhai kept pulling Yue's hand as he flew away. Li Jingtian chuckled. Then his eyes turned savage. With clan head safe, we can let loose. Humph, show off. So you're telling me you couldn't go all out before? One ethereal stage expert mocked. Did you forget who gave you that fresh wound? Qiu Yanhai sneered. We got hurt on purpose. How else were we supposed to save clan head? That was your only shot at harming us. Indeed. An elder with white hair stepped out. His dreadful aura made him the strongest. You 5 do stand out of the crowd, stronger than the common ethereal stage experts. But you forget you were in a deadlock before you saved the juniors, and couldn't get any advantage either. And now you are much more tired than us. You'll be fighting 1 against 5. You're finished. The 5 just cracked up. Why are you laughing? Aren't I right? The old man asked. Li Jingtian nodded. Ha ha ha. Right, you're totally right. Though that was when we fought alone. The elder had a sinking feeling. Who knew the day would come for old coots like us that would need us to work together? Ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai chuckled and said, in any case, we're also fighting for Steward Zhua this time around, who showed us so much favor all this time. We best not drag our behinds any longer or clan head might actually suffer and will be worse off. The other 4 grinned. Sure. Heaven and Earth sages made a sign and 1 black and 1 white glow each shot from them. The 2 used this shining light to vanish. When the light dispersed, the scenery around the 30 enemies changed. There was no more clamor of the fights from other people, just a world in shades of gray. Shit, this is a domain soul. We have to get out of here before we fall victim any further. One elder shouted. The others took out their souls. A glittering display of swords, spears, axes, and other weapons. It won't change anything. The 2 had a domain soul, but we will smash it with 30 souls attacking it at once. The others shouted as well, but when they took out their souls to attack, the world shifted. Black and white kept changing and turning their power into nothing. Even their soul power was being consumed. Outside the domain, the sages stood before the black and white ball as it spun around. Ha ha ha. Our domain is the yin-yang reversal. Your strength will be sapped from the constant change, given back to the world, until you have nothing left and your soul crumbles. You've got no chance in forcing your way out. The elder startled and thought of another way. Don't waste your energy, or the domain will take it. Gather your soul power together and breach the domain. We're 30 ethereal stage experts. You can't dissipate so much power all at once. Ha ha ha. Right you are. Yin-yang reversal has the yin and yang characteristics. No matter how many people are inside, their power will be taken away if acting alone. But together you can get out. Heaven Sage mocked, turning to Li Jingtian. They're about to join hands and won't be able to hold it. You should fight as well. Ha ha ha. Well said. Li Jingtian's black aura surged and roared. A black dragon took to the skies and shot into the black and height ball. Soul variant, Necro Dragon Chained Claw. Roar. As the soul power of all inside the domain gathered, a draconic roar entered their ears. Before they could figure out what was happening, black claws fell from above like spears. They carried a sinister power as they pelted their souls and forced them to scatter. Everyone coughed blood and grew pale. The weaker ones took it harder, their souls gone from this world. The other cried out in fear. They never thought a large-scale attack would hold so much power in each strike. In a blink, the 30 ethereal stage experts were reduced to around half. What they didn't know was while they were scared inside the dual ball, Li Jingtian was spent outside, gasping, "It's not easy taking on so many. Old Xiu, I leave the rest to you too." "Tsh, of course you'd be exhausted taking out half." Xiu Yanhai grinned. "Old Li, you're just showing off. Wasn't there 5 of us? It should be 1 to 6. Fine. Then don't join and leave the rest to the sages." Elder Li rolled his eyes. Now though, Xiu Yanhai's face fell. "No way. Since you got half, how can I fall short?" Xiu Yanhai turned to Xue Qingjian with desire, about to spew fire. Xue Qingjian shook her head and giggled. She rolled her eyes. "Looks who's showing off now." The two made their signs as one hot and one cold soul came out and made contact. In a blink, they became a scorching and bright light as it shot for the domain. Yin-yang convergence, world annihilation. Who? A fierce gale blew over, even as the remaining experts in the domain shivered in fear. They thought they'd see the claws again, but this time, what welcomed them was a blinding light. Its heat was burning them even before it reached them as it turned everything in its wake to cinder. This astonishing power had shaken their hearts with dread. One elder warned, "Be careful and don't get near it." "Thank you for stating the obvious, but how are we supposed to keep our distance?" They all looked for a place to flee, but then someone looked on in fear. "Why is it becoming bigger?" "Fool, it's not becoming bigger, it's the domain shrinking. We got nowhere to dodge." The people looked around in panic as the white scorching light closed in and only exacerbated their fears. Ack! One could no longer escape and got too close to the light, disintegrating on the spot, starting with the hand. The others watched in shock as he was slowly erased from existence. Yet none came to help. They knew they would be next. "Use your souls." At the shout, their eyes lit with hope. Yet none liked to be the first to test that theory. So without a choice, the one who shouted used his soul first to strike the light. Bam! However, the soul melted on contact with the light, vanishing as well. The people's eyes bugged out, no one wanting to risk it anymore. So, the light closed in more and more, unaffected by the soul attack it took just now. Its scorching heat was taking one soul at a time. Cries sounded that filled the rest with even more dread. Finally, only 4 remained, in the 5th and 6th layer, watching the light as they prepared to die. "Curses, if I'm going to die, I'm going to make you pay." Soul explosion! One elder with bloodshot eyes roared. The scarlet longsword shot for the white light, scattering in an explosion after making contact. The old man's soul was gone and his body slumped to the ground. But the white light shook now, with Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian frowning outside the domain, with blood leaking from their mouths. But to intimidate the remaining 3, they held on, covering up the weakness of the light. Watching the light coming after them still, the 3 were deathly pale. With their souls unable to do anything to it, they were out of options. They gnashed their teeth and spat. "Since we're going to die, we'll go out with a bang." Someone had his soul explode against the light, then the second. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian kept spurting blood. Now that only one elder remained, he clenched his teeth, ready to die as well, but then the light puffed out. The elder looked dumbly, then knew what happened. Regret took him. The white light feared soul explosion. If they used it from the start, then many would have survived. But everyone only thought about themselves and none wanted to sacrifice their lives for another until they had no chance but to go down fighting, when it was too late. The elder shook his head and sighed. Now what could he do alone? Outside the domain, the white light faded and turned into cold and hot lights as they returned to the power couple. The 2 spat more blood. "That's it. We can't take it anymore. Those guys are insane, going for suicide. We can't hold on much longer either. This domain is made of our souls. With so many explosions, we've been injured as well." Blood leaked from the sages' mouths and looked within. There's just one guy left. Let him out and just beat him up. Agreed. The others nodded and the sages undid their domain. The elder saw the light of day once more. But now he was the picture of solitude. Everyone on the battlefield looked over and saw how 30 got trapped and now only one survived. The shock was palpable. But the lone survivor had no time to even stand straight as the 5 were on him in a blink. Boom! Fire, water, savagery, yin and yang, all came down on his head like heaven's wrath. In moments, the old guy did not even have the chance to take a breath of fresh air before he was put down, his body gone. Every onlooker stood there dumbfounded. Who are they to be so strong? Killing 30 by themselves? The mystical heaven sect was stunned. The demon scheming sect was looking dumbly, and even Zhuo Fan flinched. Then he nodded. These 5 sure are strong. I didn't waste all that effort after all. Not even he thought they would make such an effective team. Yue kept looking back and now was stumped as well. He stammered at Luo Yunhai. Today? Ha ha ha, brother Zhuo taught 3 of them himself, while the other 2 merely gave them hints. That's why they became our first generation of venerables. Luo Yunhai chuckled. They are stubborn and prideful people, always acting alone. But they actually joined hands this time. Yue sighed. They're all freaks. Like master, like disciple. They never became brother Zhuo's true disciples. Who's to say what his disciples would become later on? Maybe even stronger, ha ha ha. Calling them freaks is a bit premature. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Yue's face grew hard. But master doesn't seem to care much about us. He also said that he only got into the demon scheming sect because of the sect leader's deal. Oh, acting cool. Let me tell you what I know from my time with brother Zhuo. He does care about you, ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai chuckled. Yue gave him a long look and smiled. Kill! In front of them, someone started shouting. They saw Kuei Gang's team fighting mystical heaven sect disciples. They all had around the same cultivation, making the fighting bitter and harsh. Luo Yunhai shouted, Flying Tiger Army, wing formation. Charge. Yes, sir. The soldiers followed Luo Yunhai's lead into battle. They were like wolves among sheep. One side had 40,000 men, the other 100,000 war puppets. One side was made of secluded disciples, while the others were veterans of war. Despite the similar cultivation, the outcome was obvious. Luo Yunhai's Flying Tiger Army turned the previous deadlock into a win. Flying Tiger Army was like a cleaver, cutting its way through mystical heaven sect disciples, leaving Kuei Gang's side stumped. Fricking hell, master. How are master's clansmen so strong? They're at the same level as us but so much better in group battles. That's what it means to be in the military. Kuei Gang directed the demon scheming sect disciples to attack as well, and the mystical heaven sect disciples had no way of stopping such brutal assault. Soon, they arrived before the treasury, but the gates were closed tight. We're here. Luo Yunhai lit up and ordered. Attack the treasury and cut off their supplies. Roar. The men shouted, even the demon scheming sect disciples, all excited about burning it to the ground. However, in a yellow flash, an immense power swept them and spread blood and gore in every direction. 10,000 died just like that, with thousands being from the tough Flying Tiger Army. An aged voice sounded. Who dares come to my treasury? Sharp winds blew as 4 old guys came out of nowhere. Their backs crooked, their eyes lidded, and sitting cross-legged before everyone. The powerful auras coming off them made the army not dare take a step closer. Luo Yunhai frowned, his heart tense as he clenched his fists. He never imagined the number of demon scheming sect elders Zhuo Fan brought at the main hall would not make all the experts of this sect converge there. At least these 4 had stayed behind. And from their vibes, they were in the ethereal stage. Yunhai was now pensive, unsure how to proceed. Li Jingtian's team looked from afar at the 4 and cried out, Damn it! To those are! The 5 shot for Luo Yunhai's side, growing serious. Luo Yunhai did not know the 4's power, since he was not at their stage to even feel it. But Li Jingtian found they were actually in the 9th layer of ethereal stage, just shy of reaching soul harmony stage. For these kind of experts to show up, and 4 of them, not even them as ethereal stage experts in their rights, could beat them. There was no way their weak clan head could even touch them. Li Jingtian's team of 5 rushed over at top speed, afraid their clan head would die the next second. Shuofan looked over and was worried for the first time. Yet he did not have the chance to interfere. The long spear was coming for him once more. With little choice in the matter, Shuofan continued directing Almighty Scarlet Dragon King to flick its tail, sending it away. He turned around to go there, but he saw sect leader Xian's sinister smile. Humph, Shuofan, if you had just escaped, with so many people showing the way, I had no way of stopping you. But you just had to be so greedy and started fighting. Now our 4 high venerables came out, leaving you no chance of escape. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian cackled. Shuofan gave the 4 old guys a long look. For ethereal stage experts in the 9th layer sure are amazing, but only a smidgen better than sect leaders' 8th layer cultivation. And you think they'll turn the battle around? Think again. Ha ha ha. A smidgen you say? Shuofan, then you don't know much about Western lands, do you? You have no idea of my sect's power. Sect leader Xian smirked, pointing at the 4 as he mocked. Then feast your eyes on their power, ha ha ha. Shuofan looked harder than his brow shook. The 4 old guys still had their eyes closed, sitting there in midair. They sat in a 3-meter circle spinning around. Each elder released a special glow, red, green, white, golden. As the 4 lights merged following a certain pace, it turned into a blinding earthen light. Following the roar of a dragon, an earthen-colored dragon flew around the 4 of them. The ground constantly shook, feeling like the rapids on a stormy sea. The radiant stage and profound heaven cultivators couldn't even sit straight. As the earthen glow shone, they felt their innards shake and started puking blood. Many of them had their eyes roll into their skull and drop dead. In a mere blink, thousands died. Yet the 4 old guys didn't look like they moved at all, just sitting there as they moved in circle with eyes closed. Luo Yunhai cried out, "Get in the air and away from those 4. Don't let their waves strike you." No one was a fool here and rushed into the air and away from the yellow curtain of light. Ha ha ha, why would us 4 care about bugs like you lot, as they scurry away? But this time you dared to invade mystical heaven sect and came for the treasury. As the highest venerables in the sect, the 4 of us can't ignore this transgression. One elder smiled, making all of the 4 old guys change their signs they made. They finally moved, or more precise, their circle moved. Even though they never cracked an eyelid, spinning around in a circle, the invisible circle formed felt more like a wide disk. It whooshed over the crowd, and the yellow dragon looming overhead spun with them. But the powerful force made by the constant spinning slammed into everyone in its path. No one had time to react as blood and gore flew every which way. The spinning yellow disc just went right through a group and mowed down thousands of people, reducing them to a bloody pulp. The disc made a return trip and thousands more received the same gruesome death. In just one move, 10,000 people lay dead. Everyone was too shocked to react, filled with fear as they watched the yellow disc. Luo Yunhai was also overwhelmed. Seeing the disc so deadly, as it reaped through his men's lives, his heart was panicking. By the time he reacted, 30,000 men were gone from this world. He shouted, "Break formation! Everyone flee! We can't beat them! Save yourselves!" He gave the Flying Tiger army a signal and everyone scattered. Oh, the commander survived. One old man smiled, sending the disc straight for Luo Yunhai this time. Luo Yunhai rushed to flee. Yuer and Kuei Gang wanted to dodge but had no way of reacting to ethereal stage expert speeds. In a blink, the disc was upon them. Feeling that raw fear its power sent, Kuei Gang shook his head. My poor life is now over. Just why did Master have to attack Mystical Heaven Sect? Is it really just to teach them a lesson? It looks to me that we're the one on the receiving end. Luo Yunhai did not speak, but his eyes were firm. Even he didn't know why Shuofan wanted to do this, but since he planned for it, he would see it through to the end. This was the unflinching trust the Luo clan had for him. Even now, with death looming overhead, he still had no regrets. Whoosh! Suddenly, a familiar figure blocked Luo Yunhai's sight. It was no other than Yuer. Miss, it's not yous. It's not like before. Being in front or back won't make a difference. Yuer said nothing, just stood there unrelenting. Luo Yunhai decided to stand by her. Why not stand together? That way, maybe Brother Zhu's other disciple might be able to come out alive behind us. I'm Kuei Gang. Kuei Gang rolled his eyes and stood next to them. Before we die, you should at least know my name. Master was too busy and had no time to make the introductions before. Dying without even knowing my name is such a miserable fate. Then I'm Luo Yunhai, the Luo clan head. Luo Yunhai laughed. Yuer smiled. Yuer? Demon scheming sect disciple. Ha ha ha, young lads, so close even before death. No wonder you're so amazing leading these kids. The elders from the circle overheard them and laughed. But that still won't mean you're going to live. It's your fault for not being our disciples. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. The strong disc flew at them, just an inch from turning them into a bloody smear on the ground. The trio closed their eyes, ready to meet their doom. However, the three found that nothing happened to them even after a while the strong power was suddenly gone from their front. When they opened their eyes, they saw a white and black ball spinning in front. Not far from them, the sages had their hands locked in a sign and looking tense. Yin-yang reversal. In this critical moment, the heaven and earth twin sages intervened, using their domain soul to isolate the area around the four old guys. However, this action had made the two suffer for it. Elders, thank you. Luo Yunhai's eyes shone and laughed. He cupped his hands, but the sages shouted, Elderly, don't just stand there. Get them out of there. Whoosh. A black figure flashed, and before the trio could react, a thick hand grabbed their shoulders and got them out. It was no other than Li Jingtian. Elderly. Li Jingtian looked stunned, but seeing his heavy look, he did not finish. He followed Li Jingtian's gaze to see the sages shake, then cough blood, while their domain soul instantly collapsed. Roar! The world shook as four dragons roamed above the mystical heaven sect. They broke out of the domain and circled around before vanishing as they returned to the four elders. While the spinning circle, the yellow dragon, was still there and just as powerful. The four elders sitting in the air did not show any sign of disturbance. The sages looked at the four and revealed fear on their faces. Ha ha ha. I never knew they had people that can use such a domain soul. It's our first time seeing such a soul. Such a rarity. One elder chuckled. A shame you're too weak. You've been taxed before attacking us and were injured. Or you might have made us get serious. Another elder nodded. This soul domain sure is fantastic, using yin and yang to turn the world around. An average cultivator would have had no way to cope with it. However, this domain's weakness is glaring. It's great for wearing the enemy out, but also leaving him with enough time to deal with it. The other three nodded, discussing things as if the sages weren't even in their radar. If not for this, I would have actually wanted to see what they looked like. Humph, fogies sure know how to talk. So you're saying we're not worth a glance from you? Is that it? However, following the shout of anger at the four, a gaudy white light shot for them. Why don't you old freaks look at this then? Whoosh! Like an arrow from above, a searing heat approached the four old guys. Boom! Once the glaring light was gone, the four's position became a white ball of light, making the air shimmer from the heat. Qiu Yanhai and Xue Qingjian panted as they looked over as grave as before. They knew the four were by no means dead even from the life and death art they just used. But when the light scattered, the couple still gasped in shock. How can this be? The elders were still spinning around, relaxed as ever. Their eyes were closed still, their mouths perked in a mocking smile. The yellow dragon above was still circling, unfazed. The couple trembled all over, their hearts sinking. They had been hurt before they attacked just now, but that life and death art was a strike backed by all their power. Even so, it couldn't even scratch them nor make them budge. To the four elders, the couple was not even worth a look. Everyone felt terror at this moment. They were just no match for them. Zhuo Fan looked over and frowned. For Earth Dragon Souls? That's precisely it. Sect leader Xian laughed. Didn't I tell you? While you don't know of Western Land's sect's powers, you at least should know of the demon scheming sect, High Venerable. Zhuo Fan looked long at him and nodded. I heard of him but never saw him. Ha ha ha. Then allow me to tell you. In the Western Lands, we are known as Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, with each sect their own guardians. Sect leader Xian spoke with pride. 1 Sword 5 Dragons is the name our guardians go by. What? You mean to say? Han Qianying cried out in disbelief. I've always thought it to be just a rumor, but it's real? Then the 4 venerables are them? Danner asked from the side. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Why don't I know this? You haven't been in the sect for long, so of course you don't know. High Venerable shook her head. Some elders of the sects know that our sect has 4 great venerables defending our home. Heavenly Cycle Elders. Demon Scheming Sect's elusive Sacred Dragon is equally renowned. But with how much time has passed and they didn't show themselves, everyone stopped believing this rumor. High Venerable turned to the 4 sitting elders with fear and despair. If they come out, not even the Demon Scheming Sect's entire force can beat them. Even with the High Venerable, we still won't win. Ha ha ha, exactly. They are truly mystical heaven sect's elders, knowing when to gauge the situation. Sect leader Xian laughed. 1 Sword 5 Dragons, Tianyu's 3 guardian sects, is made of heavenly sword, guarding heaven trailing sect. Of the 5 dragons, 4 of them are Wood Dragon, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Metal Dragon, the 4 elders in our sect. This leaves the Demon Scheming sect's only High Venerable Hidden Dragon. Although he is said to be the strongest of the 5 dragons, how can one defeat a team of 4? Thinking back when he with the Impermanence 5 attacked the Heavenly Cycle Elders, they were defeated. So even if he shows up, we have nothing to fear. Zhuo Fan squinted as he spoke heavily. So these 4 great experts that were always in hiding finally came out. Humph! Our 4 venerables have been in seclusion for years and years, readying to enter Soul Harmony stage. But with your assault, they had no choice but to come. Sect leader Xian snarked. Zhuo Fan, you and your men will die here. Ha ha ha. Xian Xiaoyu was bouncing from joy. Zhuo Fan, a vile fiend like you dared to attack a righteous sect, and now you see the power we have. Ha ha ha. Seeing the father and son so full of themselves, Zhuo Fan stayed silent. My head is still sitting on my shoulder. Aren't you two jumping the gun a little? He then turned an eyebrow at the 4 old guys. They sure are strong. Guess these 2 aren't that full of it either. Ack! Cries resounded after Li Jingtian saved the trio. Luo clan's ethereal stage experts arrived there as well. 36 people surrounded the 4. However, the 4 made a sign and the dragon roared. As they spun around in a circle, dragons came out of them and then made a round trip back. Each time it did, a dragon soul would always take at least a victim. The powerful Earth Dragon Soul along with the might of this combination made these ethereal stage experts feel like entering hell. They couldn't even get near the circle, ending up dead before they could do anything. Everyone was shocked, even Demon Scheming Sect's oldies. Knowing the 4 were the High Venerables and also known as the 4 Dragons, they were struck with fear. Since High Venerable can't beat them, we're only going there to die. Mystical Heaven Sect's group came out from their disadvantage with high morale. Their support was here. I never knew these old devils weren't just rumors. For Earth Dragon Souls and even forming a Heaven Cycle array. How to cope with it? Han Qianying sighed. She looked at Kuei Lang protecting her. Kuei Lang, it seems we'll only be together for a brief moment. Olo 1AO. Kuei Lang held her hand. With you by my side, a moment is enough. Han Qianying gave a bright smile and nodded. The onlookers were gratified but also sad. The two's feelings never changed after all these years. Yet when they reunited, they were about to be separated once more. Demon scheming sect's defeat meant their deaths. Sect leader Xian's side snickered. Zhuofan's eyes were the only ones bright. He took a deep breath. I really didn't want to do this. But what choice is there? Boom. Following the string of explosions, wails of agony filled the area. The heavenly cycle elders spun in the air like a disk, calm and unfazed. Yet with every spin, they sent out hundreds of dragon souls like a storm upon the enemy. Luo clan's ethereal stage experts had no way of approaching the four under this onslaught. In fact, they were the one getting slaughtered. In mere moments, the remaining dozen still left alive from the last attack were now gone as well. Everyone could not believe what they saw. Even Li Jingtian, a martial fanatic, shook at such power. Roar! A draconic roar sounded as the yellow dragon shot for Li Jingtian. Startled, Li Jingtian flicked his hand in a rush, sending a black dragon to meet the attack. Necro Dragon Chained Claw. Black claws came at the yellow dragon, sharp enough to whistle through the air as they approached. However, the yellow dragon still came at him relentlessly. Bam! The deafening sound made the others cover their ears. Whether mistakenly or not, they even heard sounds of tearing. The next moment, they saw Li Jingtian spit blood, his body powerless as he fell to the ground. The black dragon soul had also vanished. Elder Li! Luo Yunhai shouted, his eyes shaking. Just then, a black figure flashed before Li Jingtian, holding him before he collapsed. Xiao Yanhai sensed the faint breath in Li Jingtian and roared, Old Bat, take young master and the others away from here. Elder Li's soul must be almost shattered. The four old guys are impossible to deal with as we are. Hurry up and get out of here. Sure, old coot. Whoosh. In a flash of white, Xue Qingjian came to Qiu Yanhai. With her white silk, she wrapped it around them and left. Sages, protect us. The sage's mouth twitched, but sighed. How were they supposed to do that against such an opponent? But when it came to clan head safety, it was their duty. Yinyang Reversal Domain. Soul Variant, Yinyang World Lock. The two shouted and made their signs. The rattling of a chain was heard, followed by the coming of one white and one black chains, twisting around and releasing a strange aura. In a blink, the chains circled around the heavenly cycle elders and locked them in place. The circle was going to move again, but with the chains it wouldn't budge. How amusing! It's not just as simple as a mere domain soul. One elder spoke in amazement. Another elder nodded. Yinyang chain, connecting heaven and earth. It looks like they shrunk their domain down to the size of a chain, but it is in fact the opposite, they enlarged it. Because the chain's yin-yang energy connecting the world, it makes us connect with it and taking out power with it, forcing us in place. I never thought these two's domain soul would have such a variation. Truly amazing. Humph, that's right. In the Radiant stage we have comprehended this move and even used it to seal off one true monster. The sages smiled, recalling the time they had Goose Santong trapped with pride. Now that we are in the ethereal stage, with domain soul as support, this move is perfected. We refuse to believe you four old coots are worse than that monster and can remove the chains. Heaven Sage shouted at the distant couple. Take Elder Li and clan head to a safe place. Leave this to us. We promise to not let these old guys leave this place before the battle is over. As expected of the strongest sages in Tianyu. You truly are reliable, ha ha ha. Qiu Yanhai gave a thumbs up and a laugh. Luo Yunhai smiled as well, seeing the four old guys trapped. However, they had no idea how much the sages were suffering. The reason their domain soul was strong was because of its size, capable of dispersing the enemy's power. But now, the domain was the size of a chain. The heavenly cycle elders' mighty power made them feel a pressure like never before. While the chains connected the world around them, shifting the pressure, but even that fraction of power left behind was enough to strain every fiber of their being. But they held on even if their tendons broke. They knew that if they could not hold the four freaks back, then the clan head was dead. That was why they would use their own lives to keep the four here. However, none around understood this. Some demon-scheming sect elders saw the heavenly cycle elders stuck and cried, "These secular cultivators are amazing. They actually trapped the 4 dragons. This isn't possible for any ethereal stage cultivator in the lower 3 sects. Yeah, just how are they so strong? No wonder their steward was AIDS. They're as weird as him. But why didn't they use this move from the start? Why wait for so many to die? Yeah, was it to show off at the last moment?" After the admiration faded, suspicion rose. The sages' faces twitched as they made signs. Who the hell would use a last-ditch effort if not at the end? After this, it'd be a miracle if they were still alive. If not for the clan head being in peril, they would have never used it. But how could these fools know? Not even Luo Yunhai and Xiao Yanhai knew this truth. Only Zhuofan saw how hard it was, touching his ring. "Guess I do have to use it after all." Ha, Zhuofan. You can't possibly think those 2 can stop mystical heaven sect's 4 guardian dragons. Do you? You must be dumber than I thought. Zhuofan did not get to act as sect leader. Xian's bragging caught his attention. Pointing at the 4 elders, "Just watch and witness true despair." The 4 elders were still sitting with their eyes closed when one started. Ha. Ignorant juniors. Don't get too cocky. Your domain soul might have merit, but it's nothing to us 4. The 4 made different signs and the dragon soaring above increased its speed, sending wave after wave of yellow energy, rattling the yin-yang chains. The sage's brow furrowed as they made their own signs. "No use. We have joined heaven and Ir-Ug." Before they finished, their bodies shook and spat blood before slumping to the ground. Boom! With an explosion, the yellow energy rippled like a wave and crushed the yin-yang chains. Ha, our souls are earth dragon souls, born of the earth. While you can make our power touch the world, we can touch upon the earth to resonate with. We drew its power and used the ones we had to attack the chains from both sides. The 4 old guys still sat there in midair. One of them smiled. "It's not your souls that are weak. It's because you met us that happened to have the way to deal with you." The sages were on the ground, powerless, with barely a breath left in them. Their eyes were filled with regret. The elders never once looked at them. "The 2 souls are in a worse state and can't move. We should first deal with those pesky bugs and finish them for good." The other 3 elders nodded. The 4 spun once more and moved into the crowd of people, the ethereal stage experts of the 2 sects that were now fighting. The minute they joined the fray, it spelled doom for the demon-scheming sects experts. Cries and wails rang everywhere. Mystical heaven sects elders were overjoyed. With their sect guardians fighting, the tables had turned. Demon-scheming sects' early advantage was now crushed. The faces of all the people from demon-scheming sect was now painted in the bleak colors of despair and regret. Ack! Wails and mournful cries kept echoing about. Roar! Among them there were also cheers. One side was happy, the other was in the pits of despair as the 4 old freaks struck the demon-scheming sect side hard. Mystical heaven sects people were roaring their joy. In a flash, demon-scheming sects tens of experts fell dead, their morale crushed. Some were so taken by fear that they lost all will to fight, resorting to fleeing. Defeat looked certain. "Zhuofan, what do we do? We'll lose if this keeps up. We have to get away." Fiend Yang came to Zhuofan to report this disaster. "My eastern side is on the brink of collapse." Venerable Bai and others came flying as well. "The western side is almost finished. The heavenly cycle elders rain death wherever they go. We can't go on. Steward Zhua, the path forward is almost shut. We should unite our forces and break through before it's too late," Venerable Qi urged. Zhuofan spoke. "It's pointless even if we do get away from them. Our tactic to get in and attack from the inside now has us trapped in their defensive array. We're left with only one option, to either win or die." "You mean there's no point even if we try? We can't break mystical heaven sect's array? Are we going to die here?" Venerable Qi wailed. Fiend Yang took a deep breath to calm down, then stared hard at Zhuofan. "Then what should we do? Are we really going to fight to the death?" "Of course not. Take down the leader and the rest will follow." Zhuofan's eyes shone as he stared at sect leader Xian. They all started getting his meaning. Of course, we just have to grab that old weasel and the mystical heaven sect will give in. Seeing the bloodthirst in their eyes, sect leader Xian got their plan and mocked as he retreated. Ha ha ha. You want me? You would never reach me. He will only know when we try. Fiend Yang snickered. Brothers, attack. Get that old coot. Our lives depend on it. Roar. They all shouted knowing they had a way out and focused all their power, flying straight for sect leader Xian. Their eyes were that of a thug eyeing a hot girl. Sect leader Xian shivered and turned grave. At a critical time like this, he became the sole focus of everyone. Everyone wanted him as a shield. Mystical heaven sect's experts saw their sect leader was in danger and came to help. So, the bitter battle had taken another huge turn. It was no longer a spread battlefield, but one with sect leader Xian at its center. Like he was the hottest commodity out here and everyone had to have a piece. Hi. OL Xian. Sit tight and be a good meat shield to let us out. Demon scheming sect's 30-plus ethereal stage experts stared at him from 100 meters and launched soul attacks. Sect leader Xian gulped, feeling the sweat trickling down his brow. Not even he could take on so many attacks. However, just when he was in danger, a draconic roar echoed. In a flash of light, a sea of dragon souls rushed at them. In a single moment, howls echoed out and the 30-plus experts were now pushed back. As for sect leader Xian, in front of him was the circle of elders with the terrible yellow dragon flying above. The demon scheming sect side cried out, Heavenly Cycle Elders! How did they get here so fast? They gathered close to Zhuofan, watching the four freaks. Mystical Heaven sect's side also focused around sect leader Xian, filled with smiles of disdain. In a blink, there was no more fighting as the parties stood in opposition. While the Mystical Heaven sect was filled with courage, the Demon Scheming sect was now fearful. All because of just four very monstrous elders. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan. Fighting you is beneath me. With Mystical Heaven sect's four guardians, you are finished. You want me? Humph, you'll have to go through our venerables first. Sect leader Xian shouted in pride. Xianxia had to show off as well, being his son and all. Zhuofan, vile demon, you fooled my junior sister and are lower than a dog. I will soon have you ripped apart in tiny pieces and throw them to the wolves. Ha ha ha. Demon Scheming sect was outraged but powerless. Their last hope was in Zhuofan, turning to him for a resolution. What now, Steward Zhua? You pushed me this far, so don't you regret it later. I'll have to use my final ace. Zhuofan's eyes flashed as he played with his ring. Fiend Yang turned serious. Zhuofan, are you going to fight yourself? You want to fight? Han Chenying frowned. They have those four venerables. You can't beat them. Kuei Lang waved her off with a smile. Chenying, you don't understand Steward Zhua. He has an ultimate move. You haven't seen Steward Zhua's black flame. Any kind of freak met their maker. Ahem. Zhuofan cleared his voice before Kuei Lang finished. To be completely honest, he was also stumped on how to deal with the four elders. That black thunder flame was indeed of incredible destructive force. But after Double Dragon Gathering, he never used it because the thunder flame needed the decimating golden flame and the azure flame to be combined with purple lightning. He had no way of getting his hands on the golden flames. The ones he got on Double Dragon Gathering were stolen from Yilin, not his own. So that method was out and had no way of beating the freakish old coots. As for the other method, it was something he stole from Double Dragon Manor, the sacred weapon. But it could only be used as a very last resort. Exposing it would paint a huge target on his back. But Kuei Lang's words made everyone turn to him. Everyone was now eager to see what the great Steward Zhua would reveal. Even the four freaks believed it possible. Oh, so you're the boss of this little rabble? Show me then what a babe can possibly do to the four of us. I hope you can at least open our eyes. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan, come and challenge our venerables if you have the guts. What difference does it make since you'll be dead anyway even if you don't? Ha ha ha. Sect leader Xian snarked. Zhuofan smiled at them all, though sighing within him. I'll have to disappoint you all. I don't plan on fighting. The demon scheming sect was stumped and shook their heads. Even Steward Zhua can't find a way. Shuafan then continued. However, I have to take out this ace. Remember this, you forced me to do it. So don't go crying later. Shuafan flicked his hand and in a glorious light, a 7-year-old kid showed up. Invincible scamp Gu Santong. With a long yawn, Gu Santong stretched his waist, looking bored at Shuafan. Dad, what took you so long? I almost fell asleep. Ha ha ha. Haven't I taken you out now? You're our ace. How can I just show you to them? I needed to wait for the right moment. Shuafan grinned as he showed a bright smile like an innocent child. Gu Santong nodded, totally buying it. The crowd, however, was stumped. Even Fiend Yang began cursing him. What the hell? Why did you take out a kid when you were talking about an ace? He is my ace. With an obvious nod, Shuafan spoke with pride. As a father, my son is my biggest ace. Mystical Heaven Sect, listen up and listen well. To get to me, you'll have to go through my son first. Shuafan's loud voice made Gu Santong puff out his chest in pride. To hold back the flood for his old man was this kid's greatest honor. However, no one else here saw it that way. Both sides were stumped, looking from father to son as they cursed. You animal! Humph, I've heard so much about the best and most talented disciple in Western lands. How he was so heroic at the Double Dragon gathering. In the end, you're hiding behind a child. You really opened my eyes in this. Sect leader Xian mocked, while the Mystical Heaven Sect was jeering at Shuafan's expense. When disaster struck, a babe was taken out. Demon Scheming Sect were facing a fierce enemy now, but they were all veteran cultivators. They had status and respect even as demonic cultivators. Even they wouldn't stoop so low as to use a child to take their burdens. It was beyond disgraceful. They all cast blaming looks at Shuafan. This war was a big misunderstanding to begin with. We can even forget the fact you brought us to our death. But can you at least let us die with honor? What the hell did we do to deserve this? Steward Zhua, if you're at the end of the rope, fighting to the death is much better than leaving it in the hands of a child. Are you maybe going easy on your enemy? Venerable Chi sighed. Fiend Yang blamed. Zhuafan, I know your whole clan is a den of freaks. Obvious from how this child is in the ethereal stage at such a young age. But he's way too young and never knew war. It'd be better to let him escape and take revenge for us. Why must you push him forward, crushing our hopes and making a fool of yourself? Hey, did you just say something, chubby? Yours truly can dish it out. Are you calling me weak? Gu Santong wrinkled his nose in anger. Fiend Yang sighed and rubbed Gu Santong's head. See that? Look how much he resembles you. But no matter how strong, you can't grow overconfident. He's just in the ethereal stage, how can he fight those old freaks at peak ethereal stage? Have you no heart to send your child? Gu Santong was about to blow a gasket. Shuafan shook his head but said nothing. Fatty Yang, you asked for what's coming. Young Sanzi won't go easy on you. Pa! Gu Santong grabbed Fiend Yang's hand and startling him. What is it, little guy? I hate it when people touch my head. Gu Santong gnashed his teeth. But just then, a fair hand touched his as a delicate voice spoke. Are you young Sanzi? I heard of you. Startled, young Sanzi looked at the pretty lady with a stunned gaze, his hand easing his grip on Fiend Yang. Then, young Sanzi, our safety is in your hands. Chu Qingqing leaned and touched Gu Santong's cheek. Her bright smile blew the child's mind, nodding out of reflex. Shuafan sighed. No one can resist Qingqing's beauty, not even this brat. So he coughed and pointed at Chu Qingqing. Young Sanzi, this is my lady. She'll be your mother from now on. Mom! Gu Santong shook and looked at Chu Qingqing. Great! I like her. Chu Qingqing blushed and rolled her eyes at Shuafan. Then she turned to the enemy, at the Heavenly Cycle Elders, and asked concerned, Young Sanzi, can you beat them? Won't it be hard? Humph! What's so great about some small fries? Gu Santong mocked, then strutted over. Dad, Mom, In half an hour I'll make mincemeat out of them. Chu Qingcheng looked at him, then at Zhuofan with red cheeks. Ha ha ha. This kid is just like his dad. He called you mom without hesitation. Zhuofan chuckled. Chu Qingcheng glared at him, but felt warm and fuzzy inside. The others was watching the queer scene in stunned silence. What kind of parents sent their child to die? Even if unrelated? Han Qianying frowned and asked, Qingcheng, how can you agree with Zhuofan? Letting a child? Senior sister, he's no child. Chu Qingcheng said, in Tianyu, he has never lost a fight. He's called invincible scamp for a reason. Yeah. Even I couldn't beat this kid. Zhuofan sighed, then smiled. Qingcheng, you sure know young Sanzi quite well. Chu Qingcheng smiled. Of course, I might have come to Mystical Heaven sect earlier, but my sisters from Drifting Flowers Edifices have sent me jade slips with all you've been doing in Tianyu. So the fact you have such a godlike godson, I knew as well. I just find it odd though. Just what did you use to cheat this great force to be your son? The same way I charmed the most gorgeous woman to be my wife. Zhuofan grinned. Chu Qingcheng rolled her eyes and cursed. Since when were you such a smooth talker? As the two were in a rare moment of flirting with each other, Gu Santong was a child on a mission. This monstrous scamp wearing the face of a cute child was finally unleashed on the battlefield. Everyone stared at him, sighing and helpless. They knew Zhuofan was a bastard, but not without morals. To send a child on the cruel field of battle, and even calling him a glorified ace. How revolting. Seeing that sweet little face, and those chubby hands, they all found him adorable. That's no ace, but a small fry. Sect leader Shen mocked. Is this demon scheming sect's trump card? With both parents dead, this child will have to wander alone the cruel road of cultivation? Ha ha ha. A shame that this won't work on us. We may be righteous cultivators, but no saints. Humph, yeah, this demon brat is so young and in the ethereal stage. It's best to cull him now before he grows. Xian Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth. The heavenly cycle elders agreed. One elder even shouted, Kid, do you really want to interfere for demonic cultivators? We won't go easy on you just because you're young. Cut the crap. I came to stomp you. Gu Santong stuck out his head and charged. Demon Scheming Sect was shocked and praised him. How brave! Like father like son, they're both stubborn. Mystical Heaven Sect clenched their fists. Clear this was a demon in the making that was treating everyone beneath him. They had to get rid of him now. The elder smirked and nodded. Fine then, since you've been taken in by the demonic path even at your young age. Then the four of us will have to cleanse you and release you from your mortal coil. The four made signs and with a draconic roar, a dragon soul shot for Gu Santong. Everyone was shocked, worried for the sweet child. Then they looked at Zhuofan. Aren't you going to rescue your own son? Zhuofan just stood there with a smile. Hypocrite, get in here and fight. Stop with your prattle. You're nothing more than a bunch of hypocrites using numbers. Seeing the dragon about to strike, Gu Santong mocked, flicking his hand at it. Bam! With a loud explosion, the dragon was sent flying with a wail before anyone could react, back to its circle. The four elders shook, not believing their eyes a child was capable of so much power to bash their earth dragon soul away. Gu Santong wasn't finished with his attack. He stomped and was right in front of their spinning circle. He let his almighty fist smash down on them. Boom! With another explosion, the yellow dragon constantly floating around the circle had its body cave in and cry in pain. Its body was broken and turned into pretty lights before vanishing. As for the circle, with the vanishing of the dragon, the power of his strike traveled straight for the four, who lifted a hand to block. Bam! The four were sent hundreds of meters away. They were forced to open their eyes at last, having no luxury to show off any longer. Looking at Gu Santong, they had shock painted on their faces. What the hell are you? Oh, you weren't blind? I thought you were cripples, so I held back. Damn fakers, ruining my sympathy. Now I see there's no need to anymore. Gu Santong clenched his fist and mocked. The audience was still very much out of it after seeing a 7-year-old brat punch the 4 old freaks. No wonder Steward Zhua says he's his ace. He was serious. But what the hell? There's just one freakier than the next. Looking from Gu Santong to Zhua Fan, they sighed, having no idea what to call them anymore. How are we supposed to make a living with so many monsters around? A shock like no other overrode their minds and all common sense. Everyone was now watching with empty eyes as Gu Santong stood in the air. Zizhua Fan. What the hell is that kid of yours? Fiend Yang gulped. The others were looking at the Grand Steward Zhua with overwhelming emotions. He did not reply and ordered instead, "Everyone scatter. Get some distance from them." Zhua Fan was the first to move back, with others quick to react, flying 1,000 meters. While the mystical heaven sect side were still too stunned to react, not even noticing their movements. They just stood there watching Gu Santong with a dumb look. This distance should be safe. Zhua Fan sighed. Do you know why I had young Sanzi come out now to fight? They just shook their empty minds, still dazed. Zhua Fan chuckled. Because this kid has a foul temper and mean strength. Once he gets worked up, nothing can stop him. Our main objective, you all know, is to teach mystical heaven sect a lesson, crush their attitude, not destroy them. Or Double Dragon Manor will not sit still. The oldies nodded. No matter how many conflicts there were between sects, Double Dragon Manor would never allow for them to blow out into a bloody war and weaken the Western lands. Only as a last resort could I let this troublesome kid out. Or one strike from him could even wipe this thousands of years old sect off the face of this world. Zhua Fan sighed. A shame they just don't listen. Insisting on making me take out my last move. They reap what they sow. It's not my fault at all. Dude, we're the invaders here. Fiend Yang scratched his nose and felt helpless. Steward Zhua is such a dirtbag. He has no morals. You came here to mess them up and you expect them to welcome you with wide smiles. Then again, those were demonic cultivators for you. Especially Steward Zhua's arrogant, self-righteous kind. They were everywhere. However, there was something he failed to see. Steward Zhua, is your son that strong? The mystical heaven sect is still a sect. Don't believe me? Watch. My kid was known as an ender in Tianyu, destroying everything in his path. Zhua Fan shrugged. Everyone frowned, then focused on the fight. Just in time to see Gu Santong walking for the mystical heaven sect with an obnoxious attitude, like none were up to his standards. Steward Zhua, your son is your spitting image of your heroism and brutality. Ha ha ha. Venerable Bai chuckled. Zhua Fan shrugged and smiled. The heavenly cycle elders watched Gu Santong's insufferable attitude and were fuming mad. They knew the kid was more than he seemed, but his blatant disdain was getting to these elders' nerves. Enough of your arrogance, kid. We have underestimated you before, but don't think you will get rid of us so easily. Really? Then let's continue. Gu Santong snickered and hooked a finger in mockery. You're all bark and no bite. Come and get me if you want. Heavenly cycle elders were red with rage. Mystical heaven sect side cried out, worried by their looks about the terrible kid. This was the first time seeing someone humiliate their four venerables. Though he does have the strength. They looked on with bated breaths as the two sides were ready for a grand battle. The four elders made signs, followed by draconic roars. For dragons took to the skies. Yellow light shone from the ground beneath and bathed the dragons, transforming them into a yellow dragon hundreds of meters long. The thick pressure was crushing on everyone's shoulders, and it was all focused on Gu Santong. However, the kid's face fell a bit and that was it. The audience, even demon scheming sects side 1,000 meters out, were gasping from shock. This power was hundreds of times stronger than what the four unleashed before. Han Qianying was bug-eyed. This is the four-element cycle array? Fiend Yang saw the formation and cried as well. His face was heavy. It was an array that was made by Radiant Stage experts and defeated 4 Ethereal Stage experts. Now that 4 peak Ethereal Stage experts formed it, its power must be unimaginable. The 4-element cycle array borrows the power of the earth and 4 elements to unleash the world's energy. This power is endless. I fear that not even an early soul harmony stage expert can block an array formed by the 4 high venerables. That child is in danger. Shui Ruohua was worried. They all turned their eyes on Zhuo Fan, but he was as calm as ever. Yilin was a Qilin. His soul and body were one to begin with. Reaching the soul harmony stage would hardly make a difference to him. Since Yilin could do it earlier, so can young Sanzi, but his will be stronger. Sect leader Xian saw the 4 venerables unleash such might and wrote off the kid as dead already. Ignoring him. Ha ha ha. Get ready for a funeral. You must have seen the power of 4-element cycle array, but I must tell you that it is far deadlier in the hands of the venerables. Even more so when the venerables aren't using the 4-element cycle array, but the stronger one, heavenly cycle dragon array, formed by using 4 earth dragon souls. Your end is nigh. Xian Xiaoyu heard his dad brag and laughed as well, looking the part of the winning side. Mystical Heaven sect snickered. Demon Scheming sect was silent, gnashing their teeth. Only Zhuo Fan just watched Gu Santong as he said, "Young Sanzi, it's fine." Gu Santong waved his hand. His face was hard, but still mocked. Before me, even earth dragon souls are nothing more than worms. Zhuo Fan knew where young Sanzi's confidence came from. His body was that of a Qilin, his soul that of a sacred beast. Not even a heaven dragon soul could top that. Zhuo Fan just eased a breath and relaxed. Young Sanzi's confidence was seen as a joke by the heavenly cycle elders, mocking him. Ignorant young devil, do you even know what earth dragon soul is known for? Connects to the world. By combining with the earth, one's power grows tens of times. It's unlike the previous dragon soul you beat. And they're still worms. Gu Santong mocked and taunted. If you don't strike, I'll do it first. The heavenly cycle elders was outraged. Damn brat, you have the nerve to mock us? It's best we get rid of you at once with all we have. The 4 made a sign in unison, then pointed at Gu Santong. The huge dragon roared and charged at the little figure. Everyone watched with their hearts in their throat. Only the few who believed in young Sanzi's strength were calm. Roar. Along with the draconic roar, the dragon's soul slammed down, making the ground cave in thousands of meters. Despite not feeling the dragon's brunt force, they could still feel the aftermath, the biting winds that cut at their skin. They were overwhelmed. The power was so incredible even bystanders would suffer from a stray wind. Just how would that kid stand it? When the eyes turned to Gu Santong, they were stumped once more. The kid wasn't harmed in the slightest, as if he was only standing in a mild rain. Gu Santong looked up at the incoming lizard and took a deep breath. His body flashed scarlet, his eyes shining as he got ready to lash out with the might of a true Qilin. His body as well was itching to strike and explode with power. Roar! As the huge dragon soul was right on top of him, Gu Santong perked his mouth up in one eerie smirk as he roared. An image of a scarlet Qilin came out of his body. As it howled, there were scarlet shock waves spreading out. As for the huge dragon soul, it faltered like it met obstacles. The scarlet ripple shock waves slammed into it, making it feel great pain with every strike and pushing it back. That's not possible. Just by roaring, he can push back the earth dragon Solus four-formed. Their eyes shaking, heavenly cycle elders cried out in unison from this shocking revelation. They could not believe their eyes that this was happening. Their hands shaking non-stop. They felt an immense power coming at their array, to the point it wanted to tear it out. They could not believe what was happening. This unbridled power came from a mere child's howl. His soul was also sending the 4 eerie vibes, a fear they hadn't sensed in centuries. The Qilin flexed its claws, ready to tear the sky open as it howled. Anything and everything that stood in its path was feeling the brunt of its power, plunged into hell. Heavenly cycle elders' brows shook, feeling feeble. None wanted to admit it, even as they knew it already. The 4 had met a tough opponent this time around, one that was a freak beyond them. Roar! Gu Santong saw the huge dragon soul just kept retreating and was on the brink of collapse. He grinned, having a nasty smile on his face as he shouted at the sky once more. Boom! In a split second, a red sound wave came at the huge dragon soul like a tsunami. This time, the huge dragon soul barely lasted a few seconds before crumbling down to nothing. Following the defeat of their combined Earth Dragon souls into the Heavenly Cycle Dragon Soul, the Heavenly Cycle Elders spat blood in unison. Their soul had a deep wound, evident from their ashen face. They had no time to even catch their breath as the red sound wave came straight for them. Fricking hell! What monster is this brat? The four watched as the red wave came with dumb looks. They cursed in defiance, like dying old men, before being pulverized. All that was left of them was blood sprinkled down from four clouds. Not even their souls could withstand Gu Santong's Qilin roar, shaking their very core and ripping it apart. The dreaded red sound wave boomed in the distance and warped the space, sending shock waves everywhere. Everyone was too speechless to react. The four dragons of the Great Tianyu's three guardian sects, one sword five dragons, had been killed by a 7-year-old just like that. Holy hell! Just where the hell did this freak come from? Sect leader Xian and his mystical heaven sect were sweating. They watched the still roaring Gu Santong with blank stares. Not just them, even the demon scheming sect was dumbstruck at such display of raw power. They never thought it possible that Steward Zhua would call someone of such caliber. All packed neatly in a monster that was barely 7 years old. They thought the kid had a high chance of winning, but not to the point of being as easy as they saw. Those were mystical heaven sect's 4 dragons. Killed just like that by a kid? What's wrong with this world? The demon scheming sect experts sympathized with mystical heaven sect. What sin have they committed to suffer this father-son disaster? They all looked at Gu Santong, then at Shuafan, chuckling to themselves. Thank God he's on our side. Roar! As the red sound wave faded into the horizon, Gu Santong's bloodlust was far from quenched. He spread out his arms and legs, making the scarlet glow on him flicker brighter. Shuafan cried out, "Oh shit! The kid is high on his win and won't stop. Get back 5 more miles." Shuafan was the first to get the hell out of there. The rest followed. They had no clue who Gu Santong was, but his pops should be more than clear on this. The demon scheming sect team retreated again, while mystical heaven sect was just too out of it to react. By the time they came to their senses, all hope was lost. Qilin's soul might, shock and awe. Gu Santong shouted and flicked his childish hands. The red Qilin image once again came out and roared. A dreadful shock wave flew from Gu Santong in every direction. One could see with the naked eye how the scarlet wave was moving through the air. This wave was different from before. It carried death and nothing else, like a scythe coming to reap lives. The space itself warped and threatened to crack as all that stood in its way was erased from this world, going out in a puff of dust. Sect leader Xian and his team gasped, "Run!" Mystical heaven sect panicked, each going every which way. Alas, they were just too slow. They were the closest to Gu Santong to begin with and had missed their chance in getting to a safe distance from this monster. In this chaotic retreat, hundreds of people shoved, pulled, screamed, all trying to get just a little bit further. Yet in a blink, the red wave caught up to them and even passed them. Ack! The cries of pain littered the sky, losing their lives like they were no ethereal stage experts, but mere mortals. Nothing survived, even as they used all their soul power to protect themselves. Their bodies were ashes in a blink of an eye. As for their soul, it kept being shaken until it fell apart. And the enactment of this slaughter only took a few brief moments. The people watching their friends die like that were filled with shock and dread. They watched as the red wave annihilated everything in its path, not even sparing a blade of grass or a speck of dust. Rumble. It was doomsday. The beautiful and amazing mystical heaven sect was being laid to waste with Gu Santong at its center. The worst part was the destruction only increased. Steward Zhua, what do we do if the red wave comes here? Seeing the horrors the mystical heaven sect was going through, Venerable Qi spoke with fear. Shuafan waved his hand. Just leave it to me. Zhuofan's right eye flashed in 5 golden halos as he shouted, "Divine Eye of the Void's 5th stage, Void Wall ×3, The space rippled, and in front of them appeared 3 thick invisible walls. The red wave came and stopped before the walls, but not without giving them a good rattling. Crack. As the intense sounds echoed, everyone was on tenterhooks in fear. With a loud bang, the first wall was peeled away and the red wave moved on to the second one. Everyone's face sank, looking tensely at Zhuofan. "Hey, Steward Zhuo, what's with your son not knowing friend from foe? He's coming after us as well." Zhuofan easily understood their fears and just stared at the second wall without replying. PFF. The red wave slammed into the second wall and started rattling it too. But this time it was far weaker. With a bang, signaling its collapse, the wave came upon the third wall, but very much dimmed. It struck the third wall, shaking it a little just like in arm wrestling, none giving an inch. Everyone tensely watched the scene. If Zhuofan's last void wall couldn't stop it, they would end up just like mystical heaven sect. Though they would be in a better spot, as the wave was much weaker than the one that culled their enemies. Crack. With a sharp sound, Zhuofan's last void wall was about to fall, giving way for the red wave to attack. The demon-scheming sect team's faces turned heavy, their hearts in their throat as they used all they had to protect themselves. Kuei Lang held Han Chenyin close, as he used his soul power to protect both of them. Bam! Zhuofan's third void wall collapsed at last and caused the others to jump. The red wave swept for them the next second. But before it reached them, it faded away into nothing and Gu Santong's dreadful power never touched them. Startled, they all looked at each other before bursting in joy. The kid's vibration wave was like a shock wave. My void wall used separate spaces to lower its power. One can say they're mutually exclusive. Zhuofan eased a long breath. If not, in the face of that high-intensity vibration, even an ethereal stage expert would receive a heavy wound, if not killed outright. The others nodded, exuberant they just got out alive. Venerable Bai gave a thumbs up. Steward Zhuo, you really know your son the best. If it were anyone else, they'd suffer for it. Only you could resist it. You are his father after all. Ha ha ha. The others laughed alongside him. Ha ha ha, you don't have to say that. I'm so much weaker than my kid. Since we're so far away and the kid didn't use a targeted move, I could block it. Zhuofan sighed. Now do you understand why I didn't want to take him out? Because this brat forgets himself, just like a child. The others nodded and felt Zhuofan's pain. Such a mighty power in the hands of a rash kid. It was not just deadly to the enemy, but even to oneself. The only reason Steward Zhuo let the boy out was because the Heavenly Cycle Elders intervened. I worry he just destroyed Mystical Heaven Sect with this move. How are we going to explain it to Double Dragon Manor? Zhuofan frowned and sighed. With Sacred Beast's pride, they never go easy. Ever since young Sanzi was taught about being a Qilin, he's been going further and further down the path of a king of beasts. Just like earlier, the enemy was clearly crushed, but he still showed off his power as if to show he was the best in the world. He gave no thought to the consequences. This was the difference between beasts and humans. Beasts only cared about power, while humans were shrewd, turning the strong into weak, defeat into victory. Young Sanzi was a Qilin's son, so following the beast way was a given, though throwing him into the world of man was far from sensible. If he lacked the tiniest bit, Zhuofan, his godfather, would have died alongside the enemy. Sighing, Zhuofan shook his head. Fiend Yang spoke in a shaken tone. Zhuofan, look there. Your son didn't ruin Mystical Heaven Sect, though there's barely anything left. He really is an ender. For crying out loud, what kind of monsters is your clan made of? One is worse than the last. The father ruled Double Dragon Gathering and the son stomps a sect? This is unnatural. The rest turned their heads to look only to be staring agape. Gu Santong was still acting almighty in the sky, looking down on everything, but turning to Mystical Heaven Sect. The previous nice scenery was reduced to rubble. with corpses strewn everywhere. There were also sobs and cries here and there, while blood trickled from every corner. This was hell, no two ways about it. Han Qianying and Shui Ruohua looked away in tears. This was their home. Chu Qingcheng looked away as well, even if she hadn't been here for long. Dad, Mom, I mowed them good. It hasn't even been half an hour. Gu Santong smiled as he sped for them. The others were so scared they didn't even look him in the eye. What kind of child can raise a lower 3 sect to the ground? Fiend Yang looked worried by his attitude. He still recalled the child's annoyance with him. To any normal kid that whined, Fiend Yang would only tease him more, except for young Sanzi. He didn't have it in him. He was better off keeping a safe distance. If the guy's temper went off, there wouldn't be just whining and tears, but blood and gore. Looking at the ground littered with corpses and victims, Fiend Yang felt utter regret. Am I that bored to rub a kid's head? Zhuo Fan looked around then smiled at Gu Santong. Young Sanzi, you did great. Leave the rest to me. You don't have to do anything now. Sure. Young Sanzi bobbed his head like a good kid, giggling innocently. Only the guys around thought, who'd ever believe that pure smile? Seeing the bloody aftermath, Venerable Qi said, Steward Zhua, this isn't easy to settle. We need a very good reason for all of this to make the Double Dragon Manor stop even if they come here. I know that. Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Find sect leader Xian and Xianxia fast. There are only hope of coming clean out of this mess. None knew what he meant, but they obeyed. Understood. They all began their search. Venerable Qi and Bai shared a look and grinned. Crash. In a pile of rubble, sect leader Xian crawled out from all that rock, bleeding from his mouth. He had no time to address his condition as he felt the rubble shift under him and a youth clawed his way out. Xianxia. Only Xianxia looked deathly pale. The spiritual armor on him had long since broken into two, dangling from his body. Thank God the 9th grade spiritual armor was here to save his life. Sect leader Xian touched his hand and sent his soul power to check Xianxia's condition. He laughed in joy. Xiaoyu, I'm so happy you're fine. Xianxia opened his eyes to see his father. But then he gasped, Dad, Zhuo Fan ruined our sect. We can't let him get away with this. Don't worry. I will definitely make sure he'll be ripped apart for you. Sect leader Xian's face was hard. Xianxia showed a weak smile. Great, Zhuo Fan. I won't ever let you and junior sister Qingcheng be happy together. Ha ha ha, you can't even protect yourself, young Master Xian. Yet you still have the luxury to worry about Qingcheng and my happiness? Why thank you. Xianxia did not get to finish as a mocking tone came. Sect leader Xian looked to see Zhuo Fan bearing a sinister smile as he came over with the girls. Sect leader Xian spat. Zhuo Fan, demon fiend. You ruined my sect and still dare to show your face here? Why not? With your heavy wounds, what can you possibly do to me? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Mystical heaven sects experts are now dead or wounded. Even you can't protect yourself. So why the high and mighty attitude? You? Sect leader Xian was filled with fury, but didn't get to finish as he coughed blood again. Zhuo Fan shrugged. See, you have no power left. Your life is now in my hands. I'll be honest here. Your death or survival is at my whim. You have no choice in the matter. Sect leader Xian remained silent, only biting his lip. Utter humiliation. A sect leader like him had never been in such a state before. Taunted by the enemy and with no way of retorting, because he knew what he said was the truth. He was now powerless. The demon-scheming sect team grinned at him. Han Qianying and the girls just sighed. The great mystical heaven sect had gotten theirs now reduced to this. Well, do you want to live or die? Zhuo Fan's eyes shone. Getting to the main point, sect leader Xian's brow shook. He looked with gnashed teeth at Zhuo Fan but said nothing. Despite that, the humiliation was so great he clenched his fists. Zhuo Fan ignored it all and leaned over him, reaching with his venomous claw and hoisting Xianxia by the neck. In that case, there's nothing more to talk about. Wait, what are you doing? Let him go. Sect leader Xian cried out. He wanted to move, but he only coughed more blood. Shuafan snickered as he shouted, "Do you want to live or die?" "I." Sect leader Xian's eyes shook, but the words were stuck in his throat, because speaking meant surrendering. As they say, it is better to die on your feet than live on your knees. Many of the secular cultivators could do it, so why couldn't the great sect leader of mystical heaven sect? But looking at his son, turning red from the grip on his neck, sect leader Xian sighed and shook his head. When even an ant clings to life, what more's there to say about man's desire to live? What do you want, Shuafan? Sect leader Xian. That's an attitude more befitting of moving with the times. Ha ha ha. Grinning, Shuafan relaxed his hand and Xian Xiaoyu slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. He looked at Shuafan in fear, having lost his cocky attitude. Ignoring the useless son, Shuafan gave Venerable Qi a look and he threw an empty jade slip over to sect leader Xian. Taking it, sect leader Xian asked, "What's this?" "Ha ha ha. Nothing much. Just hoping sect leader Xian can help me write something down." Shuafan beamed. Sect leader Xian's hand tightened at his words and his brow furrowed. "Shuafan, you can't possibly be thinking of twisting facts and making my mystical heaven sect be the culprit here." Sect leader Xian knew the minute he put any word on the jade slip, his soul signature would be imprinted on it. Then no matter how much he begged Double Dragon Manor for justice, no one would believe him. They would have no choice but to live with this stain. His hands shook and his teeth clenched together. All while the demon scheming sect team was looking at him with mockery. "Yeah, that's right. We bet you and now we're robbing you of any means of fighting back. What are you going to do about it? It's not our fault you turned out to be so weak." Ha ha ha. Looking at the piles of rubble around him that were once his sect, at the dead experts and few survivors, they had no other fate than to be under someone's thumb. Sect leader Xian sighed. His hand twitched as it held the jade slip. "Sect leader Xian, if you don't do this, we'll leave no survivors." Shuafan snickered. "We might even turn this place into a wasteland. You dare?" "Why the hell not?" Shuafan shouted back. "The central area is getting ready for war with the other lands. Mystical heaven sect's demise can be written off with hundreds of excuses. Moreover, the girls were your disciples and with a few words to Double Dragon Manor, your case will be put aside. Who would want to test the relations because of a lower 3 sect only to give room for the enemy to strike?" Shaking all over, sect leader Xian's face fell. At the end of the day, rules are gimmicks used in times of peace. When the enemy comes knocking, even Double Dragon Manor would focus on the good of Western lands. Who'd have the time to waste on rules? Shuafan grinned. Sect leader Xian has been around for so long and should know this better than anyone. Sect leader Xian's clenched fist finally eased and sighed. "If the central area is indeed attacking, ha-ha, the mystical heaven sect's matter will be forgotten." "I talk, you right." Ignoring him and his last probe, Shuafan spoke in a cold tone, as if he already knew the central area would come, when he was just being full of it. But because he was acting like this, sect leader Xian bought it. "Firstly, the matter with Qingcheng. You came to her for Double Dragon Gathering. Now that's over, the deal is also over. But you still forced her to stay. As her husband, I came to take her, but you started pushing me around, which led to war." Shuafan narrated while sect leader Xian wrote down like a machine. "Next, mystical heaven sect's elders picked on me with their superior numbers, and then demon scheming sect's elders came to the rescue, leading to both sides entering a bitter fight." Sect leader Xian's eyes shook, but he stayed silent. "Picked on you? You were the one who got the whole sect to come in hiding and you dare say picked on you? You did it knowing fully where it led. This Shuafan is so sinister. Planning it all from the start, and I fell right for it." Sect leader Xian gnashed his teeth in hatred, writing down as Shuafan said it. Finally, after a hard battle, the demon scheming sect came out victorious, being lenient on you seeing how both were sects from Western lands. But the casualties were too great and not what we hoped for. Your clan also knew this matter could have been done without bloodshed and sincerely apologized, promising to leave this matter as that. To prove it, you leave this jade slip. Finishing, Zhuofan nodded. That's about it. Did you get it all, sect leader Xian? For God's sake. This is clearly kicking us while we're down. I'm so mad yet I can't even fight back. Sect leader Xian's hands shook, his breath ragged as he finished writing. Looking at the green jade slip, he wanted to crush it so badly. He knew that the instant he handed it over, his loss today would be left with his sect suffering in silence. Double Dragon Manor would see that he was in the wrong and would not take his side. They wouldn't even look into it now with how ruined his sect was. Are these reasons enough? Seeing sect leader Xian shaking as he offered the jade slip, Zhuofan did not take it but looked to the others. You guys have been around Western lands for longer and understand the rules better. What am I missing here? PFF. Sect leader Xian spurted blood on the spot. For crying out loud. Isn't this disgrace enough? You want more? Are you trying to peel us one strip at a time? Venerable Qi smiled and shook his head. Steward Zhua. These are enough. Steward Zhua saving his wife after being trapped is reasonable. Our later help to Steward Zhua is only natural. It's all reasonable. Even if you argue it with Double Dragon Manor, it still won't matter. Ha ha ha. Hold it. Kuei Lang shouted, bowing to Venerable Qi and saying, Steward Zhua, I find these reasons adequate, but not enough to stir sympathy. They're too plain. Shouldn't we flourish it a bit? Pa. Zhuofan clapped and praised. Good man. You sure have improved after sticking with me for so long. We might be demonic cultivators, but this fight was fought for justice. Sect leader Xian. Make sure you write down your endless greed, trying to extort me out of my 2,000 sacred stones, and also wanting to suck women's een to cure your son. It seems that in this battle, we took heaven's place in purging the demons, and setting an example for everyone. What? Sect leader Xian's face twitched and cried out, You, demonic cultivators dare use heaven as your excuse? I told you to write, not yap. Zhuofan's face expression steeled. He stepped on Xian Xiaoyu's leg. Life or death, choose. Sect leader Xian's fists shook and sighed, writing down as he said it. This was no longer just a scuffle between sects, but a question of mystical heaven-sex morals. A righteous sect actually wanted to use women's een to cure someone, and even tried stealing another sect disciple's sacred stones. Although sect leader Xian did not want to admit it, Zhuofan truly did purge demons in this case. Once he handed this to the demon scheming sect, it was the same as handing blackmail evidence for them to threaten him with. They would not only be left with no means of rebuking them, but even obeying them. Or when the jade slip got out, the mystical heaven sect would never rise again. If it had happened in peacetimes, sect leader Xian wouldn't have done it even killed. But his son was in their hands and he had no choice but to fold. The future looked bleak, with generations being threatened by the demon scheming sect. He truly suffered more than he could have imagined this time. Seeing this, Venerable Qi patted Kuei Lang's shoulder. Disciple, you've grown. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Master and Steward Zhuo's teachings. Kuei Lang bowed humbled. The others laughed. Only the girls rolled their eyes and shook their heads. They're all evil demonic cultivators who only got worse with Zhuofan around. Who? Letting out a long sigh, sect leader Xian finished filling self-incriminating facts into the jade slip and slumped powerlessly to the ground, the jade slip falling at his side. Zhuofan flicked and the jade slip went to his palm, nodding after checking the content. The battle now took a righteous tone and the enemy was vanquished in heart as well. There was no need to fear Double Dragon Manor any longer. Dad. Knowing what just happened, Xian Xiaoyu's face fell. Sect leader Xian showed a smile. Then he looked hard at Zhuofan. Zhuofan, are we done here? Ha ha ha, of course thanks. Sect leader Xian. Zhuofan nodded, then showed bloodthirst. Men, kill half of mystical heaven sect disciples. Yes, the crowd shouted together and bowed. Zhuofan was gone as well, appearing next to Xian Xiaoyu. In his eyes filled with fear was reflected the hand that clutched his throat. Xian Xiaoyu's face went red, unable to breathe. He flailed his arms against Zhuofan, despite how pointless it was. He was nothing more than a weak little chick. Sect leader Xian shouted, "Zhuofan? What are you doing? Didn't we say?" "Humph. Ever heard of the saying, don't trust a demonic cultivator?" Zhuofan mocked. "You always curse demonic cultivators for being vile and fiends you can't trust. But at the end of it all, you still talk terms with us. Isn't that a cruel irony?" The demon-scheming sect team laughed. Sect leader Xian shook, and the moment he moved from his spot, he coughed blood, then slumped back down. He could only watch as Zhuofan squeezed the life out of his son. Zhuofan had a vile smile on his face. "Sect leader Xian, I never do business without assurance, much less suffering from one. In our fight with Mystical Heaven sect we have lost many people. So, to make sure you don't come making trouble, ha ha ha, sorry, but I'll have to cripple you. But don't worry, seeing as how it involves Double Dragon Manor, I won't destroy you, nor harm you." Sect leader Xian. "It would make the jade slip useless if I do. Ha ha ha." With a cackle, Zhuofan showed his evil side, increasing his grip on Xianxia. Sect leader Xian shook and spoke rashly. "Wait, Zhuofan, you can kill anyone and I won't care, but please let my son go. He's my only. And you call yourself a sect leader? You only ever cared about your son and not the sect." Everyone looked at him with scorn. Han Qianying sighed and walked to Chu Qingcheng. "Junior sister, your man is amazing. Even the sect leader is being toyed with. But this is a bit too cruel. After all, Mystical Heaven sect has once been our home. We have many brothers and sisters here." Han Qianying did not finish, but her meaning was loud and clear, for Chu Qingcheng to plead for them. Every king rose to his throne by trampling on a mountain of corpses. Chu Qingcheng sighed as she hesitated. She had once been the ruler of Drifting Flowers edifices and knew this cruelty. Being soft now would only come back as misery to bite you. Drifting Flowers edifices had suffered so much for so long, and she could understand Zhuofan in this. This man was not as cruel as he looked, but doing all for self-preservation. It was easy to speak for Mystical Heaven sect, but she could not risk knowing it might bring Zhuofan pain later on. Even with the girls looking at her like that, she still held her ground. "Chu Qingcheng." One aged voice sounded that stunned everyone. Sect leader Xian looked from the ground at Chu Qingcheng with begging eyes. "Qingcheng, when you wanted to save that girl's life, I helped you. The condition for that was to come to Mystical Heaven sect and save my son. That was our deal. Because of you, Zhuofan came and ruined my sect. I'm not asking you to hold your end, but at least let my son live." "What?" Qingcheng knew everything. Shui Ruohua looked at her in shock. "You mean, you were ready to give yourself up?" "Yes, she knew everything, unlike you. Because she owed me, she would do anything I asked." Sect leader Xian shouted. "A bit of favor yet returning endless gratitude. Because you met him again, you chose to break your promise. I did not mind. You wanted to see him again afterward and made another promise which I agreed to. But now I see the last agreement won't be fulfilled. I give you back your freedom and only hope you can stay Zhuofan's hand. Leave. Crash." Sect leader Xian did not finish. Chu Qingcheng did not speak either. Then they heard Xianxia crashing to the ground, coughing in pain. Zhuofan released him with a calm face, then ignored the father and son. Walking to Chu Qingcheng, he took her shoulder and left while shouting, "Demon scheming sect, withdraw. Aren't we killing Mystical Heaven sect's men? There's still 100 ethereal stage experts breathing. Once they recover they—" Fiend Yang started. But Zhuofan only held Chu Qingcheng as he said, "I said withdraw. This fight is over." The demon scheming sect team looked at him oddly, then shrugged as they followed Zhuofan leaving. "Master, look after yourself. I'm going with Kuei Lang." Han Qianying took Shui Ruohua and Danner after saying her last words to sect leader Xian. Sect leader Xian shook, his face dark. Only Xianxia was still coughing, looking at Zhuofan going away, and spoke with vitriol. "Father, we must take Rev." "Shut it." Sect leader Xian grabbed his mouth and looked at Zhuofan in worry. Seeing as he did nothing, He relaxed then cursed. Are you suicidal? He didn't kill all of us because of Chu Qingcheng. Junior sister Qingcheng. Xianxia frowned, gnashing his teeth. I won't let that vile spawn take her. One day I will get her back. Sect leader Xian gave him a long look then nodded. With a steel gaze, he thought. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, the day will come. You still need her for your illness. Meanwhile, Zhuofan and Chu Qingcheng walked out of Mystical Heaven Sect hand in hand. With a faint smile, the two were in their own world as a group of third wheels approached. Chu Qingcheng worried. Is it really all right to let them go? Maybe they'll harm you later. Yeah, Steward Zhua, I think it's best we finish them off. Just like you said, the central area is attacking and Double Dragon Manor won't. You're wrong. Fiend Yang approached to say, but Zhuofan mocked. Did you also believe my bluff back then? Central area's matter is only a rumor. Who knows if it's true? I only used it to scare him. If the central area remains quiet, the Double Dragon Manor won't leave this matter be. That's why we can't ignore Double Dragon Manor's rules and give us more trouble. Fiend Yang nodded. Then Zhuofan spoke heavily. Qingcheng, Mystical Heaven Sect had given us a favor back then. I will help take the burden on myself since what happened to Ninger was your problem is my problem. Chu Qingcheng was direct. Zhuofan nodded and smiled. Yes, your problems are my problems. Since this binds you to Mystical Heaven Sect, I'll help you break it and not affect your heart. But then I'm a demonic cultivator. Carrying all that hatred is nothing. Zhuofan smiled at her and looked her in the eye with conviction. With me next to you, no one will force you again. Chu Qingcheng started and nodded in happiness. She rested her head on his shoulder, her heart at peace. She felt like she was back to Drifting Flower City's shabby house, with only the two of them around. Shit. Their lovey-dovey display is so blinding it pales to my 24-karat eyes. Fiend Yang cried out and held his eyes. The others chuckled. Give the lovely couple a queer smile. Zhuofan just shrugged at Chu Qingcheng. Looks like we need to shake off these blind fools or they'll ruin our mood. Chu Qingcheng giggled. However, a shout was heard and a familiar figure came leading tens of thousands of worn-out soldiers. Brother Zhua, did we win? Luo Yunhai asked in joy. Sticking out his chest, Gu Santong spoke with pride. Of course, when I go, nothing can stop me. The one to blame is my dad for letting me out so late, or I'd have long since wasted them. Oh, so you did it. No wonder so many died in this fight, with thousands experts from my clan as well. Luo Yunhai broke into cold sweat as he watched Gu Santong's prideful face. Young Sanzi truly is amazing, but maybe could you give us a signal the next time you fight? Eh? Gu Santong was startled while the others shook their heads. This kid is that ignorant of his raw power? Give us a signal to get some cover. But seeing Gu Santong so oblivious, Luo Yunhai did not explain, lest he get the little ball of rage angry. Big brother Zhua. Luo Yunhai turned to Zhuofan. Although we didn't need to attack the treasury, since it fell under young Sanzi's move and we had no chance to use the resources, we still managed to get some spoils of war and got to rob it. Demon scheming sect's hearts twitched. The Mystical Heaven Sect has been around for millennia. Their treasury must be loaded. They won the battle but were so focused on the joy that they forgot something so basic. How stupid of us. So Fiend Yang was the first to jump in. Oh, clan head of the secular world. We're all allies here. We should settle the accounts, since we did so much hard work ourselves. We should get the biggest share. Ha ha ha, relax, we only came to help Brother Zhua. All of it will be yours. Luo Yunhai waved his hands like it was nothing. Fiend Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. This kid is upright and good. What kind of ally doesn't want to be paid after being asked for help? The other elders were also admiring him. Zhuofan, who would fight for every stone, shook his head. Yunhai, I'll make it up for Luo clan for their help. Brother Zhua, we're all a family. What make it up to us? Luo Yunhai waved his hand, glancing at Chu Qingcheng. Brother Zhua, we did find something in the treasury you might want to see. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. What? Luo Yunhai gave Qiu Yanhai a look and he presented a ring. Zhuofan received it and took out its items. It had 3 jade slips. Zhuofan looked over the first and was stunned. Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array? Yes. It's the one the Heavenly Cycle Elders used. Luo Yunhai spoke. Keep reading. Zhuofan took the second one with doubt. For Element Cycle Array? Yes. The array from which the Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array was developed. Qiu Yanhai spoke carefully. Steward Zhua, check the last one. Zhuofan gave the 2 a long look then scanned the 3rd jade slip. Only this time his eyes exploded white bloodlust. The crowd looked puzzled. Not far, sect leader Xian held his son up and gave him a recovery pill. His eyes flashed. Xiaoyu, don't worry, I'll surely get Chu Qingqing back. Whoosh. However, he did not finish as a black figure appeared in front and punched him. Rumble. Sect leader Xian and Xian Xiaoyu had no time to react. Xian Xiaoyu was reduced to pieces and blood as he splattered on the rubble. With the blood and gore dripping from sect leader Xian's face, he was still too stunned to register it as he looked at the hard and cold face of Zhuofan. Why you? Sect leader Xian's eyes were filled with tears, choked with emotion to speak. Zhuofan gave him an icy look. Sect leader Xian, thank you for your help with Ninger. By letting Mystical Heaven sect go, all accounts are settled. Zhuofan left with a dead face, walking to Chu Qingqing and the others. Sect leader Xian's white hair was a mess, his eyes lost. He did not know why he thanked him for saving the girl nor why he came back to kill his only son. Seeing the blood around, sect leader Xian crumbled to his knees and howled in pain and sorrow. Zhuofan was back among his people, who were curious about why he first let Xian Xiaoyu go only to kill him now. Only Luo Yunhai and his men knew. Yunhai, destroy it. I don't want anyone to see it. Zhuofan spoke. Luo Yunhai nodded. Letting out a relieved chuckle, Zhuofan came to Chu Qingqing and held her waist as they walked. She just looked at Luo Yunhai curiously. What's that? Nothing of importance. Zhuofan shook his head. Qingqing, you have your own principles that I will protect, taking on me all the sins and crimes. But, Zhuofan gnashed his teeth. If you are in danger, no matter the principle, even my path, I'll cross them all. Chu Qingqing gave him a long look and smiled, leaning her head on his shoulder in happiness. I don't want you to give up everything for me. I only want to help you achieve your ambition. Seeing them go, the others looked at Luo Yunhai. Fiendyong was smiling from ear to ear. Luo clan head, what was that? Nothing you should know about. Luo Yunhai spoke in a hard tone. Brother Zhuo wants this destroyed so no one can see it. Or the ending of Mystical Heaven Sect's young master. Ugh. They all shook and coughed, looking at Zhuofan. Since it was so dangerous they could stall their curiosity. It was much better to live. Once all were gone, Luo Yunhai looked at the 3rd jade slip. He let out a long breath and shook his head. Empty spirit body, the desire of every cultivator. It can even help gods. But look what disaster it brought. But one thing is certain, the Heavenly Cycle Elders sure were geniuses to come up with such an array. With a smile, Qiu Yanhai sighed. From Heavenly Cycle Dragon Array to 4 Elements Cycle Array, to come up with ha ha ha. I bet it was made to fit the young sect leader like a glove. Nodding, Luo Yunhai sighed. Yeah, why else would Brother Zhuo go back on his words and kill the one he just spared? As long as he's around, the Mystical Heaven sect would never let go of Sister Qingqing, the best cauldron. But even so, there may be one coming later on who would want her. Qiu Yanhai's eyes shone. Luo Yunhai nodded. That's why Brother Zhuo wanted it destroyed. This is an array to exchange a life for a life. Qiu Yanhai gave a heavy nod, then had the 3 jade slip hold in his hand and used his power. Hot energy was released. If you just crush them, someone dead set on it might recover them. Allow me to destroy them. However, a beautiful figure appeared. Wait, Sister Qingqing. Miss Qingqing. The 2 looked shocked. What are you doing here? Half an hour later, Zhua Fan unsealed Han Qianying and Shui Ruohua's cultivations. The two quickly opened the sect array, and the demon scheming sect with the Luo clan left after taking care of their wounded and burying their dead. Even after everyone left, Zhua Fan stayed behind. He had unsealed Chu Qingqing's cultivation a while back, and yet she immediately went away saying she had something to do. Now he was waiting for her. Whoosh! Chu Qingqing's amazing figure came back before Zhua Fan with a smile. I'm back. That's good. Let's go as well. Zhua Fan nodded and held her hand tightly. Chu Qingqing was startled. Aren't you going to ask me where I was? Ha ha ha, no matter where you go, as long as it's not dangerous, I won't ask and I'd even let you go. Zhua Fan chuckled. You're my wife. Not an underling, nor a prisoner. You have your own freedom. Chu Qingqing beamed with joy. We truly know each other best. He knows me and I know him. They also did not want all their affairs to be known either, to feel like they were being watched. So Chu Qingqing did not ask about Zhua Fan's matter, and he didn't ask about hers either. This was mutual respect. However, the two's silent agreement hadn't lasted 3 steps. As Zhua Fan said with a frown, Qingqing, just where did you go? PFF. Chu Qingqing rolled her eyes and giggled. Didn't you say you won't ask? Why are you going back on your word? Ha ha ha, sorry. I know that I shouldn't restrain you, but I can't help but know everything about you, down to the last detail. This is such a complicated feeling. Zhua Fan shook his head. It's my first time feeling like this and I don't understand. Feels so impulsive. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I respect your wish. However, Chu Qingqing stopped him and flashed the thunder ring on her finger in front of him. I went back for this. After Mystical Heaven sect trapped me, they even took my storage ring. I went after it. I see. So it was nothing, ha ha ha. Zhua Fan nodded. Chu Qingqing glared. What, nothing? This ring comes as a pair, a proof of our relationship. How is it nothing? Yeah, you're right, ha ha ha. Zhua Fan nodded, his heart warm and fuzzy. Despite being a thunder ring, this ring of his was also a sacred ring, unlike the one she had, which was simple even though he made it. Chu Qingqing cared for it because it represented their bond, which filled him with happiness. However, their little warm bubble was soon broken as Chu Qingqing recalled something and mocked. Oh, I was wrong. The ring isn't a pair since there's another one. Something similar is worn by Miss Luo. Well, Zhua Fan was sweating. Chu Qingqing went on with a smile. These 3 rings will be together later on and we will live happily together. Qingqing, she isn't like that. She's just family. And the ring was already passed to Yunhai, the keepsake of Luo clan head. Oh, I see. Then Shuang'er, Yongning, Lianer, Miss Shui. Zhua Fan's mouth twitched. Qingqing. You're the leader of Drifting Flowers edifices. A person of power. Yeah, but sometimes I'm impulsive too. I don't want to limit you. It's just that when Sister Peony sent me those sending jades containing strange information, my heart felt heavy. Batting her eyes, Chu Qingqing showed her mischievous side. Zhua Fan's eyes shook, cursing Peony for being a busybody. Then he shook his head. Chu Qingqing's assault never relented as she kept asking awkward questions and putting Zhua Fan on the spot. This was how they walked out of this place, hand in hand. In this moment, the two were unlike the high cultivators they were, nor deep schemers, just a loving couple. They bicker, they nag, and they flirt. Seeing the two go, Luo Yunhai and Xiao Yanhai shared a pained look. Luo Yunhai sighed and said, Brother Zhua asked us to destroy the jade slip before anyone saw it. But in the end Sister Qingqing saw it too. What now? Clan head, it's all fine. Xiao Yanhai pondered. Steward Zhua wanted no one to set their eyes on Miss Chu. Now that the jade slip is destroyed, Miss Chu can't be hurting herself, right? It's fine. Thinking it over, Luo Yunhai nodded. I hope so, but Brother Zhua's order was to not let anyone see it. Now that Sister Qingqing did, how do we tell him? Miss Chu said it herself to just not include her. They're together anyway, so it won't matter. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yanhai scratched his head. Clan head, I'm a knowledgeable old man and some things are better not taken so seriously. It's best to gloss over it. When you have a lady yourself, you'll know what it means to be love-struck. Giving the old man a long look, Luo Yunhai nodded. Since Sister Qingcheng and Brother Zhua are family, it's fine if there are some things hidden from the husband or wife. The two then nodded, reaching a decision, and hurried to catch up. However, to Chu Qingcheng, she had lied to Zhua Fan for the first time, and due to their trust, Zhua Fan did not suspect anything. But this, however, was foreordained to become Zhua Fan's biggest regret of his lives. After leaving, they rested for half a month 10 miles from Mystical Heaven sect and continued onward. Zhua Fan had given Li Jingtian and the elders pills and helped them recover faster. The demon scheming sect was jubilant in the meantime from the spoils of war they got after that big fight. The happiest was Kuei Gang. His darling son, Kuei Gang, was seeing his mother for the first time. He now knew that his father prepared this surprise for him. They hugged in tears and in joy, holding each other close. Venerable Qi was very much against Kuei Lang and the girl from the Mystical Heaven sect getting together, but this time they seized Mystical Heaven sect and cut their arrogance down to size, not to mention they got a little something extra for their troubles. He didn't even mind seeing Zhua Fan happy with his lady. Moreover, since Steward Zhua managed to get a girl from a righteous sect to join him, his disciple couldn't? Maybe this victory would be enough to make sect leader overlook it. Anyway, the result was better than the fault, leaving room for discussion, and so the whole group continued on. Zhua Fan did not separate from them and went back to the demon scheming sect with the Luo clan. They then arrived at the valley where the two teams met for the first time. Shuanger and Yongning were anxiously waiting under Yu Ling and Qi Changlong's care. After all joined up, the girls were overjoyed to see Chu Qingcheng was saved. The girls all gathered around and talked, being close sisters with Chu Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng also joined the conversation with a smile. However, while they were still lost in their victory, Zhua Fan suddenly shouted, "Listen up! The fighting isn't over." They all turned to Zhua Fan with a puzzled look. "What do you mean the fight isn't over? Isn't Mystical Heaven sect ruined? First of all, I've been hiding something from all of you?" Zhua Fan was dead serious as he pulled Chu Qingcheng in front. "I've attacked Mystical Heaven sect for my personal reason, to save my wife. I thank you all for your help." Zhua Fan cupped his hands before them. The people were stunned, then laughed. "Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua, we already figured it out. What's the big problem?" "Yeah, with your merit. Fighting to get a woman won't make sect leader say anything." Venerable Bai laughed. Zhua Fan shook his head and watched the crowd. "This was what I wanted to tell you. Sect leader Xia Wuyue doesn't know about our fight with Mystical Heaven sect. It was all me." Ugh! They all stood dumbstruck, hardly believing Zhua Fan's words. Impersonating the sect leader was a serious offense. To even take all of the sect's experts and fight another, that was inexcusable. With Xia Wuyue's temper, they could see how this wouldn't end well, and they shook all over. Seeing them react like that, Zhua Fan squinted. He spoke something that gave them the biggest shock of all. It almost blew their minds. "That's why we are now going to counterattack the demon scheming sect and seize power." Success. Gasping, everyone was floored by this shocking revelation. "This is an uprising, plain and simple. First you went to beat one sect into the ground and now coming back to beat your own." It was beyond what any of the demon scheming sect experts imagined. They went out of the sect only to come back as rebels. They were all demonic cultivators, sure, but their loyalties still laid with their sect. This was too much to take in. Even outsiders like Han Chenying were speechless at Zhua Fan's brazen declaration. She walked over to Chu Qingcheng and whispered, "Junior sister, your man is truly brutal. He doesn't just go against his sect. He wants all the other elders and venerables to be there with him. They must be regretting it now, for being toyed with by your man. Senior sister, Zhua Fan isn't after wealth and glory. He's only looking after himself." Chu Qingcheng sighed. Han Chenying nodded. "Maybe, since impersonating the sect leader and giving orders to attack another sect deserves capital punishment. If he doesn't rise now, the demon scheming sect would hunt him down forever." While everyone can see it, that doesn't mean everyone would be so decisive. He is a man that knows what to do. Unlike my Kuei Lang, who likes to boast, he'll never do it in his life. Chu Qingcheng nodded, looking at Zhua Fan's straight figure and confidence. Her eyes swam in love. Her husband was the boldest hero, doing everything without looking back. No matter what situation he was in, his eyes had always looked at things from a different perspective. Looking coldly at those shocked faces, Zhua Fan spoke. Actually, I am all for a peaceful resolution and not revolting. You all know that I am about to leave the demon scheming sect and don't care for wealth and glory. However, there's no way I'm going to let others take my life. This is as low as I'll ever go. The crowd looked at each other with confusion in their eyes, not knowing what to say. I know what you're thinking, to make me take all the blame. Zhua Fan was quite calm despite having seen their intentions. I had thought about this as well. Everything that happened so far is because of me, so taking responsibility is only natural. If my life can save everyone, I'm willing to give it. But just think for a second. Will Xie Wu let you go with his foul mood? They all shook at Zhua Fan's words, their last hope crushed to pieces. Giving them a cold look, Zhua Fan shouted, "Wake up! Stop resorting to petty tricks and dreaming for hopeless peace. Everyone knows of Xie Wu's cruelty. Would he let you live after you used the sect's name to attack another sect's elders without his orders? This was a clear challenge to his authority. You of all people should know him better than me. But this isn't. Yes, I faked his orders." Someone stood up, pointing a feeble finger at Zhua Fan, but he cut him off. "You must understand, what difference would it make? When you be guilty by association, why would the inner sect elders come along with me? Humph, as matters stand, Xie Wu has already lost his trust in you. While he won't do anything to you for now, since the demon scheming sect has 10,000 sacred stones, in 100 years, there would be plenty of homegrown elders and venerables to replace you along the way. You best not forget who you are, my labor office's elders. You have taken on my symbol for a long time now and can't escape this. The minute Xie Wu labels me a traitor would be the moment you all will be taken care of. It's only a question of time. In the demon scheming sect, it is the inner sect and venerable Shur who have the true power. Working hard for so many years to seize power back, only to lose it all in the end. Would you be willing to accept that? A shiver went through them all. Hearing Zhua Fan's passionate speech, they were now filled with regret and unwillingness. Venerable Bai stood up, holding out his hands. Listen to me. Friends, Steward Zhua is right. While it does look like he set us up, we should not forget that it was also Steward Zhua that helped us earn so much in the labor office. We and Steward Zhua have been on the same side from the start. Returning to the sect now, if sect leader does not pursue this and will overlook it, then we won't have a civil war. But if he insists on holding Steward Zhua accountable, then we will have to stand up. Steward Zhua is our leader, and when he falls, we fall with him. If Steward Zhua is gone, sect leader can finish us off whenever he wants to. We're nothing to him and can't fight him either. That's why, labor office elders, we must assure that Steward Zhua is alive and well. Yes, Venerable Bai is right. Venerable Qi stood up as well. We must not fall for sect leaders' delay tactics, because we have an overwhelming advantage. We've all seen the power the Luo clan displayed in the battle with the mystical heaven sect, especially Steward Zhua's son. Can be said that at this moment we hold the power. If sect leader won't give us a straight answer, it's time for a change in leadership. Being indecisive and stalling will only get us killed. Everyone here knows just how brutal sect leader can be. Hearts stirred with their speech and the people nodded as a fire lit in their eyes. Just like Venerable Qi said, with such power on their side, taking the sect was a done deal. But once the Luo clan left, they'd be nothing more than another neck on the chopping block when Xie Wu started hacking. This was not the time to dawdle. Seeing the looks they sported, filled with resolve, Venerable Qi looked from Steward Zhua to the others. Moreover, we've all seen the fight between sect leader Xian and Zhua Fan. They were evenly matched. That is why it is my opinion that if Xie Wu's tyranny comes to an end, Steward Zhua would make a fine sect leader. Ha ha ha. Hail, sect leader Zhua. All of them turned their heads and greeted as they got ready for an uprising. Just like in an imperial revolt, they called out their leader as the true emperor. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Venerable Qi. Zhuofan then laughed, holding his hand for silence. Hear my order. Get ready for counter-attacking demon-scheming sect. Yes, sir. They all cupped their hands, filled with battle spirit. The morale was actually higher than when they set out for Mystical Heaven sect. Because this was a civil war they couldn't afford to lose. Fiend Yang held his head and sighed. Wu, you brought it on yourself. Look what your constant criticism of them has brought. They are revolting while you are still dreaming of being a top middle 3 sect. Just how am I supposed to help you? Fiend Yang shook his head, catching up with the others and in deep thought on how to solve this. Zhuofan and Xiaowue were good friends with the fiends. But now, who were they to side with? This was a true uprising against leadership to take the crown. Meanwhile, just outside the demon-scheming sect's barrier, the door was opened and Xiaowue waltzed in beaming with joy. Unaware his sect leader seat was hanging by a thread. The sect leader is back. The sect leader is back. 2 children ran to the inner sect to report. Xiaowue walked on, smug and happy. It was obvious from a mile his trip outside was one filled with flattery directed at his rear. He barely took 2 steps before he frowned. He looked around puzzled. Why is the sect so quiet? Where is everyone? Sect leader. Shouts came, Venerable Shur leading 100 inner sect elders as they rushed over. They bowed at once. Sect leader? I'm ashamed for being so late in welcoming you. Ha ha ha. Xiaowue looked at them in doubt. What's going on? Why just you guys? What about the rest? The elders, venerables, and even disciples? Where are they? Sect leader, didn't you tell Steward Zhua to take them out? They have yet to return. Venerable Shur faked. Xiaowue was stunned. Zhuofan? Didn't he leave? Why is he back? Also, when did I tell him to take out the sect's elders? It wasn't your order? But he held your token. Playing his act till the end, Venerable Shur muttered confusedly. This is bad. Steward Zhua held your token and said that he wanted all the experts and disciples, even venerables, to follow him outside. I found it odd and came with my inner sect elders to stop him, but sect leader knows how labor office is his. One word from him and they'll all follow. I don't know where they went. He can't be using them, can he? Venerable Shur glanced at Xiaowue's face and saw it dark and brooding. His fists clenched, his eyes shot with bloodthirst. It seems to me these tigers are about to claw each other. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. A huge crowd gathered outside the demon-scheming sect. It was Zhuofan and his army. With uprising the only thought on their minds, all had shed the hesitation from before, now ready to kill. Looking at the familiar barrier, Zhuofan grinned. Xiaowue, I'm no pawn you can use and then throw away. I didn't care about the demon-scheming sect before, but since you wanted a fight, I'll get you first and take the sect as well. This is about Xianxia and my life. I'm not about to be soft with you. Zhuofan looked at Luo Yunhai. Yunhai, you with the clansmen and young Sanzi are to hold this place. If a battle strikes out, someone will be coming to let you in. Yes, brother Zhua. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. Young Sanzi also nodded and gave a thumbs up, slapping his chest. No worries, Dad, with me here. Just tell me where to stomp and it'll be flattened in no time. Young master, this isn't Mystical Heaven sect. We still want to cultivate here later. Please go easy as much as possible. Ha ha ha. Venerable Qi sweated as he sighed. The others laughed. While young Sanzi's insane power had him vexed, he was the best insurance they had. With the little freak around, their win was a given. Even if the inner sect had high venerable to interfere, it wouldn't do a damn thing. Not since this young master finished off heavenly cycle elders like nothing. Zhuofan cleared his throat and shouted, Let's go! The world is about to change. Zhuofan took the first step forward, with Chu Qingcheng at his side. The others followed right behind him, all ready to attack their own sect. No matter how prepared one is, being on guard around one's own men was hard. The barrier easily opened, letting these beasts waltz in like they owned the place. Suddenly, 4 figures flashed. The crowd was stunned to see the 4 scheming demons. Relax, they're with us. I had them watch the place for movements. Zhuofan had them take it easy and asked the pygmies. Tell me, did Xiaowuo return? Violent Demon nodded and cupped his hands. Steward Zhua, sect leader, has been back for a month now. When he heard you took 2/3 of the sect's power out, he blew his top. Lately, he took his anger on a dozen disciples, killing them where they stood. Ha ha ha, I knew it. We'll be going all out, it seems. Zhuofan waved and walked on. What of Venerable Shi and his faction? Did some suspicious people or experts appear? Steward Zhua, Venerable Shi's side has only been inciting discord. The 4 scheming demons walked with Zhuofan as they reported. The others were stunned. Steward Zhua was ready to rise from the start. He even had spies left behind. He truly is a wise man to think about rebelling even before he attacked Mystical Heaven sect. Demon Scheming sect will definitely go further with him than it ever could with Xiaowuo. While rebelling isn't exactly honorable, but we will now have an even better sect leader, worthy of past sect leader generations. Venerable Qi and Bai nodded, their hearts at peace with that excuse. Zhuofan's team arrived at the main hall. The huge crowd and their mighty aura diminished the grand main hall's vibe. It even made Xiaowuo frown inwardly with worry, forcing him to come out. Who dares show off before the sect leader's main hall? Xiaowuo came to the door and saw the army. Then he saw Zhuofan in front and squinted as he spat. Zhuofan, you dare return? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. And why not? I'm a demon scheming sect disciple. It is my home. It's normal to return home. Humph, rotten traitor. Xiaowuo cursed. You first fooled me when you left the sect so that when I went to discuss with the empires, you came soon after, impersonating me with my token, taking every expert of the labor office. You have undermined my authority. By demon scheming sect's rules, you are to be executed. Just then, Venerable Shi showed up at the most convenient moment with his inner sect contingency, standing behind Xiaowuo like old friends. Everyone found it odd, only Zhuofan snickering. I knew it. Venerable Shi had been bored for so many days, waiting for this moment to act. Others might not know how this switch in allegiances worked, but Zhuofan did. As interests shifted, so did relations, from allies to enemies and vice versa. It was just like yin and yang. At the smallest change, yin could become yang and yang yin. Deficit could become profit and profit deficit when one least expected. Venerable Shi held control over the inner sect's profits, to the point Xiaowuo felt his hands were tied. So he had no choice but to bring an outsider to work with in turning all of Venerable Shi's profit into crumbs. This had forced Venerable Shi to step back, but in fact was waiting for the 2 allies' fame to come head to head. In other words, Zhuofan's fame was what got Xiaowuo to get him here, to stop the inner sect. But now, since the inner sect was out of the fight, Xiaowuo found that Zhuofan's name was threatening him, thus affecting his ambitions and making him change his stance, from ally to enemy. Only when the 2 tigers were facing off did Venerable Shi step in. He would side with one and killing the other would be a cinch. Ruining their alliance was the best scheme ever. Even with the 2 knowing this, they had to face off in the end, all while Venerable Shi would stand at the sideline and reap the most from their ego clash. There was just one tiny detail Venerable Shi overlooked. Zhuofan was just as adept, if not more, in these tactics as well. At first he tried to avoid conflict with Xiaowuo, his subdued attitude and downplay of his merits letting him to drop his guard. Since the kid would be gone, he had no reason to be anxious. Zhuofan did this because he had that intention as well, but also because he was weaker and had to look after himself. But then he learned of Chu Qingqing's predicament and Zhuofan had to interfere. So he became a mover and a shaker, using all his name to get everyone to go to war for him. And since this meant crossing the other, then he might as well go all out and counterattack the sect. After all, when one's strong enough, all the scheming wasn't worth a stone. This was what Venerable Shi had failed to see. Zhuofan had 2/3 of the demon scheming sect behind him, with the Luo clan and young Sanzi right at the gates. Even with Venerable Shi and Xia Wuyue joining hands, they still couldn't touch him, though the two had yet to sense it. Xia Wuyue flicked his hand, displaying his full authority as sect leader. Men, take Shuofan away. The silence was deafening. Xia Wuyue's words echoed in everyone's ears, but no one paid them any heed. What was worse, they looked at him with scorn. Xia Wuyue looked hard at them and cursed. What do you think you're doing? Did you not hear my orders? Ha ha ha, relax, sect leader. With how close the labor office's elders are to Steward Zhua, they couldn't possibly do it. Then I will just have to do it myself, for sect leader. Even though Venerable Shi was ignorant, he did not forget to paint the labor office in a bad light, saying that they were on Zhua Fan's side and not Xia Wuyue's trusted aides. But even he wouldn't believe that his assumption was right on the money. This thought never crossed his mind. Venerable Shi waved. Men, take Zhua Fan. This sect leader impersonator. Yes, sir. Two elders behind him bowed and snickered. They moved towards Zhua Fan with Venerable Shi watching from behind in glee. This way he would use Xia Wuyue to strike Zhua Fan, his trusted aide, and at those old fools in the labor office. However, the two had yet to reach Zhua Fan as bloodlust exploded from behind him, forced the two to halt. The smug Venerable Shi was shocked, looking at the scene in disbelief. He could see that everyone behind Zhua Fan was filled with zeal and intent to fight. Don't tell me these guys are in cahoots with Zhua Fan. Venerable Shi finally knew the situation was worse than he thought, and sweat started trickling down his spine.